Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship season finale at the 12 Hours of Daytona. We have just kicked off another pit cycle for GT3. The interesting development in that one, though, Fast Repair Motorsport seemingly abandoning the fuel save strategy to get back on the same pit strategy as RPM Racing. Tom Tichetto still out there on circuit, having ticked off 31 laps of his stint so far. But Diana Perez coming down pit lane a couple of laps ago after completing only 32 laps. Currently, she is dropping back at a rate of a few tenths of a second per lap, as that gap is currently out at 1 minute, 6 seconds, 0.5. And it is growing, so Tichetto on that slightly longer fuel run, able to run that car lighter for longer compared to that Mustang yet again, and really extract some basically free lap time out of it, Carmen.
Muted. Awesome. Gotta love the self-muting microphones. Yeah, so it's free real estate. This is best case scenario right now for RPM Racing. They come down pit lane with that extra real estate in hand. Here you see them on pit lane right now. Tichetto able to once again kind of get back to the rhythm they were in before of putting the Fast Repair Racing car in a little bit of a deficit here. They should cycle out, if I'm not mistaken, they should cycle out to nearly the same gap they had before. We'll see how that all plays out here with this pit stop here. But Diana Perez, obviously, first time in the car all day. That first stint, a huge learning curve for Perez, getting out of the F4 and into the Ford Mustang GT3. Trying to get the speed here with their teammates who have tried desperately. It felt like at one point to get back on that path as the RPM Racing car. They worked so hard. They threw away everything they had potentially, because they had a good buffer time-wise, but they were looking at possibly having to make an extra stop to the RPM Racing car if they had continued on in that pathway. With how long this race is, very easily could have fallen into that hole and not been able to dig out of it. So they were trying to match RPM Racing, and you're looking at the situation right now. Tichetto leaving pit lane. Perez just now exiting turn number 1, so it's going to be several seconds of the gap here between the 110 and the 102. Tichetto, I believe, looking at a little under 7 seconds right now, the gap between those two cars. So the RPM Racing Corvette doing a fantastic job right now. They've obviously made some adjustments on these pit stops to get themselves back up into a competitive order, because we talked about this before we went on break back over on Twitch. The RPM Racing car was not fast in a straight line, was not able to really match the Mustang in the top end. Has been able to do so, and has also still been able to handle both the fuel economy and have handling and the infield section we just saw them on. So big time prop for RPM Racing right now. It's now up to Fast Repair Racing to respond, because we don't know how much more of Abel Salon we'll be able to see in this race. He's already done the first 6 hours in this race. So how much more does he have in the tank if they need to rely on that ace in the hole? Or is it going to fall on the likes of Perez and the rest of that team to try to make something out of this and before it gets too late?
There's certainly a lot of work to do now for Fast Repair Motorsport, and they've done it before, though. They seem to have the pace to run down RPM Racing. I think that switch to a bit of fuel save perhaps costing them a little bit, as you would have thought they would want to put some time back on Tom Tichetto, on Mikola, who was in the car at the time, the slower of the pairing, with Abel Salon, the fastest driver in the Fast Repair Motorsport car, but of course choosing to jump onto that fuel save, sacrifice the pace advantage they would have had, and do what they could to get back on that fuel, well, on the same fuel number as Tichetto and RPM Racing. But it has cost them the GT3 Pro race lead, and about 7 seconds thus far. This should be the second stint and final stint before a driver change for both of these cars. So we'll keep an eye on that gap over the next 50 minutes or so and see how it chops, changes, expands, closes up, see if Perez can get it closed down yet again. But I think the majority of that work is going to have to be done by Abel Salon. and his teammate. But again, it's a lot of work to do, but Chichetto seemingly absolutely dialed in with that Corvette right now, and that is exactly what RPM need to take home that championship, because remember, they are in championship winning position right now, as Negative Delta by SimGear just taking their pit stop, but are about 33 seconds off the back of RPM Racing, and it's going to take, again, a lot of work for those guys to get themselves back up into championship position, but they need to beat RPM Racing on the track now. When they were fighting for P2 and P3, the points gap wasn't enough for RPM Racing to jump Negative Delta by SimGear, but now as long as RPM win the race, they win the championship, and that lights the fire underneath the rear end of Negative Delta by SimGear. So that Mercedes crew really need to get the lead out and start to get that gap down, because 35 seconds does not put them in a good spot at all.
It really doesn't right now, and obviously they're working overtime to try to make things happen here. One thing I wanted to point out here, and I'm going to steer away from the GT3 Pro lead as things say. Obviously, we know how that's played out here. The 77 Rider Engineering Esports 2 car, they have struggled. Aiden Wilkinson, he made his he gave his thoughts after his first time in the car, having the double stint tires. As the track has gotten hotter, has not been a great time for the Acuras, as we thought that it would be. That was sort of the intention that the tire limits had been designed for, because obviously the balance of performance has changed throughout the season. The tire limits were made to really affect the Acura and the Ferrari, and obviously those are the only cars that are left running in this race. The Acura feeling the weight of that harder than the Ferrari is. Obviously, we're looking at one of the Ferraris right now, or one of the Acuras right now. Wilkinson, back in that car, was not happy to drive last time through. Had to double stint tires the entire way. But that 77 car in trouble. It is now within range. See on the left side, on the right side of the screen, it is in range of being passed by the Old Firm Racing 97. That's how much trouble they've been in during the break. I can't see a particular singular issue that they've had, at least not on my end. It just seems to be an accumulation of just time losses that have really hurt that 77 car. And
well, the last time they came down pit lane, it was 7.5 minutes in the box. So that is suspension repair plus a little bit of bodywork. So I imagine they've had a pretty big crash at some point in the last.
I just found it here, and it's kind of blended in. It's just been so much time away on that break. Here is what I think it might have been, because this was right before their last pit stop, if I'm not mistaken. This is Wilkinson. I don't believe this is Wilkinson in the car at the time.
Oh yeah, that'll do it. 100%. That's your suspension repair right there, and your front end that makes that a 7.5 minute stop, of course, including the tow. But the interesting thing here is, I want to see what happens between these two on track, because the 76 is in the lead of this race. If the 76 wins and the Old Firm Racing car doesn't finish, the 76 wins the championship. But they now have the 77 and the 97 on the same bit of racetrack. Are we going to see the 77 try and apply some pressure to the 97 and try and force some sort of error? I mean, I guess only time will tell, but Randy Martin and Mateos making great time up on Aiden Wilkinson. It just seems a little bit unsteady in that Acura ARX 06, whereas the Old Firm Racing driver just looks so much more stable and just seems to have a handle on the car a little bit more than the Rider Engineer and Esports driver, of course, is making his debut for the team. And yeah, now coming under pressure from the championship leader, who is in a spot where he just needs to finish. So I don't expect Randy Martin and Mateos to do anything too out there in terms of trying to get that 5th place, but I'm sure Old Firm will be happy that they've got the opportunity to make up a position, considering they've been rolling around at the tail end of the field for the last 7 hours.
I legitimately, I know, like, the curiosity is there. I hope that it doesn't turn out that way. Like, because they, obviously, 97 just doing what they can to just kind of hold on here, because they were behind the 8 ball early in this race. Like, it was not a fun time for them. So hopefully there's no silly shenanigans. We saw that, we've seen that affect races, and obviously not for championships, but just for race wins. we've seen that negatively affect races. Monza comes to mind a couple seasons ago as a race that was a big negative out of what was an outstanding race. Hopefully that's not the case here. But also, it generally seems like that 77 just is not feeling good compared to the 76 at all. Something's off here, but here we go. Battle for position, battle for the top 5 in GTP. 97 playing it very safe in the turn 1.
Oh yeah, there's absolutely no rush on this from Randy Martin and Mateos at all. Wilkinson doing, well, he's doing a defensive drive, but Old Firm just not really engaging in the battle and trying to force the error themselves, I think. And looks like that one might come soon because Wilkinson's still looking really unsteady behind the wheel of that car. And Randy Martin and Mateos just showing great patience to hang out behind that car, save a little bit of fuel, and is just doing a bit of ticking the laps off and waiting for a chance to get by very quickly and very cleanly. We'll see what happens when they get down into the bus stop. Once again, is the Old Firm racing driver going to have enough speed to simply drive by Aiden Wilkinson? Well, only time's going to tell us. We've got to wait for 15 seconds of full throttle to actually get down there.
First really big battle in the GTP class in several hours.
There it is. There's the mistake. There it is. That's what Randy Martin and Mateos was waiting for. Aiden Wilkinson going to have a huge slowdown off that one. We'll go to the high side of the circuit and try to get that one bled. Old Firm Racing a little bit checked up because of the GT coming through the bus stop, but it's not even going to be close in terms of how they're going to get by. I expect Wilkinson to stay high here, take a little bit longer to bleed off that slowdown, but Old Firm Racing will just slot through like he's absolutely stood still, and that is P5 for Randy Martin and Mateos. After how their race started, it must feel pretty good for those guys to be able to make up a spot on the road in a battle.
Absolutely, and honestly, Wilkinson just trying to keep that car going in one piece here. Battle for GT3 also still going on here at the moment. It is once again back in the hands of Max Fisher and Sergio Esposito, who's been in that car now for, I believe, the better part of 3 hours, if I'm not mistaken, for Esposito. So he's been in that car for quite a chunk of change, but they are battling here for the battle in the lead of GT. Sorry, I had that read wrong. Fisher is miles away from Esposito.
It's pit stop cycle. We're waiting for him to pit. He's got another. He should pit. Yes. Not this time by, next time by. But yeah, Max Fisher just trying to close that gap down. We'll see how much it is closed down by the time he gets round 2.
He's battling
by the time the pit stop cycles out. But yeah, for now they are just behind Enosis, but I doubt they're trying to scrap him too much because that is not a battle for position.
For those that missed it, we talked about this on Twitch. The timing screen that I have is not conventional because it doesn't repeat the gap, like the intervals correctly. So it's a struggle.
Through comes race leader Jan Curbs on the outside of this little fight on track that we are keeping an eye on. I just want to check something. He is in fact listening to some music whilst he's in the car. Triumph Fight Enmity this time. So I feel like that's going to be a pretty similar vein to what he was listening to earlier, but Jan Curbs' music watch does continue into the final round of Daytona.
Last time around for both Suchetto and Perez, a 4-10 difference in favor of the Corvette.
Yeah, Suchetto doing a great job to extend that gap for now and really taking advantage of the position that Fast Repair Motorsport have put them in. Continuing to push on, keeping himself and the team in championship position because all they need to do, to put it simply, is finish the race where they are. That's going to be quite the task to do with 5 hours left in the race, but you get the feeling that they should be able to keep that sort of pace up. They've been really clean all day long, and as long as they continue doing that, I think that's what's going to get them the win out here today. Again, with such an abbreviated field, that does make that a lot easier. So keep an eye on how it develops. We're waiting for driver swaps yet again that might change the complexity of the race, especially in that fight at the front of the field. But it is just a matter of patience, and we're going to have to wait and see as Max Fisher does come down pit lane for a pit stop.
Yeah, that's something we were expecting from Fisher. He will slot back in behind the Carbonite Sports GT3 Cam car that's currently being piloted by Exposito and will be in front of Killian Clay's for the Eagle Speed Academy.
Yeah, up on the jacks for Fisher, and it is a new set of tyres, so that just confirms all the GT3s pretty much at this point. And I think all the GT3s have done their double stinting on their tyres, as Fisher is not getting out of that car. There's no new driver getting in. He's just getting a fresh set of tyres because they can now take a fresh set all the way to the end of the race. Exposito currently about 20 seconds behind Fisher on track as he sits in pit lane. We'll have to see what that gap is when he takes off that pit lane speed limiter, as Exposito looks like he's going to fly right by whilst Fisher stood still. That is going to be the case. So that timer, or that interval, will tick up and up and up and up and up until Fisher gets off pit lane, and then we'll see the sort of gap the driver who is clearly the fastest in that team has to close down. Pressure is on for Maximilian Fisher, as Sergio Exposito about 8 seconds in front. It's closer than it's been, but it's still a long, big gap to close.
For those tuning in here on YouTube, we have more stuff coming up here later on tonight on Twitch at 8 p.m. We'll be just wrapping up here in Daytona. The RSI Octane Series at Indianapolis Raceway Park will go live. Truck Series racing from the Hoosier State. Again, it's 8 p.m. tonight over on Twitch. For those joining us over from Twitch earlier, same channel as before. Right here on YouTube tomorrow, it's the Eric Gaisberg Cup Series at Darlington. And then on Twitch, Monday and Wednesday, more racing coming up here at the HTL Cup Series. Playoffs begin at Darlington on Monday, June 2nd, 8 p.m. Eastern Time there in the APN Champ Car World Series at Gateway. The last race before the refresh. And then comes Tempest, and I am so excited for rain racing. So excited. Can't wait, but we have Gateway coming up on Wednesday for the APN Champ Car World Series. I can almost, I'm this feels like Christmas for me. Obviously, you and Luke were talking about it before. That new iRacing book coming up here in a couple of weeks now. Really tantalizing. Obviously helps us out a lot because we have Winstel and the Gen 4 stuff. We have ABN Champ Car and all the IndyCar stuff. Obviously, the GT3s are going to be boosted big time with all the updates coming to them as well. We have the Bend, another Australian track coming up. One of my favorites, actually. The only track I think that's higher than the Bend for me is Sydney, Eastern Creek. So, yeah, I'm going to be eating good.
I am excited for the Bend, to be fair. It's the second longest permanent racetrack in the world behind the Nürburgring. It only clears the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps by a couple of 100 meters, but that's still enough to make it the second longest permanent racetrack behind Nürburgring, so it all counts. And I can't wait to give it a go. It's going to be really fun to drive a variety of cars around that track. I know the supercars, when they go there, use a slightly shortened version of that track, but I'm really looking forward to tackling that GT layout. It looks like a lot of fun, to say the least.
It is a wild time. For those not familiar, Thailand Bend, or Thailand Bend, it is just outside of Adelaide. So, and we know that they're also working on the Adelaide Street Circuit, which is coming up, I believe, next year is when we're expected to get that. 4.828 miles is the full circuit length, the JT circuit length that Taylor was mentioning earlier. That's coming here soon. I have no doubt in my mind that track's going to be on the PEC calendar at some point. I would not be surprised if that makes it on. And it's got the Grade 2 license for FIA. It's got an FIM Grade A license as well. So we're going to have MotoGP, Formula 2, and all that fun stuff. It's actually one of only 2 tracks in Australia with a Grade 2 license, along with Phillip Island. Or sorry, no. That's FIM Category A. Phillip Island also has that category because they both fulfill that need. Yeah, the Bend is really good. It's also very undulating. Think of it as a little bit wider. I don't know how much you've seen of of the track, Taylor. Imagine it. It's like VIR with some of the elevation changes, but wider.
Oh, good. That means it's actually raceable then.
It's very. I don't like VRR because it's so tight, because it's so hard to actually like race there. This is VIR, but better. It's really good. I love it. And it's modern too. It's only been open for 9 years, so it's got all the.
I was going to say
it's
pretty much a brand new track, yeah.
It's the newest permanent racetrack in Australia.
I think so, yeah. I wouldn't say that's too far off being the truth.
Really good here. It's currently in. So the international circuit is what's used for supercars, for the World Superbike Championship, and most of the national series and all that stuff. The Asian Le Mans series is the GT circuit, the folding circuit. But they've also got 9 different configurations. So it's sort of like Australia's VIR, but it's also sort of like Australia's Paul Ricard and all the like the variations you've got going on here. Paul Ricard obviously legendary for the amount of layouts you can use there. I want to say it's close to like 20 different variants you can use in Paul Ricard. Double checking on this to make sure.
Well, the layouts at Paul Ricard actually go up to about it's hundreds. Not hundreds, sorry, it's over 100. I feel like it's somewhere around 130 or something. Don't quote me on that though, because I'm not exactly sure. But there's plenty. Well, there's way too many shortcuts on that circuit.
Yes.
A lot of different potential layouts. But could you imagine if we had that on iRacing? How many different layouts would they actually give us? Just the question.
I'm surprised that we haven't gotten something like Paul Ricard. Yeah, I'm just surprised we haven't gotten Paul Ricard yet, because it seems like that'd be like a wet dream for iRacing. You know how much they love their tracks with all these different layout configurations. Yeah, I'm very surprised. It is also owned by Bernie. At least it was owned by Bernie Ecclestone, so I don't know how Analyst takes it.
What, Paul Ricard?
Yeah, it was. I know at one point it was. I don't know if it still is.
I don't think it still is, at least off the top of my head. I feel like I would have heard something about that and reacted negatively to it at some point.
Oh, it still is.
Oh, yeah,
it's
weird.
It's the company that is owned by Ecclestone that owns Paul Ricard is Excellus. But he bought it in 1999. So, yep.
I'll have to take your word for it on that one.
I pulled it up because I remember seeing that like flash in my mind at one point. And I was like, huh, interesting. Because like I think the joke was made like with Bernie Ecclestone in charge of the track, that they would run a gimmick of just pulling the sprinklers up during a dry
not
race.
the sprinklers.
Yeah.
If I had £1 for every time the sprinklers were mentioned in the last week, I'd have £2, which isn't a lot. It's weird it's happened twice.
But that was a Bernie Ecclestone game, is how it started.
He genuinely wanted that though. That's the annoying thing.
And he had the ability to call for it because he owned both the track and at that point F1.
Well, he didn't own it. He just ran it.
Yeah. He had a lot of indisputable power, which is problematic. And now he doesn't.
Well, that just sounds like the FIA, to be fair.
It's almost as if history repeats itself.
Time is a flat circle.
It really is. Can't wait for the new FIA Formula 1 Drivers Association.
Hey, have you heard about World War III? I heard that's starting soon.
As someone that lives in the country that might be the epicenter of it, yeah, I've heard a lot. I've heard plenty.
Time's a flat circle because we're going to be fighting for king and country.
Basically, not me. I am disqualified from service.
Not you, no. Good.
So, 3-car battle for the top. And we're back in this battle here.
It keeps ebbing and flowing back into existence, doesn't it? It doesn't want to die.
It keeps flowing from a 2-car fight to a 3-car fight because we have, this is Esports Sim Ultimate with Miguel Gallardo behind the wheel of that car, the 174. Yoann Marti for Go Esports in 5th, the Acura there for Go Esports in the top 5. And then Marcel Beck in the Orca Performance Racing black car in 6th.
It's fallen back quite aggressively, I might add.
But trying to save fuel, which I was trying to point out because I saw the drop on the timing screen. It's definitely a coordinated thing. But right now, all three of these cars once again back together. They've been together, they've been separate, they've kind of ebbed and flowed here, once again back together in like an accordion. It's very interesting to see how this race ebb and flows because it's two McLarens and an Acura. And usually it's been a McLaren and an Acura in this fight for the top 5. So it's very interesting to see how this all ebbs and flows. This is the only battle going on right now that is consequential on the racetrack in GT3 Pro. At the moment, Wilkinson in pit lane right now. I believe this is a scheduled stop for Wilkinson. It is. So he's in pit lane. He's coming out pit lane right now. The 97, Wolfram Racing by Hellbent Sim. Randy Martin Mateos. Set to come in here soon. I say soon-ish because it's about 5-6 laps away. But should be coming in very soon here. So, and that battle for 5th might reignite when Mateos comes down the lane. But everyone largely on their own little island otherwise, which is not a bad thing. We've seen races at Daytona where it's Daytona's nature, it's a nerve of racing, where usually it is very cataclysmic for the racing on the high banks. Been everything but. It's been mostly drama off the racetrack. Today, the drama on the racetrack has been minimal, which is kind of fine by me.
Yeah, we pretty much had all of it right at the start of the race after that little squeeze from All Firm Racing on DLR SimLab red to the outside wall as Marcel Beck, overtaking 2 cars in one corner, finally decided it is time to move forward as he makes his way from 6th up to 4th with one strong dive up the inside of turn 1. It drops Miguel Gallardo down to 5th and Jean Marti down to 6th as now the Orca Performance Racing black McLaren will lead the way of this train and try and close in the gap to the cars in front of him. He's got about, let's have a look, about 1 minute and 9 seconds before he gets there.
I don't think they're closing the gap.
Definitely got some work to do. But he's got himself in a much more comfy spot.
I think the conversation is, I think the others wanted to save a little bit of fuel, and so they weren't going to press very hard on letting Marcel Beck go by, because it was Gallardo that was leading that train for a little bit, and now it's not. And Yoann Marti is like, okay, cool, I'll save you more fuel. Great. Mateos is in, so the 97 for Wolfram Racing is now in pit lane as expected. Straightforward stuff, otherwise.
And already Marcel Beck working on opening that gap to both of the cars behind. It's already 0.6 of a second, which is deep within slipstream still for Gallardo, but if he can keep up the same pace through the middle sector that he had on the last lap, it should make it a little bit easier to try and clear the 2 cars behind him. And I think that is the play for Marcel Beck now, is to be a little bit more aggressive and try and pull away. Let these 2 fight, let them save fuel off each other and make it a touch more difficult for Gallardo and Marti to save that fuel, as Marti is going to slip up the inside of Gallardo, who is taking it really carefully right now. And this almost feels intentional to let the Acura by, as Marti looks like he's now ready to set off after Marcel Beck, closing that gap all the way down already and sort of leaving Gallardo behind a little bit, as the driver in the McLaren just not really pushing those corner entries at all.
And this is something we talked about here. Obviously, everyone trying to meet a fuel number, but the temperatures are also going up here a little bit. Pull up the weather on the left side of your screen. The track temp has gone up a lot. It is now 47 degrees centigrade on the racetrack. Track temp has only gone up 5 degrees Celsius. Yeah, it was 24 degrees Celsius, now it's 29. Now it's 47 degrees Celsius on the racetrack. So it is a bit of a scorcher right now.
Yeah, this is when Daytona becomes really horrible to drive. Like we're seeing a big drop off in lap times now as well. I remember at the start of the race we were doing 1:33s in GTP. We're now limp, lounging around in the 35s at fastest, 36s for a lot of the field. So we've got all the double stinting out of the way. It is fresh sets of tyres all the way around for all of the remaining stints, but these sorts of conditions are absolutely horrible to drive in because it's just absolute tyre melters. And Daytona is a track that struggles with tyre temperatures in sports cars anyway, because you'll find that the banking itself superheats the right-hand side tyres, and then you've got absolutely no support as you come through the left-handers. But because you're carrying less speed through the left-handers, it actually lets the tyres cool off, which is funny because then you come around to do another lap and you've got cool tyres, so you can go fast for another lap, but then you overheat the tyres, so you go slow for a lap, so you cool down the tyres, so then you can go fast again. And it's sort of an endless cycle where lap times are never really consistent lap to lap. They sort of take this little ebb and flow up and down, up and down, up and down, especially in these sorts of temperatures when those outside tyres are getting a little bit cooked.
For those wondering, 47 degrees Celsius, that is 116 degrees Fahrenheit on the racetrack at the moment. To kind of put things into, most of our audience here is going to be at least familiar with the open cars. That is, for Indy 500 levels, that's miserable. Like the Indy 500 that happened just a couple weeks ago, they were complaining like, oh, it's too cold because the track was like 83 degrees. You get above 110, you get close to 120, which we're expected. The prediction right now is that it's going to get to about 125 degrees Fahrenheit on the racetrack before it begins to cool down. So it's going to get worse from here.
Oh yeah, we've got 90 minutes of track surface temperature going up still to come. It's only after we get past 2 p.m. in sim that we're going to start to see those track temperatures drop off. And 12:30 in the afternoon in sim, we're at solar noon, just past solar noon, but again, it takes time to warm up a whole track surface. So give us a couple of hours and we'll see some horrible track temperatures out there. I think the next thing we'll do is let you know when it crosses 50 Celsius.
Obviously it's miserable anyway, but obviously we're not racing this racetrack in late January where it's a lot cooler, period. This is the end of May, beginning of June. We're also in Florida. We're in South Central Florida right now, which is already muggy. It's already hot. I'm surprised it's not raining. I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised it's not raining. Because this time of year, Florida is a monsoon. But
even then, that would have been nice. Give us a bit of rain to spice things up late on in the race. That would have put some jeopardy on old-time racing.
But no, that's just how miserable it's going to be for these cars. Like, there is a very particular operating window that these cars really love, and we are beyond it right now for this tire. So what wasn't a factor earlier is 100% a factor now. And I think when we look at the factor, what could be affecting Perez right now, that the track heat could be part of it, realistically speaking, because not only is it not optimal track conditions and obviously getting up to speed with the Mustang, but you're jumping in hot to a car that may not be set up to handle all that heat right now. Obviously, it's going to get cool at the end. It's going to get a lot cooler at the end of the race. So that Mustang should come back into its own. But it's pretty clear some of these cars are set up for the heat, some of them are not. One of the cars I've been keeping an eye on here because it seems like they are a lot better in the heat is that native Delta Mercedes, currently being driven by Vladislav Shopov. Currently the fastest of the three, has been the fastest of the three, I believe, almost every lap, the last 10, 15 laps at this point. We'll see if that sticks, because Cicetto just set a 145.4, which is his best of the last 25 minutes.
But it's still a whole second off that car's fastest lap time.
100%, yeah. And Perez just went faster still, but not faster than Cicetto, 145.8 for Perez. We'll see what Shopov does. Shopov might be a little faster still here, but obviously a little bit further behind. About 18 seconds behind. And Shopov, not faster than Cicetto, but did go 145.8 1.58. So, everyone trying to find some speed however they can here in this heat. As you mentioned, over a second slower than their best times earlier in this race when the conditions were cooler. These cars were running almost exclusively in the 144s. Now, 144 is unfathomable in the GT3 class.
In the front of the field, Jan Kurb's currently on board for Writer Engineering, has managed to extend the gap to XPD Racing's Alberto Garcia Blasco to 37 seconds. It's a gap that was down as low as 20 only a couple of stints or so ago, but Writer Engineering have just been ticking off the laps really well over the last couple of stints to get that gap all the way out to, it is closing a little bit, 36.5 seconds, but not to a point where they're going to be worrying, as the 76 crew are looking very comfy and very confident at the front of the field. That sort of time gap gives you the chance to engage in every bit of traffic lappery exactly how you want to, and Curb's taking it very carefully with that MRRS Porsche down into turn 6. And again, just trying to do the smartest thing for his team, which is keep that car clean, because the last thing they need to do is pick up a penalty late on in the race, because they need to keep themselves in a position to technically be in championship contention.
First, doing everything they can. The Writer Engineering at this point, just hoping that the final shoe drops on the 97, the cartridge handle of all things. The 97 persevering at this point, trying not to be denied the chance at the championship. Battle right now on the camera screen at the moment is between Miguel Gallardo and Juan Martí. They have lost touch with Marcel Beck, actually. So Marcel Beck, he decided it was time to go and set sail.
Yeah, and he's done a great job to extend that gap as well. Currently sat at 2 seconds over Martí. Martí, who's still having to deal with Miguel Gallardo behind. It's not as if the Analyst Esports driver has been really forcing the issue on Martí. It's just Martí hasn't really had the pace to keep up with Marcel Beck. So when he went for that big dive down the inside, keeping those two in the slipstream for a short while, it ended pretty damn fast, as it's now just these pair that are going at it. But just want to highlight, as Analyst Esports pulling to the inside to try and make a move. Martí, I don't think fighting that one too hard, so this could just be a bit of swap drafting, letting the Analyst Esports car take the lead for a while. But yeah, those two swapping positions. It's just the aggression hasn't really been there from Gallardo, that Martí hasn't looked too worried about it, and perhaps that's why they haven't been able to set off up the road to chase down the likes of Marcel Beck. Speaking of Beck, though, he finds himself about 0.7 of a second off the back of his teammate Maximilian Fischer. These two are doing a great job of working together in qualifying, so I'm wondering if we're going to see a little bit of the same here, and if we're going to see a touch of bump drafting action in the race between teammates. Beck is, of course, a good chunk faster than Fischer, but for a moment they are going to be nose to tail on the racetrack, so let's see if they do decide to pull off any sort of team tactics.
Notice that bump draft there. Just a clean shot and away you go. Very interesting.
Yeah, the only sort of tactics that we're going to see there is Fischer making it nice and easy for Marcel Beck to slide through into turn 1, but now Fischer going to get the chance to do a little bit of fuel save off his teammate if he can keep up. We'll see what the pace difference is between Beck and Fisher. As it stands, Beck's last lap a 45.5 and Fisher's a 46.6. So about a second or so between these two. All that lifting and coasting and letting Beck through was done at the start of the lap they're currently on, so that won't have affected their previous fastest lap. But of course, Beck taking advantage of a lot of slipstream from his teammate that will have given him a bit of a lap time speed boost. Fisher currently working to try and close the gap on Carbono Esports Sergio Exposito. It's currently around 6-7 seconds, which has come down a little bit from when they came out pit lane 13 laps ago, but it's not enough to get Exposito worrying because the pace differential between the two only a few tenths of a second per lap, specifically 2 tenths of a second per lap on average. So it's coming down, but not by any sort of significant margin that Fisher's going to be happy with.
We have less than 5 hours left to go. 4 hours and 39 minutes left on the clock here in Daytona. Putting teamwork now, not only bump drafting, but Fisher definitely not going to say no to having a little bit of help on the attempt to catch up to the Carbono Esports GT3 amp meter. I'm surprised Exposito's been in that car as long as he has. It's going to be closer to 4 hours by the time he's pulled out of that car. And that's not 4 hours together, that's 4 hours in a row. He's been in that car
wow.
for quite a bit.
It takes some doing to drive these cars, especially a GT3, for that long, because these stints are not short and you don't get a lot of respite down pit lane as well. These cars are only stationary for around 40 seconds or so for a pit stop, 41 seconds to be precise, but that doesn't really give you much time to really breathe. You might be able to get yourself a drink of water, but you were talking about it earlier, Carmen. You can't exactly go for a toilet break during that time.
No, you cannot. You can't go for a toilet break. You better hope you have a fantastic person at home that's able to at least get you a snack if you don't have one readily available. Otherwise, you're going to be really suffering. And it's something that I think I'm very appreciative of on the other side of like winning Daytona. Being hypoglycemic and having a lot of blood sugar issues and having to finish that race 6 hours in a row, that is one of the most difficult things ever. Because for those that kind of aren't familiar, hypoglycemia, like blood sugar falls rapidly a lot. Like it's one of those things where you produce too much insulin, so your blood sugar is always out of whack. So being in this is a physical activity. Like being in these sim, at least for me it is, because my force feedback may be a little bit too high. But it's very physical. Like you feel sore after doing this for a few hours. Like your back feels sore, your shoulders feel sore. You feel every bit of it, and that's one thing that I do appreciate more. You know, watching these races and watching these BEC teams manage that, because all of them are better than I am. That is for sure. I wouldn't even be able to qualify to be in an AM class car. But being able to manage that and being able to juggle that physicality as well is super tough, especially when she gets like we're in hour 8 now, where things get really difficult, especially if you're someone like Exposito who's been in that car now for approaching 4 hours, or someone that's now been at the end. You're looking at the end of a 2-hour stint. You see that finish line coming up for you. Not everyone can do it. Not everyone can do it in the slightest. So it's always a little bit of a miracle. And you saw a little bit of the teamwork there for the Orca racing cars. Sometimes that may not even be for anyone's benefit. Sometimes it's just like the team like letting each other know, like, hey, we're still in this, we're still going. It's oftentimes just a let's keep going. You know, we're all here, we're all doing this. Sort of a little cameo in the race, and that goes a long way too mentally, knowing that you've got other cars in the race, you got other teams in the race that are with you in the same challenge too. Because you look at most of your opponents like obstacles at certain points, like, and they really are. Like, you're just like, okay, I gotta get around this car, gotta watch out for this, gotta move out for that. So when you do get to see a friendly face, it's always a bit of a relief. So there's a lot of mental games to this, and we're going to see a lot more of that. This is where the mental attrition begins to take hold, similar to what it did at Le Mans actually almost 2 months ago. So keep an eye out on that. Obviously, no nighttime conditions to worry about. You can see what's coming up, but keep an eye out for that. Because things like the bus stop, very easy. Obviously, I talk about it being like when you're not fatigued, when you're wide-eyed and bushy-tailed, it is, I think, easy. When you're not wide-eyed, bushy-tailed, when you've been in the car, when you're fatigued, when you're tired, when you're not thinking straight, it is a death trap. And we saw it early in the race. We saw how bad the bus stop is. There will be a point in time in this race, I think, later on, where it'll be that way again. And that is where the magic of sim racing, I think the magic of this type of style of racing is those that can really master that aspect, I think, are the ones that really sort of impress me the most.
It's such a dynamic style of racing, especially since you're not meeting the traffic at, well, one of the things is not meeting the traffic at exactly the same point every single time you get to them, but you're also dealing with different drivers in those cars when you get to them at different skill levels, different levels of confidence, different levels of fatigue as well. They might be a little bit less aware of their surroundings as the race goes on, and that's something you have to be really careful of as well. And not just that, you get the change in weather. Now we've got the Tempest weather system that doesn't just mean we get rain, it means the wind can pick up at any point. It means we get a much bigger variety in track and air temperatures. There's plane landing there in the background, with clouds coming in and clouds rolling out that can shift and change, drop and rise the track temperature at a moment's notice. But think about the difference in track temperature that the drivers are having to deal with. We started down at 24 degrees Celsius on the track. There was plenty of grip in it, and again 33s in GTP at that time, but now up at double that. The GTPs have lost 2 seconds of lap time, just all from the lack of grip that the track surface is now giving them. The tires overheating and not giving them the same level of grip they were given 7 hours ago. It's dealing with that and adapting to that every time you get in the car, because the grip on the track does change dynamically. It gets more rubbered in. That can be a factor that makes it slippier. The humidity can rise up as well, which is going to make the track slippy for some reason. That's the one that I'll never be able to figure out in iRacing, because theoretically it should just give you a little bit more downforce, but it's dealing with all that. It's because how many times have people in this race, and me, been in a position where you're not quite there with the track surface, you don't really know what's going on, and you're like, oh, where's the grip gone? Why am I not going as fast as I was before? And then someone goes to you, track temps 50 Celsius, and all of a sudden your brain clicks into gear. It's like, right, yeah, I know how to drive in these conditions. You back off your braking zones, you turn in a little bit smoother, you're a bit more gentle on the throttle, your trail braking's a little bit slower, you're more gentle with the traffic as well, because you just hadn't mentally switched to that lack of grip yet. And it's so easy to lose track of all the little things that can add up, and it can make this sort of driving really difficult, but it's what keeps it interesting, because those conditional changes affects the pace of different cars and different drivers out on the track. Some people deal with the hotter temperatures better with the cold temperatures. Some people can extract the times out of conditions where you don't have to push as hard, whereas some people really like those high grip conditions where they feel like they can just lean on the car and lean on the aero, lean on the grip so much in all the fast corners. And there are a lot of fast corners here at Daytona, and it can be an absolute blast to drive in the cold, but it can get so frustrating once that track temperature starts to rise. And it is how that changes dynamically over the course of, in this case, 12 hours. that keeps everyone on their toes, keeps everyone interested, keeps everyone engaged with the race, because the track is just not the same from the first time you get into the car until the last time you get into the car.
Weather on the side of the screen, once again, 49 degrees Celsius is where we're at the moment. Very warm time on the racetrack, 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, this is almost peak misery as a racing driver, and you see all the marbles off the sides of the corners off the racing line. There'll be even more by the time this race is over. It is not fun. And I will defer to you on this, because this has been a topic all season since it was introduced. The tire limits. Obviously, the tire limits were put in place mostly for the GT3s, but the GT3s also have this issue. We didn't have this issue. Obviously, my experience, most of my experience comes from the olden years when we didn't have GT3 yet. Where double standing, we actually double standing tires a lot in the LMP2. How much more difficult is it to double stand these tires compared to what it was before? For those that maybe aren't aware, for those like me that maybe haven't been in a sports car event in a while, because I'm planning on doing the 6 hours of the limb. So it's on my birthday weekend.
I will take the most extreme case as an example, because tire wear can be anywhere depending on the track, depending on track temp. There's so many different factors that can affect it, even the way you drive the car.
For example, let's look at this, because let's imagine like this is going to happen. It's going to be this.
Like I say, I'll take the most extreme example to set out what this tire model is like, what these tires are like, and how they degrade and wear over time. This is even, and I'll highlight by saying I'm going to use an example from March last year, February last year, where the tire wear wasn't as bad as it is now. It is now worse. So I'll highlight that tire wear is now worse. Your tires degrade in terms of tread at a faster rate now than they did a year ago. But we went to Mugello in the IMSA Endurance Series for the first time last season. And that is a track with notoriously high tire wear. We were looking at 36 Celsius track temps. And the IMSA Endurance Series is it's a short endurance race. It's 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And strategy doesn't really vary much past, do you fuel save or do you not? That is the only question that you ask, and the answer is either yes or no. But at Mugello, the tire wear was so high that the question was, do you fuel save or not? Oh poo, how far do the tires go? Because they were falling off the cliff before you drained a tank of fuel. So what we ended up doing at TMR was doing 40-minute stints, and that's it. You could go 50 minutes on a tank of fuel. You could two-stop the race at Mugello on fuel because of how little on throttle time there is and how much lift and coast you can do. But your tires, by the end of those 52-minute stints, are absolutely done for. They are dead, done. It's over. You can't drive at any sort of pace on it. Same issue if you just went to the end of a tank at full push, your tires are dead. But what we did was just drove the tires within their window, got rid of them when they died, and kept them and used them whilst they were fresh. We had to do an extra stop, but because we've made the smart choice on only using the usable life of them, we were so much quicker than everyone else out there on track. We were taking less fuel in the stops as well, which of course was paid back to us at the end, because theoretically you still need to use the same amount of fuel to get to the end of the race for the most part. But the tires were dead. Like, you couldn't push them past where the fuel wanted them to get down to, and that's what ended up us getting our first 1-2 finish in officials. And tire wear now is worse. It is worse. So in the lower track temperatures, round about 24 or 25, at a track like Daytona, where you're not really, there aren't many corners where you're really leaning on the tires. Turn 1, turn 7, maybe not scrubbing them much through turns 4 and 6. Oh, and up at the bus stop, of course, but that's a lot more even, where you have to be in the low track temp to actually be able to double stint the tires. Because I can guarantee you, even at the end of those second stints, whilst it was still dark out, they're still going to be down at 40% tread, which is where you start to meet that cliff. And we were still double stinting tires as the track temperature came up above 30. So I'm sure a couple of these teams will have been driving those sets of tires past the cliff. Now, there's a couple of things you could do to mitigate that. You can try and reduce the amount of energy that you're putting through the tire. So one way to do that, carry a little bit less speed into the corner, reduce the braking distances, which you can do by lifting and coasting. It's another factor of why we saw so many cars going for that extended fuel stint, but now not. So when you lift and coast, you're stopping the car from a slightly slower speed, which means less energy is going through the brakes, less energy is going into the tire, and it keeps that peak tire temperature just a couple or a few degrees Celsius lower, which can help extend its actual usable life by 3, 4, 5 laps, depending on how well you manage it. So the question of how difficult is it to save that double stint the tires here, or double stint the tires full stop? Very, because the current tire model isn't built for double stint in tires. The only reason that the tire limits were brought in PEC was because at the start of the season, the Acuras were way too fast compared to any other car in the class, but their tire wear was absolutely terrible. So the idea behind it was that it would force the Acura teams to build a car with a less aggressive setup or drive the car at a slower pace to try and keep the tires alive. Has it worked? Don't think so. We've got a 1, 2, 3 in Acura at the moment, and every race throughout the season has been won by an Acura, and they've pretty much stacked the entire podium in every single race. Don't get me wrong, it was an interesting idea to try and rein the Acuras in, but it really hasn't worked because this just isn't that style of racing.
Let me kind of play devil's advocate on this. So the reason, we had a bunch of Acuras at the start of the season. You couldn't change cars once the season started. That was just it. So, looking at a recent introduction, yeah, we've lost a lot of GTPs throughout the season. But we get Acuras outnumbered all the other, like, even with Ferrari, like, yeah, Ferrari, Cadillac.
2 of them, yeah.
We didn't have any BMWs this season.
We've had one. We did have one BMW. Give me a second and I'll get their name, because I know they rocked up for the last 2 races. Come on, standings page, load for me. They didn't do very well. I know that much. I believe it might. It was Unlucky Luke Racing. They rocked up to 2 races with a BMW, a BMW M. Hang on, a BMW M hybrid V8. There you go. Even got the emphasis in the right spot.
But like the Acura's outnumbered all the other GTPs.
Yeah.
Combined. I advocated for it last season, and it sucks that it fell on deaf ears. If they had such an issue with so many Acuras, and you're going to have the same issue next season, just limit how many can be filled. I have a feeling you're not going to have that issue again next season. But like, if that is such a concern, just limit how many per car can be filled. Realize, like, you got the minimum requirements in WEC. You can put a cap and say this many is allowed, and just let it go. It would make more sense than forcing drivers and teams to build around to try to do something with a tire that's not meant to do it.
I get your point, but
like, because we're affecting the racing worse.
Yeah, but this is something we've talked about a couple of times throughout the season. Like, why not limit the number of choices per manufacturer?
Correct, because your idea is just let them race what they want to race, and my objective is that that's not the idea. That's not the idea of the promoters. It's promoters versus drivers, and promoters have the ability to sort of determine.
Yeah, but there is a why, and I think sim racing gives us this unique ability to do what we want in terms of racing. We do have another pit stop cycle kicking off, by the way, but it gives us that element of freedom, that element of choice that's quite nice compared to real life. It's relatively cheap to go racing in sim, and I strongly believe that we should be able to have that choice to race whatever we want, whenever we want, like with license classes and whatever. But if you limit the amount of cars per manufacturer in this championship, we've already seen how dramatically the number of prototypes has dropped off over the course of the entire season. We're down to 8 cars. If you limit the amount of cars per manufacturer, that's not something any of the drivers in the championship want. It's not something a lot of drivers outside of the championship want. So you're going to get a lot of teams won't return to PEC if that happens, because they won't be able to drive the car that they want. And a lot of teams that might be interested would look at it and go, oh, we're going to get forced to drive a car that we don't want to drive. Yeah, no, screw that. We're not even going to bother. It's, as much as it's annoying that it's a little bit Acura Cup week in, week out, I'm much happier seeing the teams get the most out of the car they want to drive, because we have seen some fantastic battles all season long. And do I think we'd have seen those if you'd have forced Reiter into a Cadillac, if you'd have forced Fury SimSport into a Porsche? No, I really don't. Just let everyone pick what they want to drive. Let them get the maximum out of it they want. And if they're picking it because it's the fastest car, fine. I just want to see them fight on track. The variety, as much as it hurts me a little bit, it's not going to make the racing more interesting if there's a bigger variety of cars out there on track.
I see it as both a driver and a promoter, because I have to sort of look at that way. Yeah, like as a promoter, like yeah, it's so hard to promote a series that is dominated by one car. Like it's yay F1, but I understand as a driver, because like driving the Acura is not the same as driving the Cadillac. We actually talked about that with the tracks, like. The Cadillac being a naturally aspirated car, you take it to a high elevation track, it sucks.
Yeah.
That's why.
And there's not much you can do about that unless you have track specific BOP, which isn't something iRacing are interested in doing.
And it doesn't seem like his PEC going one step further didn't want to change any of that at all. Because that was a conversation that was had. It was like, okay, well, if we're not happy with the car, let's do our custom BOP. And have something in-house, and that was shot down pretty quickly.
It wasn't even that. None of the drivers were interested in taking part in the testing for it.
Yeah. So, and I have a reason why this is being brought up here, obviously on in pit lane right now, is that it looks like it's going to happen again next season, because it's a safeguard to sort of penalize the cars that are overpowered. I think it's a lazy way of doing it. No one else wants to do what's actually is.
I think the strange thing is the Acura isn't overpowered it isn't the car in officials at the moment. It's the Cadillac. Like, the Cadillac is the car to be in race week to race week. Even the BMW's had a couple of racetracks in its favor this IMSA season. But I think the thing is, and why the Acura looks so good here is because all the teams that are good, like really good, the likes of Reiter, XPD, Fury, Old Firm, DLR. Yeah, okay, DLR actually spread theirs out, bad example. But they all chose the car that was fast at the start of the season that they knew could get them the results. So they know that car inside and out. And then the not as good teams, the teams that might approach it with a bit more of a fun angle of, let's have fun with it a little bit. The likes of MRRS, the likes of TMR, the likes of Connection Lost Racing, we just went, let's pick a car that we like and go and drive it. And because they don't have that same, I mean, we all have a competitive mindset. We all want to be the fastest out there on track, but some people just don't want to completely commit to that, commit to the try hard. And like, again, me, Neil, and Alex are currently in the hunt for the GT Championship this year, and we are so reluctant about doing any sort of BOP tourism that we want to win the championship, but we don't want to try hard to do it. But we know the only way we're going to have to do it is by try harding, and it's annoying. And for some people, that annoying factor is enough for them to go, nah, let's just drive a car that we like. But you tend to find that attitude in the guys that don't take it as seriously, that aren't as quick. And again, with all the fast teams gravitating towards the Acura, it means even with the BOP changes from last season that make the Cadillac fastest, and the drivers at CLR just, they're not the same. Like, the drivers at CLR are tremendously quick. Like, I've raced them many times out there on circuit, and there are times when they've beaten me because they're fast drivers, but they're not Alberto Garcia Blasco, they're not Wesley Caspers, they're not Max DeLayden, and they're not Jan Kurbs. Like, they're not going to be able to go as fast as those guys would be able to go in the Cadillac, and aren't able to go as fast as they're able to go in the Acura. So we put the fast drivers in the fast cars, but when the fast car became a slightly slower car, we still saw the fast drivers being fast because the fast drivers are fast.
Yeah.
But I think we'll see a complete change in that next season, because these same fast drivers and fast teams will figure out exactly which car is quick, and they will all gravitate towards it. There's no way to fix it, because the way iRacing's BOP works is that it inherently means one car will be better than the rest, because the tracks that we go to aren't going to be completely balanced based on the BOP. You are sometimes going to find that a car is half a second a lap quicker, like at Watkins Glen, where the Cadillac was half a second clear of the rest of the field. That's just how it works. And forcing people into different cars and doing a little manufacturer limit, tire limit, whatever, doesn't change that. It doesn't make the racing more interesting. Put the fast drivers in the fast cars, let them go at it. That's how you have fun.
Yeah, I get it. Like, as a driver, I get it. As a promoter, I don't blame them for trying to find a solution. I do blame them for not trying to use the right solution, which is just saddle up, put together some sort of BOP that is unique to your calendar, because you know what your 5 race calendar is going to be. Like, it's voted on every offseason. Put together your team and run it. Like, you don't need a 20-person team. You really don't. But no one wants to do it. No one wants to do the right thing, so everyone's going to sit and they're going to type messages on Discord and make themselves focus. And we'll have the same conversation next year.
Chrysler Engineering picking up a second warning for a dive bomb with contact with the 246 of Squadron Veloce Alpha by the 77 has been given a drive-through penalty for a second warning for that sort of incident. So Aidan Wilkinson will have to take a trip down pit lane and lose a good chunk of time. He has come down it now, he's doing it now. But it'll lose him a good chunk of time relative to Old Firm Racing. The 77 crew just not having a great race at all, finding themselves way behind the car that was out of the running really early on.
For
certainly is.
As I think it's mentioned before, this is his first race, I believe. So he's not having the best of times.
It was the best of times. It was the best of times.
Pit stops sort of mingling back and forth. Pit stops are so spread out, sporadic now. You're always going to have someone at pit lane, it feels like, at this point. Jeko Mikola behind the wheel, once again, of RPM Racing DC. I've looked at that so bad, I'm sorry to all of them. But Mikola behind the wheel of that Corvette once again. It is Ismael Jimenez behind the wheel of the Faster Motorsport GT3. So these two very familiar with each other, and Jimenez has a lot of work to do. 18 19 seconds to try to make up there on the Corvette here. As we approach 4 hours left to go here, about 4 hours and 11 minutes. left in 12 hours of Daytona. To put it in perspective, how much damage has been done to that Fast Career Motorsport GT3, it is now closer to the native Delta Mercedes than the Corvette.
Yeah, only by a couple of seconds or so, but with Jimenez back in their car, we should see a good turn of pace from the Fast Repair Motorsport Mustang. So keep an eye on both of those gaps and see how they chop and change in the next 50 minutes or so, because Mikola, we know, is quick, but not as quick as Tom Chiato.
The understanding I have here for this, kind of stepping in, the understanding I have of this is that Abel, the driver that opened up the car for the Fast Repair Motorsport car, I believe is done for the day. Is the information that I have on hand. I would be surprised to see him come back in this race. So their ace in the hole, I think, is out for the remainder of this race. So they've got to go without Abel Salon. I'd be surprised if he does come back in. If he does come back in, it's going to be very late in this race. But I do not think he'll be able to help them make up the ground, at least the majority of the ground that they need to make up now over these next 4 hours. Which is why they put Mikola back in that car. But it's believed that Perez will be back in the car at some point as well. So we shall see how that plays out.
Orca Performance Racing Blue have found their way back to the front of the field, a few laps away from their next pit stop, but Carbono Esports a minute and 4 seconds behind them, which actually looks like it's within the margin for Max Fischer to come out in front. We've seen a minute and 4 second gap before between RPM Racing and Fast Repair Motorsport after Fast Repair did their pit stop, and it was enough for Jaakko Mikola to come out 1.7 seconds clear of his rival on track. So 2 more laps for Fischer and Orca Performance Blue. I think we are going to see them come out in front of Oscar Gonzalez, but Gonzalez, we know, is really, really quick. He's starting to chip that gap down a little bit as it just drops under a minute and 4 seconds. So Fischer needs to take advantage of how light his car is right now, getting some banger lap times, use the Acura in front of him to gain some free top end speed and some free lap time, and try and get that gap back out to 1 minute and 4 seconds, because it is just dropping like a stone as it's now just flicked under a minute and 3 seconds.
Let's try and get things together here. Trying to avoid losing the lead of the race here that they've been comfortably having at this point. But we'll see what they can do in the dying moments of this stint. Maximilian Fischer. Well off sequence by about almost 25 laps. I believe 23 laps. Here he comes.
Wow.
Sorry, not Fischer. I was looking at the wrong driver. I was looking at the replay. There he is. There he is. I did see the right message. Woo!
Yeah, down pit lane he comes then. We'll see if he's managed to go fast enough to come out in front of Carbono Esports. The gap just sat under 60 seconds and slowly starting to tick its way down. Up on the jacks goes Max Fischer. It was a driver swap for Carbono last time. Will Orca Performance Blue choose to keep Maximilian Fischer on board for a third stint? It certainly looks like it, because there is absolutely no movement down at that pit box, by which I mean the car hasn't popped out of existence and a new name appeared as in that car. Off the jacks he comes. That gap timer still ticking down at 34 seconds. He's going to be on pit lane for just about another 30 seconds, but should get rolling in the next 10 or so. Still keeping an eye on that gap, ticking under 25. And there is Oscar Gonzalez for Carbono Esports, making his way through Speedway 3 and 4 as Maximilian Fischer now rolling on pit lane up to that 86 km/h pit lane speed limit. He's got a long way to go before he actually rejoins the circuit, as Gonzalez, with the help of Slipstream, coming through the trioval, through the Geico restart zone and across the start finish line. 7.4 seconds is the gap as it stands, and it's a terrible chase down lap for Oscar Gonzalez, as I think that was a slightly short, no, it wasn't even a shorter time on pit lane. That was just a huge run of laps for Maximilian Fischer to give himself that buffer to come out in the lead of GT3 AM by 6.7 seconds. Bravo, sir.
Absolutely outstanding. We kind of figured Fischer would be able to do that. He's the fastest driver in that car. And he's gotten him back out in front. So Fischer out ahead of Gonzalez by 6.7 seconds. Gianluca Minari in the IS Corsa red car, also down pit lane now. That is 4th place in GT3 AM. As is Julian Harmons in the Old Firm Racing by Helvet 797. So they're in pit lane now. Sporting station, but shaping up for some interesting potential changes here as we enter the final third of the 12 hours of Daytona. It is still Ryder Engineering. Wesley Casper is behind the wheel of the leading 76 Acura over Alberto Garcia Blasco and William Foyle for Fury Simsport. 3rd place so far, trying to secure a first podium for Fury Simsport here in Daytona. RPM Racing leads GT3 Pro, trying to secure the Pro title. Their main competition, Negative Delta by SimGear. 3rd place in GT3 Pro, that Mercedes, driven by Christian Novev. And Ismail Jimenez behind the wheel of the Fast Prepared Motorsport GT3. The Ford Mustang sitting 2nd in the Pro class. All 3 of them about equal distance from each other right now on the racetrack, with 4 hours and 5 minutes left to go in this race. Max Fischer, we saw that battle, we saw that pit lane change. Fischer now out ahead on the racetrack of Gonzalez. Off sequence, not a problem. Fischer ahead of Gonzalez for the Orca Racing Team blue car in GT3 AM. And 3rd place right now in GT3 AM is the Eagle Speed Academy Esports AM car, Lorenz de Villiger, or Vlieger, excuse me. Completely butchered that. In 3rd right now, the 285, the Acura right now sitting 3rd place. So,
sorry, I just turned and looked at the cat, and she bolted across the room. The unique thing about having a virtual broadcast booth is that me and Carmen are both sat at home, and I just have a little tabby cat. She's 5 years old. Her birthday was last month. No, she's 6. God, she's 6, and I turned around in my chair. It must have made a creaking noise that she didn't like. But she decided to just bolt across the living room, and now she's sat playing with what I think is a cream egg wrapper.
Sounds like my husky Artemis. Go just run around. She's got the energy of nothing else on the planet. Taylor has decided to go and grab the cat. Well, for a moment, cat bolted out. Cat went away and running around. Cat's off to the races too, everyone. Taylor's taking off her headset, so and just me now. Good old me in the broadcast booth for another couple minutes. We do have another break coming up here at the top of the 8-hour mark coming up here. It's about a 10-minute break coming up. So we're glad for everyone that's tuned in so far to be with us. I do believe at the beginning of the 9th hour, once we get through this next hour, I believe Olivia Hayward will be coming back for the final 3 hours of the broadcast here in Daytona, I do believe.
Yes, we are getting that back.
Took some time to race F4s at Holton Park.
Against Diana Perez,
yes.
I might add. Wait, come on, you.
It gives me a chance to work on getting my AC fixed, since it is pretty hot on this side of the Atlantic. Taylor enjoying watching her cat?
I'm trying to get her to jump on my lap. She won't do it voluntarily.
I was going to say, like,
Unless I've got-
cats don't do stuff on command. They never do.
I've got a little treat for her. Come on. It's not working. Oh, there we go.
There you
Hold
go.
on. There you are, Carmen.
Nice little striped cat. The things we are. This is a first. I've never had this happen on ABM broadcast before, and I've been doing this for ages.
I mean, you've got a screen capture. You can put the cat up on the broadcast if you want. I'll even move the.
I don't have it set up right now, and I'm not sure how much I want to go. Depending on how bad this next hour gets, maybe.
It might be a bit late by then.
It might be, but like it was bad earlier when you and Olivia were talking about the quarter numbers at Daytona. It was bad earlier. Let me tell you.
That's good 12-hour podcast content. Content.
I'm gonna start a Twitch channel called Radio ABN, and it's just the radio. It's just radio feed.
It's literally just the bits where on broadcast we decide to go off on random tangents, and it's just all the clips from all of those put together in a random string. And there goes the cat. She is not interested in being sat on my lap anymore. I'm gonna give that little wrapper a flick, and she's just gonna start chasing that around again.
And here's the thing, I get it, right? Because like I got started in radio. That's how I got started doing broadcasting to begin with, is radio. It's like I get it. I 100% I get it, but I'm just like, Lord help me. We're in the first 2 hours of this race. Somebody bail me out. That's where we were at in the first 2 hours. So,
actually, speaking of hours, we have just ticked past.
Yes, we are.
The 8-hour mark, so we'll take our traditional hourly. Goodness knows how
about
long.
10-minute break. Typically.
Yeah, we'll see you back here shortly. I'm going to go get a bit of coffee and top up my water because it is very much that time of night. We'll see you in a minute.
Absolutely.
Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship season finale at Daytona. 12 hours of racing. It was in front of us 8 or so hours ago, but Hendrik Ibsen for Writer Engineering has taken another fall down, and I think, is that turn 7? Ooh, dives under the yellow line and then goes for a spin after trying to rejoin the circuit, trying to slot down the inside of Carbono Esports on the way back onto the oval at turn 7, but Carbono just didn't quite see him, and Ibsen having to take to the apron, and on trying to rejoin just broke any of the downforce on the underside of that car, and with the bump and the aggressiveness of the transition between apron and banking just sends that car into a spin, and fortunately he didn't collect the Carbono Esports card, but that was very, very close, Carmen.
Yeah, I would be surprised. I would not be surprised if action's taken on that. Carbono Esports really closed the door on Ibsen and gave him nowhere to go. It was very clear that Carbono, as you mentioned, didn't have any idea where Ibsen was on the racetrack at that point. But definitely came down the racetrack and did not leave any room for Ibsen to try to hold on to that inside lane. Ibsen, very, very wise of Ibsen there. Obviously, we know how good Ibsen is, trying to avoid contact with that GT3 car, that Carbono Esports car, second in GT3 AM. So in that fight, but Gonzalez just misjudging where the 77 was there, and it could have been a lot worse. It usually, when that happens, usually is a lot worse.
It's from what I'm reading of it, I'm just going back and looking at the incident so I can actually have a properly formed opinion on it. I don't really think there's a point at which Ibsen is close enough to dictate the line through turn 8 there, and it's pretty clear to me that Oscar Gonzalez is closing that line and coming down to the inside, and I think at which point Ibsen probably should have gone like, you know what, you're going to keep going down, I'm just going to commit to the high side on that one, or maybe even lift out. I think it wasn't a great choice from the Writer Engineering driver to try and commit to the left-hand side there, because at no point does it look like that McLaren is going to give up on coming down to the inside of the track. And just a moment of miscommunication between two drivers. I don't think it's too big a deal, to be honest, but there's definitely a lot both cars could have done to mitigate that incident even happening. But fortunate for Hendrik Ibsen that he didn't end up collecting Oscar Gonzalez. The only thing I'm not sure about is why he tried to rejoin the banking, which is really what did all the damage. I think surely when you're already forced down that low, you might as well just take the slowdown now.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of answers your question. He's trying to avoid the slowdown that he's going to get and give himself a bigger one. Here's your leader in GT3 Pro, RPM Racing car, Corvette, hitting him at 19.7 seconds. It is the fastest of the top 3 in GT3 Pro at the moment, but not by a whole lot. Christian Novev trying to close in on the second place car, that Ford Mustang driven by Ismael Jimenez. But it is slow progress, as you can imagine. Everyone going very similar speeds here at Daytona within a tenth of separation. So we're working hard to just gain a little bit of mileage over the course of these 12 hours, with less than 4 hours to go. 3 hours in 42 minutes, to be precise.
Well, for being precise, it's 3 hours, 41 minutes and 30 seconds exactly. We've ticked off 300 laps now, by the way. Well ticked off 300 laps, which is still following Ibsen after that incident on my end as he completed lap 300. But his teammate Wesley Caspers has just come across the start-finish line even, to finish lap 308, which, as ATVO predicts, is about 143 laps from the end of the race. But of course, that one doesn't quite take into account all the pit stops, and it'll be my overlays that'll give me a much more accurate prediction on that one. But of course, we won't know what that final number is going to be until we get into that last stint, because there's still lots of pit stops to go.
Lots and lots and lots of pit stops to go. At least, at the bare minimum, 3. sort of on an island, and that's how they prefer it being at this point. They prefer being out in this little island. They're just hoping that the Fast Four Motorsport car doesn't have anything bad happen to them, because if the 181 gains a spot, they're champions. So RPM Racing really hoping, fingers crossed, that the Ford Mustang that they've been battling with most of the race is able to stay behind and stay in second place and be that buffer they need for the championship.
Sorry, Carmen. I feel the need to inform you. You know how we all sort of hate Penske at the moment?
I mean, hate's a strong word, I think.
Strongly dislike. And we were talking about this in the break, actually, about the IMSA race that's going on in Detroit, how BMW were perfect in every qualifying session until... Well, this is sports car related, actually. This is relevant. BMW were perfect in every qualifying session until today, until yesterday, even. And Porsche have been perfect in every race, but there's still a big question mark hanging over this one. However, the number 10, not the 10 even. No, God, yeah, the 10 was actually leading. The 10 has pitted for the last time, and Porsche have actually cycled out to the lead of the race with no pit stops left to go.
Good for them.
Yeah, I can't even be mad. Like, I like Porsche as a sports car manufacturer. I really like Porsche. I just don't like the fact they're working with Penske. But I'm so here for this pure Porsche domination in.
It's very
IMSA.
Brooksy-esque.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. There's something about it. There's an aura about it that I quite like. Like, we came into this race
a lot. It reminds me of the 962, actually. I think it's the 962.
Yeah, but we came into it with a shift in bop where they're like, you know what, the Porsche's too quick. We're going to give it a bigger bop. And Penske have looked at it and gone, okay, all right, sick. We're still going to win the race, though. And are now 3.5 seconds clear of Ricky Taylor. So, well done, Nazar and co. Great job.
Yeah, and I will say, Penske's got a pretty killer driver lineup, too. But yeah, like it's very funny that like we're getting this, we have this golden age, this new golden age of prototype racing, and Porsche's like, hey, it's our time now. Only they're trying to do what they couldn't do back in that year where they won all but one race.
Mm-hmm. Nobody's perfect.
I like how much that's come back to life. That poster frame has come back to life.
Mm-hmm. Of course, in this respect, it's not finishing positions 1 through 10. It's just races that they seem to be ticking off. Also, there appears to be a sewer grate that's smoking down at turn 4, 3.
Yeah, it's been smoking because someone took pictures of the IndyCar practice and all the cars going over it, and it's cool. Is it supposed to smoke?
Yes. Is that a normal thing in America?
Yes, it is.
Right, because in the UK, our sewer grates don't smoke.
So it's so in the United States, I can't believe we're at this part of the broadcast. We're about to explain
It's an aircon thing. It's an aircon thing, isn't it?
So kind of, it's a pressure valve, is what it is. Because of in not every city. So I'll specify. Not every city has these. Like for example, my small little town doesn't have them. They don't exist in my small town. It's a lot of your larger metro areas that have an older and unupdated underground like water line or sewer line and all that stuff. They have these older pressure valves, and they create steam for one reason or another.
Okay.
So for like Detroit, right? It's not super hot in Detroit right now. It's not right now. It's not. But if there's a lot of like pressure in the actual like the sewer line itself, there's a pressure valve that filters all that stuff out, and it produces steam as a result.
So does that mean that steam really smells?
No.
Oh.
No, it doesn't. Again, there's a filtration system. There's an air filtration system that's producing that steam. So it is a filtration system that's working it up.
Okay, that makes sense. That's cool. I like that.
It's like a 3 or 4 stage filtration system. Oftentimes when you think about the smoking, like the vent covers, you often think about New York, like Manhattan.
Yeah.
Usually early in the morning. And that's something similar, only with Detroit, with the temperatures being so wonky right now. The temperature inside the actual like line is hotter than it is above ground.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hence the steam. But it's literally just it's literally just steam. There's no odor to it at all.
I like it. It looks really cool. It's kind of something I wish we had. Like, could you imagine if you were walking through London and there's just I know someone who absolutely loved that just for the vibes.
Like a lot of times, like especially I hate saying this, but if you watch like the Batman movies, like in Gotham, where like they have like the smoke and all that stuff, that's where it all comes from. Is like the covers and all that stuff.
Also, tangentially related, I've got IMSA on a side monitor. I'm just keeping a half eye on it as we watch this race, the actual race develop in front of us. But I was just having a peek at the IMSA broadcast as Carmen was explaining that, and I saw one of the Lexuses off the road in a runoff, and my brain almost went, and that's the Lexus off down at turn 1.
Lovely.
So no, Taylor, that's the wrong race.
So El Toro in the YouTube chat. First comments in the YouTube chat, and we've been live for over a couple hours on YouTube, I think. 2 hours and 18 minutes. The first comments on the YouTube chat, El Toro getting me a correction on the mathematics here. So if the 110 stays in front of the field, it doesn't matter where the 181 finishes. The 110 is champion.
Yeah. Yes. We know this. Yeah.
You didn't tell me that when I was going through that field earlier.
I've been telling you all race long. The 110 is in championship position. Like the points difference between negative delta and RPM is 10 points, and with it's 7 points, and with a 9-point scoring distance. I said this in detail as well. I said with a 9-point scoring distance between first and second, all the 110 has to do is win, and that's it. It's championship over, because both of the cars will jump Valkyrie at Slight Green and find themselves out of the race.
Well, I don't listen to LMP1 drivers, so that's my.
I'm not an LMP1 driver. I'm a prototype driver.
El Toro's laughing because I missed it. And I don't listen to the hypercar drivers anyway.
I'm an IndyCar driver, Carmen. At least I will be next season.
I really don't listen to IndyCar drivers. I should know. I've run a Champ Car series for 7 seasons. You think I listen to my own people? I learn from the best.
Right, you know what? I don't feel like, but I don't think there's a correct answer to this, so I'm going to choose to keep my mouth shut.
Oh.
Because you forget, I've entered it as a driver and as a team owner in Champ Car.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. And you still are a team owner in Champ Car too, because you have Moperi.
Oh, yeah, you know what? I completely forgot. I've got 2 drivers in the championship now. Christ.
1, because Zach Mitchell's not really raced.
Yeah, fair. And Lilac rocked up for 1 race, won it, and left.
Actually,
which I love that.
She actually races. She actually did more because she won.
All right.
I think she won Sonoma.
She won Sonoma, yeah.
And then she finished second at Texas to Christina. Christina won Texas, and she finished second. So Lilac's technically earned prize money this season.
Good. That's really funny. I rate that.
But yeah.
So at least you can say that your defending champions do come back, because Lilac had to come back and win a race.
They come back anyway. I mean, there's actually, we had a race with 4 former, actually almost all 5 of the 6. The only one that's not come back is no. So Indianapolis, we didn't have Lilac or Emily, but we had Chrissy, Emma, and me. We had Emily, Chrissy, and me at New Hampshire. Yeah, I guess we've only had 3 in any one race, but 5 of the 6 have all raced this season. The only one that's not is Miranda, which is cool.
It's actually really interesting.
No, my big thing is just having like a consistent field. So we kind of simplified things this season in Champ Car, which is nice. So we have a consistent field. We have some new faces again, but they're all doing pretty well. It's been chill. It's been chill. A lot of the drama is not there anymore, which is great.
Yeah, I haven't heard much. The thing is, I haven't heard much from Mo this season in terms of the championship, so I can only assume that it's going neutrally. I've heard everything. All I've heard is Olivia, Olivia's side of everything, which has been interesting to listen to. But of course, we don't talk about that on broadcast. Wesley Caspers makes his way down pit lane from the lead of the race. When he came down pit lane, he was in the lead by well over 30 seconds. I'm trying to figure out if he's been in the car for a couple of stints at this point. We will figure that out relatively quickly as he goes up on the jacks, jumps out of that car. Nicholas Gesner, series organizer, jumps on board the number 76 for what should be the final time for him. That car will exit pit lane, not in the lead of the race, as the XPD Racing should jump them and lead a good number of laps here, actually, because they've managed to offset themselves from Writer Engineering in the early stints. You can see in the front of shot there, that's Alberto Garcia Blasco making his way through. Nice camera switch. And he will be very clear of Nicholas Gesner, who's now got to deal with all that tyre warm-up. And I will say, one thing I've noticed with the setup shops as the setups have developed over the last 3 months or so is they have gotten a lot easier to drive on those cold tires. They tend towards understeer now rather than oversteer, which is what I've been noticing quite a lot with a lot of the cars as they've rejoined the circuit. So I'm just keeping an eye on Gesner right now, and again, it just looks like the car doesn't want to turn, which is it's nicer when you're on cold tires and it just oversteers, because understeers even, because the oversteer on cold is just so difficult to deal with because you can't predict it. It's so unpredictable on colds.
Yeah, it's very sudden when it happens. And that's the way it is all the time. Doesn't matter what the car is. I will say, one of the side effects of the tire model that we have right now on these cars, when they get to the Cup cars, it's going to be amazing.
Well, you've only got a couple of weeks to wait.
I can't wait, because I have to sit through HCL Cup Series playoffs, and I'm just like, give me tire wear.
Do you know what's really annoying? As much as I'm really looking forward to the event, I am away on build week. I'm on holiday. I'm in France for Le Mans. It's the third year I've gone, actually. I'm actually quite happy about that fact. But yeah, for the second time in 2 years, I live in Europe, Carmen. I live there. It makes it a lot easier to get to France. I just hop on a boat and that's that. But yeah, it means for the second time in 2 years, no, the third time in 4 years, I'm actually going to miss build week for season 3, and I'm really sad about it because there's a lot of stuff I'm really looking forward to.
There's a lot of really good stuff coming out here soon. To kind of circle back here, just kind of a side note. So for most of the season, your driver in Champ Car has been top 10. He just fell out the top 10 a couple races ago because he missed. He missed New Hampshire. So I dropped him out of the top 10. But he is now only 4 points away from being back in the top 10. So,
let's go, man. That's what we like to hear.
Yeah, so he's doing pretty good at the moment. So yeah, I'd say it's a pretty, right now, at least so far, pretty positive campaign for Mo. And as I mentioned earlier, Gateway coming up on Wednesday. Because Gateway was one of the tracks getting completely refaced, face modeled, or remodeled. Jesus. Let me try that again.
Restart the sentence.
Yeah, let me restart.
Again.
Gateways. So on top of the IndyCar getting its big updates in the Season 3 build coming up here.
Yeah, the CCW3 is the default wheel model. Really excited for that.
I will turn my wheel off on iRacing graphics just so I don't see it.
I also do that.
Well,
because
I like seeing the information on the wheel.
I've got my camera set up so that my steering wheel in real life is in about the right spot for where it would be. I try to go for the little blend thing on all the cars. It's actually I'll tell you what. We'll get back to what you're saying because I'm looking forward to hearing what you want to say about it. But the one class of car where the camera is set up absolutely perfectly and where my immersion is just like dead on. I run a triple monitor setup for those who don't know. Is the GT3s, because the dashboard is like exactly where, like it feels like it's exactly as far away as I would expect it to be in real life. And I feel like I'm going to have that same thing with the prototypes once I eventually get a wheel with a dashboard in it, where it's just going to help bring all the immersion together. But the GT3s, it's absolutely dead on. And every time I jump in the car, in that classic car, it's just like, yep, I'm there, I'm in the car. It's happening. It's awesome. It's so cool.
No, with me, like, so I use one monitor because all the same setup I use for broadcasting I use for racing. So I have one monitor that's normally just my racing monitor. I need to get back into VR. That's what I need to do. But that's been a pain to set up. But no, on top of the IndyCar getting all of its changes, and remind me if I heard correctly, we're getting rain tires with the IndyCar?
Yeah, we're getting all the brand new time models, so we are getting rain tires.
Okay, what's the next road course race on the Champ Car calendar, real quick?
I don't know. That's up to you to figure out. Let's go championship.
It is Mid Ohio. So yeah, I'm really excited for the rain weather. Really excited for the just the updates in general because IndyCar's needed it for a couple of years. But also Gateway, Worldwide Technology Raceway, one of several there were several ovals last season. Darlington, Homestead, Iowa got part of its facelift last season. Dover, some tracks got facelifted for the oval side of things. Getting ready for the new NASCAR video game coming out because they're going to share utilities. And Gateway and Iowa are two tracks getting facelifts and remodels in iRacing for this season. That was a bit of a concern because Gateway was initially scheduled on build day. Because I didn't remember when build day was.
Check the dates.
I didn't remember where it was, to be completely honest with you. I just don't pay attention. It's just sort of, hey, it's build day, awesome. And last year, June was an off month. We didn't have anything going on in June because it was season A and season B. So it was never a factor. But the news came out earlier in the month, like, hey, the Gateway's getting updated. And Olivia pinged me as soon as that news came out. And she's like, hey, you know that plan B about Gateway? You might need it. And I was sent a screenshot about the notification, like, hey, Gateway's getting changed. And I was like, well, that could be a disaster, having a new track and a new feeling car together for the first time, hours after an update that no one's been on before.
It would be good chaos, but not a good idea.
Chaos. But Gateway is also the site of one of the worst races on ABM broadcast history, so I would like to not repeat that because I love Gateway.
Why do I vaguely remember it?
Because it's the HCL Cup Series race at Gateway.
There's no way I vaguely remember that for any other reason than I've heard about it.
It's the race where me and Christina were together, and we started talking about the traffic on the highway instead of the cars on the racetrack because we were under caution so much.
Life is a highway. Like, what can you say?
We literally we spent time. So there's a how much do I know about Gateway? There's a Pilot Flying J. There's a travel center on the other side of the highway across from the track that's fully modeled in the scenery. That has a Taco Bell attached to it. And we literally went over and looked at the drive-through at Taco Bell with the camera that we had. We had camera controls and all that stuff. And we did that.
Oh, because you were running the broadcast, you weren't commentating. Weren't driving even.
So Christina was controlling the broadcast. It was me and Christina on comms, and she was controlling. She's got the camera controls normally. So she was the one sort of controlling, exploring the scenery and everything. We were under caution so much, we did that without missing any part of the race because we just couldn't do anything. We lost our minds. Like, it is probably the best comedy ABM's ever produced, but as far as like actual race broadcast, probably one of the worst. And it breaks my heart because Gateway's...
The Arrowhead 500 last year was exactly the same. I remember. That was a terrible race. It was awful.
It was interesting. It's not the worst.
Bad. It was bad. There were a lot of cautions.
There were a lot of cautions because we had people that didn't know what they were doing. Like,
that's what happens when you invite the tourists, Carmen.
Well, you're gonna have that anyway. That's IndyCar Indianapolis, period. But like, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like, like I think season 5 was the one that we had. Yeah, season 5 was the one that we had that was bad. Season 6 was good. Season 4, no one was there. Season 3 was meh. Season 2 was good. Season 5 is the only bad one, and that's just part of that's the track being too cold too. Like, because everyone thought they had more grip than they did. So that didn't help. And then we overcompensated. We made the track way too hot this year.
8 hours and 40 minutes gone, by the way. It is approaching 2 p.m. in sim time. And as I predicted, we have hit our peak track temperatures of 55 degrees Celsius. So those tires are gonna be feeling extraordinarily slippy out there. Let's get that weather graphic up again.
That is cool.
And we can show you exactly what we're dealing with out on circuit. So there might be a little bit of humidity in play here as well. There it is, 42% humidity as well. So you got two factors producing a slippery track surface right now. That is your 51 degrees Celsius track temp and your 42% humidity. So it is some horrible track conditions out there at the moment. And we keep harping on about how lap times have dropped off. We are looking at 36s out there on circuit in GTP right now. So we've lost another second of pace.
Yes, and they're not gonna get fast enough to make up to get back up to the speed that they were at the beginning of this race. There's just not enough time for the track to cool down. So rough times there. This is where I'm glad I'm not on the racetrack, although I would love to be on the racetrack to race the Corvette, because that's my only vested interest in sports cars now.
Of course, GM fangirl.
100%. Like, I own a Buick. I own a Buick of all things. Yes.
I drive a Ford.
Okay, well, yes, I drive a Buick, a car reliably known as being a senior citizen car. I lowered the Buick ownership age by like 40 years.
I mean, look, don't give yourself too much crap for that, because I know someone who is around my age, only a few years older than me, who, when she moves, wants to drive a Honda Jazz.
I've seen weirder.
I'm gonna give you a side eye about that one, because you know who I'm talking about, and I'm really disappointed in her for it.
It doesn't pop on the top of my head.
That's fair. Doesn't matter then.
Yeah,
but still,
I'm sure. Like, if you mention the name, I'll be like, okay, yeah, makes sense. But like, I'm not.
She brings it up every now and again when we talk, and I still give her a side eye for it. Like,
the only person I talk to that I know talks about cars a lot is Callie, who's another GM fangirl, and then Lilac, who's Ford all the time.
Yeah, well, shockingly, I don't talk to Callie on a daily basis.
Yeah, and Lilac is obviously part of your team. We covered that.
Oh yeah, Lilac's one of my best mates. I love Lilac. She's actually one of the best people in the world. I can't lie.
I have to figure out who I can think of who's a Honda fan that isn't already in the States.
That's the thing. She isn't a Honda fan. Okay. She's a Renault fan girl. And yet, she wants to own a Honda Jazz.
Honda Jazz.
I know, because reliable, warranty, it doesn't really break, cheap to run, economical, and all that jazz. Like, I get it. I understand where she's coming from with it, but a Honda Jazz. When she already drives a Clio RS, that is quite the downgrade.
The reason why I was like Honda Jazz, it's just a Honda Fit. Okay, that's what it's called in the US.
Oh no, they're two different cars. The Jazz and the Fit are different.
Not since 2020.
Sure. Okay, fine.
The Honda Jazz. So it used to be something different, like the original Jazz that was back in the 80s was something different. But like since 2001, it's been the Fit.
Just looking back at the front of the GT3 Pro field, by the way, there are still championship implications happening out there. Chichetto has done a great job to extend that gap to Fast Repair Motorsport. That Mustang just seeming to lose a bit of pace as the tracks got hotter, and that Corvette coming alive a little bit. So maybe it's something we were talking about earlier in the race, actually, where air density can change which car becomes faster. So there's a small chance that perhaps the Mustang team running a little bit. No, because we saw the Corvette was stronger in the middle sector, so it was running a bit more downforce. But we can guess that some changes might have been made to that Corvette in the pit stop cycle. But it seems as the temperatures have come up, the Corvette has just gotten faster, and it's gotten faster on the straights, which could be due to the change in air density, just reducing the drag going over that car. But of course, we can only speculate, and perhaps we'll have some questions for Tom Schietto. We'll find out if, and just the RPM Racing crew, see if they made any sorts of changes to that car in a pit stop. But you know, we've still got a few hours to go before we'll get answers to those questions, and even then we might not get them, as they do lead the race comfortably by 26.4 seconds. And as we keep mentioning, that is within championship window. All they need to do is finish this race in this position, and in 3 hours and 15 minutes time they will cross the checkered flag as your GT3 Pro champions.
They've done a great job. I kind of figured they had made some changes, but obviously the track temps obviously doing a big job changing this track around. Some drivers that may have not, or some teams that may have not programmed for the intense heat, may be feeling it right now. Obviously, we know the Mercedes is also pretty quick in the hotter weather right now. They were not quick earlier, but they seem to be pretty well on their own and finding some time too. But they lost so much time earlier on in this race to the Corvette that they're going to need a lot of help to catch up to Schietto and the RPM Racing team if they really want to fight this one out.
I've seen some a little bit close on track. I'm trying to figure out if that is actually a battle. Yes, it is. Analyst Esports Sim Ultima, the number 174, just coming back out on track after a pit stop, and actually Marcel Beck doing exactly the same. So these two, just trying to figure out, have actually come down pit lane together. Orca Performance Racing Black versus Analyst Esports for 4th place in class. It's a battle that stayed relatively close to each other for a good long time at this point, Carmen, and it's one that does look set to continue as they're separated by only 1.1 seconds out there on track.
Yeah, right now, pretty decent chunk of change here. And Barrio Nuevo has been able to put himself back in. He was like 7/10 faster almost than back last time around. So really gaining that time. And the two McLarens getting ready to spar here. Also, news just came out. So since we're breaking some news here on the racing side of things, since Lance Stroll just came out that he was not racing in tomorrow's Spanish Grand Prix, the last one in Barcelona, IndyCar has officially announced that it is committing to an independent officiating board for 2026.
ABN Studios bringing you the race that's happening in front of you and news from the wider motorsport world.
Absolutely. ABN News Desk, which I actually have a logo for.
I'm not surprised by this. That sounds like a hyper-focus that got out of hand.
It really did. It really, really did. Yeah, that was something that came out. Looks like there was a conference about it that was reported on here. And it wasn't surprising, given everything that happened at Indianapolis with the 500.
I think the bit that confuses me is that they keep saying it's not going to be funded by Penske or Penske Entertainment. Who's going to pay for it?
So the information that came out in this most recent thing that just broke is that it will be funded by Penske Entertainment. So it's going to be funded by Penske Entertainment, but it's going to be isolated from the series and the Speedway. So it's going to be, it seems like it's going to be an independent commission, and Penske's just footing the bill. So the question is, who's going to be on this board? Which is a very fair question to ask. But, okay, so here's the full wording. The group is expected to be funded by Penske Entertainment, but would not have any connection to the owner of the series, so would not have any connection to Penske or the series or the Speedway beyond Penske providing the budget to pay the board and cover travel expenses for each of them. So it seems like it seems like Penske's providing money, and it seems like what I would like to understand is how are they determining the board? That's the biggest question I have. But it looks like that information is going to come out in July.
Yeah, so some time to wait on that one, but a couple of these drivers are running out of time to make some of these moves as we approach the final 3 hours of 12 hours of Daytona. Barry Nuevo's just trying to apply the pressure to Marcel Beck and has managed to get himself within a second and into that slipstream range of the Orca Performance Racing black car. As he's looking to make a good decision, I don't know whether he's going to try to, but we'll say we have got a lot of cars that are trying to cut out a stop, and these two are certainly one of them, as they're doing 32 and 33 lap stints as often as possible. So I'm thinking that we're going to see Barry Nuevo jump onto that strategy as well and just use Marcel Beck as a bit of a battering ram through the air to reduce the amount of effort his car has to do to push through that air, give himself a chance to save a little bit of fuel, take those higher top end speeds, lift a bit earlier into the corners. But for now, he's staying inside that 1 second window, but he's still quite far back, 8/10. Although there is actually another little fight starting to develop out on track. Locals Autosport, yeah?
Yeah, 6th and AM. This is Locals Autosport and Squadra Veloce Alpha by the Eagle Academy.
Unfortunately, there's no championship implications between these two because the Eagle Speed Academy car that is in front of Locals Autosport in the championship is 4 positions in front of them in class. So it's points they're going to score, but it's extra points they're going to pick up if they can make this overtake stick, but it's not enough to put them in contention to jump up another spot. In fact, a question I have is with DLR SimLab Green pulling themselves out of this race, what does that do to their 5th place? Let's have a look. Squadra Veloce Alpha by Eagle RS. The car in front of Locals Autosport, by the way, only 16 points behind them. And for finishing P6 in this race, they'll be scoring 21 points. So Squadra Veloce by Eagle RS are actually looking set to jump into prize money position if they finish this race. Again, they only need to score, 16 points to make it happen. So they can finish as low as 11th place. And last time I checked, there are only 10 cars in the GT3 AM class. So DLR SimLab, once again, with their protest pull out of their cars, which you have to get behind, are sacrificing money in 2 classes.
Proving a point.
It's 10 euro. It's 10 euro. For a total of 20.
Hey, I'm unemployed right now. I could use that money.
Hey, that's what ABN Studios is for, right?
Yeah, except for I'm operating on a loss.
Many such cases.
Yeah.
But there are two battles out there on track at the moment.
Yeah,
Carmen 6th of a second between Beck and Barry Nuevo, and between Villiers and Verstraeten, and neither cars behind looking to try and make any moves, just looking like they're happy to settle behind and take that slipstream, which has been pretty much the story of the race for the last 8 hours and 53 minutes. It does look set to continue for at least the next 2. The difficulty for all of these drivers and these teams is making sure that they close up the gaps that they want to get closed up for that final hour, so they can actually start thinking about making moves. But it's going to be interesting to see how the strategy shake out, because we've got Orca and I notice here that are on exactly the same pit stop strategy, but RPM Racing are actually really early in a stint compared to the rest of the field, excluding the 2 that we just talked about. Fast Repair are going to have to stop for 3 extra laps of fuel than your race GT3 Pro class leader are, and Negative Delta by SimGear are going to have to stop even earlier than that. So no effort really made on the fuel save early enough on in this race to offset where they're at now. They're starting to pull off those 30. No, they're not even. No, they're not fuel saving at all. Negative delta are full push, dropping back from the fuel saving RPM racing and keeping themselves massively offset. They might even have to take an extra stop relative to your GT3 Pro Race leader, a team that they are racing for the championship.
Yeah, right now it's swinging up pretty well, good and handy for RPM Racing as things sit. They've got the advantage on the fuel save strategy as well. They pit 7 laps later, which is insane. They pit 3 laps later than Fast Repair. And then, yeah, 4th and 5th pit on the same lap. They pit on lap 293. So they pit 4 laps. Not sure what that's all about, but got it fixed.
Well done, Carmen. Solving technical problems on the fly.
Not sure what I did to fix it, but I fixed it.
You can put that on a resume.
Oh, trust me, I have. I have. Oh, trust me. I
think everyone I speak to that has sim racing or video games as a hobby, I'm like, problem solving on the fly, fixing computer stuff.
Yes.
It's all part of it. But it's really difficult to explain to an interviewer why.
Microsoft programs like Excel, Word, and all that stuff. Check.
I actually use that on like a daily basis, you know.
Yes.
Especially Excel. I've got so many spreadsheets on my work computer. I love spreadsheets.
I operate almost purely on spreadsheets at this point.
It's color coded and everything.
Yeah, so 2 battles right now in GT3. We had that 1 change for position here, and now we've got a GTP. That's the leading GTP of Nicholas Gessner of the Rider Engineering, getting through this battle for 4th in GT3 Pro. But don't mind me, how you doing? Making his way on down the road.
And William Foyle looking to squeeze his way through this fight as well. A team that entered this race 2nd in the championship, 25 points behind Old Firm Racing. They are still praying for a little bit of poor luck to befall the number 97 as our Rider Engineering, because if that Old Firm Racing car doesn't cross the start-finish line at the end of the race, doesn't take the checkered flag, they do not score any points in this championship, and Rider Engineering would then be in the championship spots. Fury Simsport just not having done enough today to vault themselves into that sort of position, and it almost feels like we've had a little bit of a loss by having such a short GTP field, because with that incident that happened with Old Firm Racing early on, it would have dropped them so far down the order that it would have guaranteed the championship to one of those 2 cars at this point, or we would have had at least the tension of Old Firm Racing slowly working their way back up through the field as the attrition continued, and it would have been a big question mark for the entire race distance. But unfortunately, with a good chunk of the GTP field pulling out for the final race, just meant it left Old Firm in a relatively sensible spot, where from 7 laps down, after just ticking off all the laps, it does look like they're going to be the car that wins the GTP and overall championship, as Marcel Beck going for a dive down the inside of turn 1 on Francisco Barrio-Nuevo and takes that spot back and moves himself back up into 4th position. Is Francisco Barrio-Nuevo going to respond? Yes, he is. Gets a little bit of overlap before they get to the apex, but it's a small squeeze from Marcel Beck, and Barrio-Nuevo wimps out of it a little bit, slams on the brakes and starts to drop back. Barrio-Nuevo was definitely leaving in the space there, but Barrio-Nuevo just never tried to take it.
I have a feeling this battle between the 2 McLarens is going to go on a little bit longer as we approach the end of the 9th hour here on ABM. That being said, let's go ahead and take our hourly break here for about 10 minutes.
Oh, she's stealing my line.
We're both lead commentators. Like, it's just what happens. When we get back, I will be back on mute, working on fixing my air conditioner. Olivia Hayward back in the booth for the final 3 hours of this race to join alongside Taylor. It's been a wonderful 6 hours of podcasting for the 12 hours at Daytona, and
Oh, but it's set to continue. Don't you
it
worry.
is going to continue, just not with my hot takes involved, hopefully. So, everyone enjoy the sights and sounds of Daytona. We're back in about 10 minutes.
Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the season finale, 12 hours of Daytona from the Platinum Endurance Championship. Whilst you were away, a penalty was handed down to the 232 Carbono esports car that was racing in that GT3 AM lead battle for an incident with the 102 Fast Repair Motorsports car. And this is going to explain why the 102 team have suddenly found themselves 29 seconds off the lead in GT3 Pro. Olivia Hayward joins me back in the booth as well, as we were talking about before we went on that break. But Liv, take us through what happened here.
Well, I mean, it depends what your perspective is on it. If you're the 102, you think that they've turned you on purpose. For I'm not quite sure what reason, but it certainly feels in the car like they've just driven into you for no reason. I think if you're on board the 232, the honest answer is that you've just misjudged how long your nose is and thought you could slot back in when you were very much not there. The penalty given is a stop 30, which feels very much like an egregious incident that is accidental from the steward, so it seems like they agreed that that probably wasn't an intentional incident, but it certainly was very clumsy, and it is it seems like a fair call, and thankfully the 102 is still in contention, although of course a little bit further back from Tom Chichetto in the lead. And it's front wheel to rear wheel, like that was not close.
Really nowhere near being clear for the McLaren, and it takes them, not only does it take the 102, well, makes their job a lot more difficult if they want to try and win this race. It takes themselves out of contention. They've been challenging for that GT3 AM race win all race long, but it now gives Marvin Pappenhagen a 33-second lead over his nearest class competition. So sort of takes the fire and the wind out of those sails a little bit.
It is worth noting that the reason they fell so far back in that penalty serve is because they took service as well. They added it on and double dipped, and so they are good now with 2 stops until the end. Most of the GT3 Anfield and the rest of the GT3s should need 3 stops to the end, so they could play them a little bit of time back, although not enough to challenge 264. I think
we'll see how that unfolds.
Obvious.
We'll see how that unfolds at the end of the race. They've still got to race Mauro Dragoni for position, the IS Corsa red car, on the bottom step of the podium, but expect Sergio Exposito to clear that. Are they still in a Porsche? No, they're in a McLaren now, aren't they? Yeah, they are in a McLaren. That McLaren to be dispatched of relatively quickly. 5.7 is what the gap sits at for now. There's still a long way to go in this one that should close it up a little bit more, because again the pace seems to be in favor of the Carbono esports team. They've been one of the faster GT3s out there all race long, but back towards the head of the GT3 field, we are still tracking this battle between Marcel Beck and Francisco Barrionuevo, which just seems to have been a bit of a fuel save game all battle long.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like, and I promise this is not an insult, and it's not to compare it to Formula E, but it feels like it's almost like a peloton in cycling, or one of the velodrome events, where it's all about timing your breakaway. And so far, neither car seeming to want to go for it. They are perfectly aligned on strategy. They are right next to each other on the racetrack, and they just keep dipping their toes, moving forwards and then moving back again. They're sort of practicing the moves almost as if it is the end of a plate race, or maybe the Indianapolis 500. You have all of these practice attempts, but when do you go for it for real and start to really throw the defense? The answer's not with 3 hours to go, but when is that crossover?
Barrionuevo testing some things there, taking the really high line through the banks of 3 and 4, and seeing what sort of run that gives him on Marcel Beck. I think if he'd have committed to a much tighter battle-y line on Beck, he probably would have got to the start-finish line first there. I mean, he did anyway, I think, but Marcel Beck lifted out nice and early to let Barrionuevo through, and is now happy to be the car behind. So that, again, as you say, might be a case of both of those cars testing what they're going to do on the final lap of the race. They might not necessarily be racing each other but knowing what sort of run you get on that high line might be useful for racing other cars. Close through turn 6 and side by side on the exit of that corner, and force Nicholas gets it a long way round on the banking. As soon as that Acura squeezed its way through, Barry Nuevo leaves the space on the inside and moves further up the banking, slots back into the slipstream. I'm expecting a bit of a lift and coast down into the bus stop this time as they're trying to stick to their 32 or 33 lap stints. It does require some work to get there, especially from both cars, and to make that 33 lap stint, but we've seen a bit of a switch between those stint distances on the previous 2 stints for both of these cars, so we'll see how both of them can hold on to that stint length in the final few hours, especially when they're battling as hard as they are.
Yeah, well, the crucial thing is you can start to quite easily map out your path to the end of the race, and it's 3 stops very handily without too much drama. You definitely can't do a fuel savers. Wow, okay, what a move from Nuevo there. That was incredibly brave, and credit to Marcel Beck for not being too aggressive on the defense. Nearly gets it back into the international horseshoe. I feel like these two, honestly, end of the season, there's not really all that much at play. I think there might be a little bit of an aspect of just enjoying the battle that they have right now, because this is fantastic. And when we get into those pit cycles, with the temperature being so high, I mean, I need to get my sunglasses out compared to when I left and the track temp was well down at ambient. It's now up at 48 Celsius. It was above 50 a little bit ago. Now is the time, if you want to split the remainder of the race, short fill the stops a little bit, run shorter on those remaining sets of tyres if you saved them early, and it means you can just push that little bit harder to the end.
Yeah, I know CC Sports not really in it for any sort of prize money in this one, down in 14th in the championship, but Marcel Beck and Orca Performance Black are, I think, looking to make their way up into the top 5, so they actually need that spot, I think, for 4th place to score at 25 points. DDK Racing down in 7th, scoring, where are you? 20 points. So a scoring gap of 5, which doesn't actually look like it's enough to jump the DDK.
They're down by 4.
It is. Ooh. So, okay, Marcel Beck, you've got a job to do, as does the rest of your team, because you need that 4th place spot. As long as DDK don't make up any more positions, they need to pray that the rest of the GT3 field keeps it nice and clean towards the end, to the point when DDK don't gain any more spots, but they need that 4th place. I wonder if they know about that, Liv.
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure, as is often the case in these endurance broadcasts, someone on the team does have the live feed up, and so they are very quickly going to find out what the situation is. But as a reminder, we were talking about the €10 prize for 5th place in class in the championship. It's not all that spectacular. 4th place up to €25. That can start to mean something. And 3rd place 50, 4th place 85, and then €130 per class for the championship win. That is the scale as it goes up, so every position becomes more and more impactful, and to climb up through the order, that is going to mean a lot. Unfortunately, I don't think they have much of a shot at those top spots. I mean, Valkyrie Type Green, of course, unfortunately out of contention, but were out of range of those cars, so they will stay in the top 5 and likely only fall as low as 3rd place, unless Go Esports can find something special in these dying hours. But it's also a point of pride. You want to be in those positions and say, I'm a semi-professional sim racer. That's always a nice thing to say. You've actually earned money doing this thing that you enjoy so much.
It just gives a little bit of validity to it when you can take a little bit of money out of a hobby that you've probably spent a couple of £1,000s on, especially with how expensive iRacing can be. I think we've done the maths a couple of times.
I do not recommend.
And it's not something any of us like thinking of.
Especially if you use PayPal for your iRacing purchases. There's an option in the settings, and I wouldn't look at it if I were you.
Yeah, you can literally filter by where the money's gone out, and it's not the sort of thing I'd recommend if you like to think about, or to do the opposite. Don't think about how much you spent on iRacing, because it is guaranteed to be a lot of money if you're anything like us and have been at it for... how long have you been at it, Liv? Because I've been doing it for 8 years this year.
3.5 at this point on iRacing. Coming up to 5 total since I bought this wheel that I'm still using to this day. I do need to try and resolve that at some point.
Honestly, I'm thinking I'm kind of due an upgrade as well. Did you see that my wheel is kind of falling apart, literally?
I did not, actually.
Yeah, it is. There's a little piece that's come off the top right corner at the back that I think broke off during the last move. And I need to find a way to get it covered up, but for now there is just a gaping hole, and you can see the motherboard for the wheel itself.
That's not ideal.
It's not, no. I did have it covered in electrical tape at one point, but it fell off. Marcel Beck then just choosing to hold position behind Francisco Barrionuevo for now, but neither of these drivers are taking that run into turn 1 too aggressively, and it almost looks like they're trying to hand the spots over to each other every time they come down there, as Barrionuevo was so slow on the outside of the corner there, and Marcel Beck closing up big time under braking, but choosing not to go for that move at all. Negative delta by Simgear come down at pit lane for their next fuel and tyre stop. Remember, all those double stinting from the tyre limits done in GT3 and GTP, so all the cars can get fresh tyres all the way to the end of the race. It's the only Mercedes AMG GT3 in the field that makes its way down into their pit box for a set of fresh tyres and for a fresh tank of fuel. They shouldn't lose any positions, because the 2 cars that are behind them on track are the ones we are watching battle it out for 4th position. And it's got to be said, Negative Delta have had a really clean race so far. It's just the pace has seemed to drop off now that the sun's come up.
Yeah, it's that sort of thing where maybe they had a very strong sort of 1-lap pace and short run pace, but maybe the setup burnt a little bit too much off the tyres, and as the track has heated up, they've had to start managing that just to get through these stints and to get the tyre sets to the end of the race. I wouldn't be surprised if that is why they've been a little bit of the venom taken out for that one. And they do roll back out. They do, it looks like, remain in 3rd place. That is now one of those 3 remaining pit stops checked off for the 181. We expect similar from the 2 cars ahead very shortly, and then we can be certain they're all on the same cycle with 2 more trips down pit lane to go. Meanwhile, of course, they are still scrapping for 4th place. I don't think it's ever going to stop between these 2, honestly. At least not while these 2 are in the car.
No, I certainly hope not. Watching these 2 just kind of go at it lap after lap and stay as close as they are is a good bit of entertainment that is on show for us right now. But we are expecting to wait another, I want to say 7 laps or so before we see RPM Racing come down pit lane. Tom Schietto has been really consistent on those 32 lap stints, and for him it looks very much set to continue. Fast Repair Motorsport fluctuating a little bit, but they're on lap 28 of an expected 32 or 31 lap stint. We'll see what those guys manage to do on this one, as they've been a bit up and down all day in terms of what sort of strategy they wanted to be on. Abel Salan choosing to not quite take advantage of all of his pace the second time he got in that car, and doing quite a bit of fuel save on RPM Racing and just trying to equalize that car on strategy, but it just kind of never came to fruition. And then once they handed over to Diana Perez, that team just lost quite a lot of track time, and there was that question in the air as to whether it was worth Abel Salan backing off and saving fuel, or it might have been a better choice to go full push and try and extend the gap to RPM Racing.
Yeah, it's not the pretty work when you have to abandon the sort of fast lap running and just pace yourself to hit a certain strategy, but it is ultimately the more important run in an endurance race. Those fastest lap times are not really gonna mean much at the end of the day other than personal pride. What it's about is how efficiently you can complete the time set out in front of you and your overall stints as a whole, of which saving fuel is going to help out those stats quite a lot. So Fast Pair Motorsports sort of a little bit between a rock and a hard place on that strategy, but to be fair, so is most of GT3. It's really only the 264 that had any threat of saving that pit stop. I think even they have now relented from that strategy as the gap has extended behind them. We do, of course, have pit stops in GTP as well. XPD Racing have just come out of the pit lane. They are 25 seconds behind Nicholas Geschner in the right engineering car, but of course need to get those tyres up to temperature. So I expect that gap to balloon to about 30 by the time that they are back up to full performance.
It's just starting to come down a little bit. Every now and again it starts to close up, and it's never really enough that Reiter need to be worried, but it's always enough that it keeps them under a little bit of pressure to stay perfect for the rest of the race, which we know is tremendously difficult to do. But again, we've already given credit to Negative Delta for being really clean all race long. That Reiter Engineering 76 crew have been pretty flawless from the start of this race and done that for almost 9.5 hours. They haven't needed to push. They haven't needed to do anything funky on the fuel strategy. They haven't needed to do anything sort of too stressful to put themselves under any pressure. They've just pulled that gap really early on in the race and then enjoyed the buffer that they've given themselves. Remember, it was right at the start of the race where Old Firm Racing, I think XPD and Fury were all, sorry, no, it was Old Firm Racing, Fury, and DLR SimLab Red had a little bit of a 3-wide moment on the first lap down at turn 1, and that's what really separated Wesley Caspers, who was on board that Reiter Engineering car for the first stint, from the rest of the field, and left the DLR SimLab crew at the front of that train, punching a hole in the air for everyone else behind them. And again, just let Reiter run off into the distance and build the margin that they needed, and that margin they still hold on to even now.
I mean, I don't know if there was that much say in the matter, to be fair. The pace that was being put down in those early stints, they were not going for any sort of fuel save. They were committed to just running and building themselves that buffer. And you can't deny that they managed to pull it off, and it has just sat there for the remainder of the running, but it really hasn't expanded back out, and you've got to wonder if there's something left in the tank. If you can build a gap in the first 3 hours, then you can close it in the last 3 hours. It's always possible to do that. It's just a matter of how XPD Racing thinks they might be able to maneuver, use the resources they have to try and make their way forward. Of course, this is a second stint for Rafael Ruiz Munoz, and then we would expect Alberto Garcia Blasco to get back in the car. He might ride it out to the end. He might try and run that charge down, which would be a sight to behold. That gap has indeed settled at about 30 seconds as we are, I believe, 3 stops from the end for our GTP machines at this point still.
Do some rough maths on that, as we're 2.5 hours from the end of the race. Call it 45-minute stints. You're looking at, yeah, about that. 3 more stops. I think it's going to be a bit marginal on that, depending on how much time a stint is going to last for these drivers. They have just started one, so yeah, we'll keep an eye on that and see exactly where they cycle out. It's a lot bit longer than 2.5 hours, in fact. So I think the 3 stop becomes a little bit trickier in that respect. We'll just watch and see how much closer they get to that 45-minute pit stop window, but maybe a little bit of fuel save required to get there.
Yeah, and Fury, in fact, are now into pit lane, so they are going to be on a very similar strategy to the cars ahead. I think all of those after this completes will be 3 to the end. Old Firm may be on the alternate as Reiter also down in pit lane. So a lot of activity in pit lane for our GTP field. GT3, of course, sort of finishing up a cycle, really, and they have 2 stops left to go if they've made one recently. And it is still Tom Tichetto who has not relented from that race lead. Fast Pair Motorsport have made a pit stop just now. I've come out 10 seconds ahead of Negative Delta, and it is Diana Perez back in the car for the 102.
So we saw she had some difficulties adapting to the Ford Mustang after driving the FIA F4 all afternoon today against you, Liv. So we'll hand over to you for some stories about that one in a few moments. But Perez just didn't seem to have the pace against, I think it was Tom Tichetto that she was driving against in her first couple of stints in the cars, and Tichetto was just able to eke that gap out relative to the 102, and it's what put them those 15 seconds off the front of the GT3 field before they had that incident with the Carbono Esports McLaren. It now leaves them, it should be about 30 seconds off the lead by the time Tichetto comes down pit lane. And we theorized it may have had something to do with struggling to adapt between a very light, relatively high downforce, low power car to an absolute brute of a GT3. As there's a weight difference of about, I want to say 700 kilograms between those 2 cars, at least.
Yeah, I think you could probably stack 2 F4 cars on top of each other, and it'd weigh about as much as the Ford Mustang.
They tried that with a couple of Porsche Cup cars once, you know.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. I'm glad they don't do it with the F4. Thank God for the Halo. But yeah, the other thing I think is she probably hopped back into this session and was ruining the fact that it was a beautiful day here in Florida, because it was really in the rain. So there was a rain in the second race, and she was absolutely flying, came from pretty far back in the grid to win that one. But on race 1, I believe qualified on the front row, but an unfortunate incident at turn 1 at Alton Park, a very tricky corner to fight through from a standing start. That's the whole reason I had the track position to begin with. It wasn't exactly earned, except for the fact that I slowed down for the wreckage and slid my way through. And then as she worked her way back up and caught with about 2.5 laps to go, I knew that it was going to be very tricky, so I ended up going for some defense. And the one thing that would have felt familiar is that the bumpers on the car would have been pretty friendly, because there were quite a few little 0x taps as I would block the inside as she would try and go for it. It, of course, was just 0x's. The F4 car can just about manage those, and then tried to defend the final corner. She swooped around the outside, got the run towards the line, and that was that. So congratulations on the podium in race 1, and then the win in race number 2. Definitely impressed over there, and then, of course, has hopped back into maybe the most different car you can have on road racing, at least, and is now tasked with closing down what is going to be quite a large gap, as Tom Tichetto still extends for another lap here on a very different cycle to the rest of the field. Let's not forget, that is going to mean a shorter stop at the end. It could mean, if they haven't saved a set, they could take a sort of splash and dash and save the final set that way, or it could mean they can split the remainder of the race into thirds and run light fuel loads, pressure tires, and just pull a massive gap from here until the end. It's all in the hands of RPM Racing, and the stakes could not be higher, as they currently sit coming into the race 12 points off the championship lead, 5 points off Negative Delta, but they sit 2 spots ahead of their remaining championship rival and are provisionally in the position to take home that trophy.
We talked about how different these cars are from the FIA 4 cars, and I think that's a good demonstrator as to why the sports car and Formula car license class split did happen, because it requires a very different set of skills to drive both cars. They do drive completely differently, and I will admit the reason that my my Formula I rating is as high as it is because my sports car I rating was what it was, thanks to rolling around in a dead prototype class all the way towards the end of its life. Talk about inflated iRating. But there's just such a different set of skills when it comes to single seaters. You can throw that car around. They're a little bit tricky to get off corner exit because they usually don't have any form of traction control, and it's a bit of a trickier car to extract the maximum lap time out of. But saying that, it's not like it's easy to get the lap time out of a GT3, but you've got a few different factors to deal with. A much less downforce, a lot heavier weight, more inertia to try and overcome, and that's the difficulty of jumping between two cars with a separation of probably what ended up being half an hour, 45 minutes or something, is taking the muscle memory that you built up from one car and then relearning the muscle memory for another car is one of the reasons that you find a lot of people in iRacing tend to stick to one sort of car. They're either sports car drivers or they're Formula drivers, and you kind of only see the super duper high iRating from those who stick to one or the other. But that's the beauty of sim racing. We have the freedom to do that and go from a single seater into a sports car back to back and drive and race and test all of these different varieties of car that we wouldn't quite be able to do in real life. But I think another beauty of that is that we find people along the way, we meet them, we have friendly faces that we bump into, and you can go from racing side by side for position on track to 5 or so hours later talking about their racing.
Yeah, and of course it's quite funny that I'm up here going, well, maybe this is why the adaptation. I don't know why you're asking me. I have no idea how to drive these GT3 machines. The gap in my ratings is about 800, and it's the formula that's higher. And even for the sports car, it's normally cars much slower with much less downforce than a GT3. Well, maybe with the new updates, I'll have a little bit more of a knack for them. But as it stands right now, they just do not vibe with me or mesh with me in the slightest. So anyone who can wrangle these at pace and with the consistency that high-level GT3 racing requires, I just don't know what to say. I just want to congratulate them on being a much more consistent driver than I am.
Well, let me say this, Liv. Do you think Martin Hayward knows how to drive a GT3 car?
I have no clue.
Of course he doesn't. But he still gets to be a lead commentator and talk about drivers who drive them. So, you know, if he can do it, anyone can do it.
Yeah, I guess actually the commentary booth tends to bias a little bit more towards the slightly less skilled, because if you could do it, then you might be out there on the racetrack having a go for yourself. Although, yeah, I'll plan on that tomorrow, just in the GTP machines. That is going to be difficult.
Well, assuming you've got the energy for it.
I think I'll be okay for it. And I have the practice at Belle Isle, although, of course, coming back to this conversation, in a very different style of car. About the same level of power, but about, you know, another 300 kilograms lighter, and with a lot shorter of a fuel tank is going to be the strange thing. I'm not going to be used to driving a 55-minute stint around Belle Isle, as that just doesn't happen in the Dallara IO18.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. You've finally given me that sports car endurance race that you've owed me for about a year at this point. No, that's a bit dramatic. It's only 6 months, isn't it?
And we did run a race at the Nürburgring in a GT4.
We did.
Which
yeah, but you were out dog walking.
GTP.
You went out dog walking, so it didn't really feel like we were actually working together on that one. It's going to be a different vibe. It's going to be good fun. But again, that's the difference in real life versus sim racing, is the people who are talking about the racing often actually know how to do it themselves.
Yeah, and then we talked about the different varieties. It's very rare that a driver will be hopping in different machines as quickly as they are. Of course, you're thinking about the double last weekend that we saw an attempt of, and it's very difficult, clearly, to try and do that.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
But over in sports cars, it's a rarity. Sometimes you have people that will run the feeder series, the sort of pilot challenge, and then hop into the full-on Daytona 24 the next day or the next week. And then, of course, you've got people like Ben Keating, who I really don't know how they are capable of hopping between car mid-race and adjusting to that on the fly.
For me, that is the ultimate double. Never mind doing the Indy 500 and Coke 600.
Doing the Rolex 24 and the Rolex 24.
About that. Do the Rolex 24 and the Rolex 24 on the same day, in 2 different cars, in 2 different classes. That must be an absolute logistical nightmare for the 2 teams that he decides to burden with his immense, what is now unfortunately lack of talent, as Ben Keaton just seems to have really lost his shine in recent years. Actually, thinking about that, didn't we do the maths once and figure out that there was a time where Ben Keaton actually had enough super license points to get a super license?
I think we did. I think it was just barely would have had the points for it. And I've got to imagine it's a bit like trying to schedule Christmas when you're trying to meet up with all the in-laws and work out when you see this person's family and this person and these friends and those friends. It must be like that when the 2 teams are working out exactly when they get to have Ben teaching, and of course when he gets to, you know, sleep.
It's a term I've used on a couple of occasions, but I guess I'm going to say it on broadcast for the first time. Polytemerous. It's exactly the same sort of thing.
And it happens in sim racing. It happens in summer. That's where, of course, the thought has come from. But a lot of these drivers, they'll be on a certain team for the Platinum Endurance Championship. They'll have a different team commitment in other series because they're not present here and these teams are present there. And so they'll bounce back and forth between different team environments as well. And it's always interesting to see how you juggle those and how those priorities shift over the course of a year when different series pop up, different cars get updates, different special events roll around. Of course, we are in the midst of, I think, the busiest special event calendar I have ever seen on iRacing. We've had, of course, the run of the Indy 500. We've had the Coke 600. We have the Thruxton 4-hour this weekend, and then next weekend we head over to the Green Hell for our second 24 of the year. How do you balance all of those if you are a driver with multiple different interests in the sim and work out how much practice you get with it and who you run which races with?
Well, you know, you get different things out of different teams. You know how it is.
Yeah. I mean, I have about 3 or 4 at various different times.
Who's your favourite?
I'm not answering that on broadcast.
It's fine. I know who your favourite team is. It's Bum, obviously.
You maybe shouldn't use that abbreviation on broadcast.
It's Blowhigh United Motorsport, obviously. There you go.
It's definitely the one with the least pressure on it, which is always nice. It's why for a race like the Nürburgring 24, which is so stressful just in its existence, it's the sort of situation, and I think the Daytona 24 as well is definitely the place to run because it takes that pressure off. You are already going to have so much on the line just by virtue of it taking up an entire day of your life, and you have to shuffle the entire weekend around it. You want to make sure that it's as careful as possible outside of what is absolutely necessary. Whereas when you get to these smaller events, the 2-hour 40s, the full length formula races, or the special events, that's when you try and lock in a little bit more and really put it all on the line, and that's how I tend to balance it, at least.
I think they tend to be a little bit more enjoyable, those, I say shorter, but slightly more serious sprint, quote-unquote, sprint events, especially compared to a 24-hour race, because there's a lot of logistics and planning and preparation that goes into those sort of races. And as much as my brain absolutely loves figuring all that out, it's one of my favorite things in the world to do. My one issue with it as I get older is the fact that, get older, I'm 26 for goodness sake. As I get older is the fact that it does take up an entire weekend, and having a 9 to 5, Monday to Friday job, I think it was especially after the race for Cause 24. We did wing it a little bit. We didn't put as much planning into that as Barry Nueva comes down pit lane to take a pit stop. It felt nice to have that on. It wasn't Easter weekend, but it was a weekend with It was April. Yeah, no, it was the
It was
weekend of
Easter
April the 20th. But it was a bank holiday weekend. So yes, it was, because I did set up building on the Friday because it was a bank holiday weekend. But it was quite nice.
Was it a Good Friday?
No, because the house was full of people because the rents decided to have an Easter party.
I see.
Anyway, where was I? It was quite nice to have it on that exact weekend, because what it meant was I had a day either side of the weekend where it was just for me, and I could just relax and do whatever I needed to or whatever I wanted to do. But when you commit the time to a 24-hour race, you are committing an entire 24-hour period to that. Not just the 24 hours of the race. You've got the couple of hours that build up towards it that includes you getting up, getting dressed, showered, eating, whatever you need to do, getting together with the team, running through the stim plan, running through the strategy, getting on top of all that. And then you've got the race itself, and then you've got to try and manage all the other drivers in the team and get them all shuffled off to bed at the right time. I know we had a nightmare with that for the race records this year, where I practically had to force a driver to go to bed so that they were ready to
the adrenaline
do that
just
stint.
doesn't
That
let
too.
you wind down at that
But
point.
it's more the fact that when it came to that race being done, it was the middle of the afternoon on a Sunday, and I didn't really want to do anything, and I would have been then going into a work day the next day not really feeling like I'd had a weekend, because it was all taken up by this. It was a race for a good cause, and it was a fun race, but as I say, as I'm getting older, I sort of feel like I'm coming out of those weekends not having had a weekend, not having had time to switch off and relax and have some time for me, which is the same sort of thing with these races. They take up an entire 12-hour period, an entire day of doing things on the Saturday. But the one thing that we never really think about is the fact that for us in the UK, this race wraps up at 1 o'clock in the morning. There are drivers that are in Central Europe where it's 2 a.m. and there are some teams, for example, where are they? I've lost them on my list. Negative Delta by SimGear, who are Eastern Europe, where it's 3 a.m. in the morning. So it's not just your Saturday that's been eaten up. You're getting to sleep probably somewhere up to 5 hours after you would normally, and then that's going to have a knock-on effect on the Sunday as well. Like there's all these little time commitments that all add up over the course of a race weekend like this that do really start to get to you a little bit, and it's all part of the mental aspect of doing sim racing.
Yeah, and it's funny that you mentioned Native Delta, because I had their car up just to see how they were progressing, because they are closing in on that Fast Pair Motorsports car with Jenna Perez behind the wheel. And I noticed that of the 3 drivers that have been driving this car, 2 of them have very similar helmet designs. It's the tricolor of the Bulgarian flag for Vladislav Shopov and Christian Novev. But what I've noticed is they have slightly different shades of green and red on the helmet designs. So I just want to say, if you are listening at that team, get together in the call after the race and just get those hex codes lined up, because now that I've noticed it, I can't unsee it.
But do you know, I'm going to point something out to you that's going to make it even more annoying.
Yeah.
They have the tricolor on the car. Like they've painted the car with the tricolor on it, so they know what the hex codes are. They just haven't put them on their helmets.
Well, I imagine one of them knows what the hex code is, because they're the one that painted the car, and the other one maybe just thought, yeah, green, red, that'll do.
I'm trying to figure out who does know it. I'm looking at both of them, and I don't see much of a difference in the. Oh, actually, no. Novev's is a lot brighter on that green, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to ask him. We're not going to get to talk to him after the race, but we could just drop him a message and be like, "What's the crap with the colours?"
The most important analysis as we head deep into hour number 10 here. There was, by the way, there's something we should pull up. There was an incident a couple of laps ago involving the Squadre Veloce Alpha car into turn number 1, and it's currently under the eye of the stewards. And it looks like we're getting the replay pulled up here. So Squadron on the inside, Locals Autosport on the outside on the way into turn number 1, running very close together. And
that just feels like a misjudgment on the space that was being left for Stefan Le Guin on the outside of the circuit as he just carried a bit too much speed into the corner for the car that was alongside him. I don't think any malice in the incident on either car's part there, but they're checking up a lot of cars coming up behind him. I think it all really starts when they have this little door-to-door incident in the trioval. Wow, that's a camera angle. Okay. It all starts when they have a little bit of door-to-door contact in the trioval, as I can't tell. Yeah, the Gwen just creeps up the track a little bit and you get that touch of contact. And the driver of the 222, I think on board that at the moment, is Darius Rakauskas, just squeezing him a little to the inside of the circuit. But again, it's just both drivers trying to race cleanly and fairly. But like I say, Le Guin, I think just not respecting the space he's being given on the outside, misjudging the speed on entry and just understeering into the Mercedes-AMG GT3 on the outside of the corner.
Yeah, and of course the AMG sort of keeping the wheel turned in. Whether they had very good vision of the incident as it was happening is a question, but they could have chosen to not spin either car around, and it's one of those situations where you can argue that you may have been in the right on that one, but also it's not very good to have that go to the stewards room in the first place. Ultimately, there's plenty of runoff there, and it's a very low-speed incident, so nothing really of consequence happened.
To me, Liv, that does feel like a single monitor moment for the local Autosport driver.
It definitely could be. So I went on board, and you can only see the nose ahead very, very late at night. I'm running single monitor as well.
I mean, have you seen my FOV when I go on board with another car? Or with a car?
It's wild.
Because there's no point. Actually, I've just realised I've got separate graphic settings for when I'm doing this and when I'm on the rig, so I could just change the FOV and make it more sensible, but I guess that thought's never crossed my mind until right now.
Well, does that change with the graphic settings, or is that changed as part of the car cameras?
As far as I'm aware, that is graphics settings, and it's saved to the graphics config.
I'm not sure. I know you can override it per car if you wish to, but I'm not sure how that works. If you are in the default, you probably pulled it from the accent. I'm not a huge expert on iRacing car cameras. I normally take a lot of my screenshots from the external views, so that's what I have more experience fiddling around with.
You do have some very good photography skills, to be fair. And you know what? Actually, this is, again, a complete non sequitur, because we are just kind of waiting for the race to unfold in the final hour at this point. One thing that I'm really excited about, having a working Xbox controller yet again, is the fact I'm going to be able to use it to control the cameras on iRacing.
Yeah, I need to set that up. I've been meaning to for a while.
God, that's going to make taking screenshots so much easier, because at the moment I'm having to click buttons and keep the bars up on the screen so I can actually adjust the camera. But I'm just going to be able to drone cam it and move everything around and adjust the roll and adjust the aperture just with button presses, and it's going to be the best thing ever. I hadn't even thought about it until literally just now, and I'm like a giddy little child about it, because it's one of the coolest things about having all these customizable controls on iRacing.
Just wait until you get a Stream Deck. Those are incredible.
I don't need the buttons. I really don't need the buttons.
Might not need them, but do you want them?
No, honestly, no.
Okay.
Like I've very much enjoyed my time spent watching you set yours up and listening to you gush about how much you enjoy the Stream Deck. But it's just not really anything I've really wanted. Maybe if I pick up streaming again like I used to do back in the day a little bit more, I might need one for ease, but considering how little I do it now and how much money I'm trying to save, it's just not really, I don't know, I don't look at it and go, I need a Steam Deck. I wouldn't mind one, but I really don't need one.
The trick is that it's a business expense. That's where it really works out.
But I don't have a business.
I know, I know. It's
it works for you, but it doesn't work for me.
Marcel Beck has actually pulled a little bit of a breakaway out of this pit stop cycle. That's right, the gap is a whole 1.1 seconds back to Miguel Gallardo in the Enosis 174. Great work from Marcel Beck to pull that gap, and it's feel like it could close back in very quickly. But of course, a new driver in the 174 Evo popped in for the previous 2 stints. Marcel Beck came in a stint later, and so they're a little bit off cycle from each other in terms of that rivalry. Kevin Lazar, in fact, went for a single stint last time he was in the car, which is what has offset those two in terms of driver stint plan. And it seems like Marcel Beck might just have the advantage now that it's a different driver chasing behind. And this might be the chance to try and make that breakaway that we were talking about.
Oh, we do have a couple of things to keep an eye on now in terms of will Marcel Beck pull that gap on Miguel Gallardo? The answer right now as it stands looks like it is a very solid yes. But in that fight for P2 in GT3, we still have a question mark over Vladislav Shopov versus Diana Perez. Checking their average lap times at the moment, it looks like Shopov has an advantage of about 0.4 of a second. No, I lied. It is 0.3 of a second, give or take. So he is just chipping away at that gap, lap by lap by lap. Definitely the faster driver out of the two for now, but we'll see how traffic plays into this one as well. We are following Diana Perez on the cameras. If you keep an eye on the background, no, you can't quite see Shopov in the back of shot, but that gap currently at 5.5 seconds off. Where is it on? 5.5 seconds as it reads on the standings as well. It is a gap that's starting to come down. It was a 45.8 for Perez last lap, 45.9 for Shopov on the previous lap, but we are going to get another couple of lap times come in as Perez crosses the line, breaks the beam for a 45.924. Here comes Shopov. Has he made any gains this time by? Yes, he has. 0.3 of a second. So no rush for Negative Delta by SimGear at the moment. They are happy to just walk their car up to the back of that Mustang GT3. But that is a battle that we might see come to life in a few laps' time.
Yeah, I mean, no rush in terms of getting that second position, but unfortunately for the 181, that second position won't gain them anything in the championship, because the one car that they need to be ahead of and be within 5 points of, they can't get within 5 points of without overtaking them on track. RPM Racing, again, if they win this race, barring any wild late penalties that would probably knock them out of contention to begin with, they are guaranteed the championship in GT3 so GT3 Pro, no matter where Negative Delta finishes. Even if they are half a second behind at the line, that is still going to be the championship for RPM. And so, yes, Negative Delta are closing in consistently on Diana Perez and Fast Pair Motorsports, but they're really looking past that car and all the way down the track, 40 seconds to RPM Racing, who they've also gained by 0.3 on last time by. So it's not impossible, but it's a much larger gap, and at this point you've got to say they are starting to run out of time to start closing it in.
9 hours and 56 minutes gone. We are approaching 10 hours completed in this race. Gaps are just starting to grow a little bit at the front of the GT3 field. As for Jaakko Mikkola and RPM Racing, things are looking pretty solid as they approach the final 2 hours of the race. Remember, they are in championship position with this race win, and there is nothing that Negative Delta can do about it unless they actually close that, what is now, let's have a look, a 37-second gap and overtake RPM Racing. So with the gap as big as it is, with the pace difference as little as it is, it feels like all Mikkola and Cecchetto need to do is tick away at those laps, keep punching in the lap times they are, have a little bit of patience, don't rush it too much, and just bring that car home. And remember, it's Vladislav Shopov and Diana Perez that have all the work to do. The pressure is on both of those cars if they want to try and snatch the race win, and they're going to have to do all the work to close that gap.
Yeah, and especially with the strategy advantage being in the hand of the 110, sometimes if you're the trailing car trying to chase down a leader, you can say, well, at least we're going to gain some time in that final cycle. We're going to have that advantage. Maybe we can save the stop that they can't. And they don't have that either. That is being denied because of the work that RPM Racing have done from the very drop of the green flag to get themselves on a preferred strategy. And so that gap of 35 seconds to fast repair and 40 seconds back to negative delta might actually be closer to a gap of 40 seconds and 50 seconds respectively. And so it makes that job that tiny bit harder. In our battle for P4 in class, remember those cars very closely aligned. Notice pit just 1 lap earlier for a little bit of strategy gamble. They are 1.8 seconds separated. And so Marcel Beck starting to pull them out of slipstream range, but it's not happening quickly. Marcel Beck has work to do, and of course is well back from the remainder of the GT3 field, that podium, a minute and a half ahead of the 164. But with 2 hours to go, this is now, at this point, 2 stops left. Everyone is guaranteed to be running on essentially the same strategy plan. So you can treat these gaps as close to finalized as you can expect with 2 hours left in the race. And then up in GTP, things still a little bit in the balance. We'll know for sure in about half an hour when they hit a similar point of their race.
369 laps ticked off for Nicholas Gesner at the front of the GTP field as we crawl towards 10 hours complete. You are watching the 12 hours of Daytona, brought to you by ABM. We are going to step away for a few minutes and we'll be back with you shortly for the final 2 hours of the season finale. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the season finale of the Platinum Endurance Championship from the 12 Hours of Daytona. We just had a really strange incident occur down at Turn 1 between Locals Autosport and a lapping GTP. Liv, I'll let you take us through this one, because this was unusual, to say the least.
Yeah, so you see they're sort of drifting up the racetrack there, and with how quickly the GTP flies through, it almost looks like it could have been netcode, but sort of after reviewing the tapes, it does just seem like a very sudden change in direction, realizing that they'd been sort of caught napping a bit with that GTP, and the car just unloads very strangely and spins them directly into the inside wall. Safe barrier down there for the purposes of NASCAR, of course, but that car is, of course, missing a lot of the front end and is also left hand down a little bit. And so they might extend a tiny bit just to get safely into a pit stop window. They're going to have to take the repair next time they come down pit lane, because that is very unfortunate. And it's been a problem corner for them recently. They have, it looks like, a drive-through pending for that incident down there in the previous hour of racing. Here's another incident. It's Bono who... Ooh, a little bit of a snap and deciding to catch it by running wide rather than letting the car spin. Dangerous, because you can easily end up into the barrier there. But great job on the car control to keep it pointed in the right direction. That team, of course, also recovering from a penalty, but are in a bit of a strategy advantage, because we think they have left pit lane with just one more stop left. It might require a tiny bit of fuel saving, but that is their strategy compared to the rest of the AM field, who are going to need to make 2 more stops.
We were following that Locals Autosport car as they got involved in that incident in Turn 1. Not the one that we've just seen, but one that happened before it, as they went side by side with one of the McLarens. I don't quite remember which one it was.
Squadron Veloce.
Yeah, there you go. Squadron Veloce by Eagle Speed. And they did pick up a penalty for that incident, and they had the appeal for that one denied, which I thought was... well, we all talked about it during the break. We thought that penalty was a little bit strange, considering that was much more of a racing incident, at least in our opinion, as it seemed like both cars just weren't really willing to give each other much space. And I don't know, I just thought it an awkward incident, and it felt like an NFA. And if you've had race stewarding experience, so I don't know what you'd say to that one.
I don't know. It's tough. There's sort of the 2 arguments to it. One is the car on the inside tracks out slightly. The argument on the other way is that the car on the outside had the option to not turn in. Sorry to change the topic, but Ryder Engineering have lost the lead in the pit stops. And looking back at it, it seems like in the driver change, they took 2 sets of tyres potentially. Or they didn't have the tyres checked, or Jan Kurbs was up on the jets twice during that stop. It was a minute 33 stationary time compared to what is normally 40 seconds. And so something has gone wrong in that pit stop, whether they needed to change back off wet tyres that had been added for some reason, or whether they only had a certain number of the 4 tyres checked. I really don't know what would cause a car to be up on the jets twice in a single stop, but it's cost them nearly a minute, and now XBD has cycled out of the pit lane as well with a much more standard stop. They have a 23-second lead all of a sudden. The roles are reversed.
Well, we said Ryder Engineering needed to be absolutely perfect today if they wanted to bring that victory home, because they had a comfortable margin to XBD Racing, but clearly wasn't enough for another strange moment down on pit lane. This is the second time this has happened where XBD have had to do a double tire change. And what that's done is handed the lead over to Pablo Alvarez and XBD Racing and put them in a fantastic spot to take that checkered flag and bring home their 2nd race win of the season. It's not going to do much for putting a dent in the championship lead of Old Firm Racing, but they are separated by only 5
1
points.
point ahead of Ryder. So
They're
that'll...
1 point, but it's not that. It's the fact that they're only 5 points separated from Fury Simsport, who are currently 2 positions behind them. And actually, as it stands, XPD Racing are outscoring Fury Simsport by 14 points. So that's the spot up in the championship. That's money.
Yeah, 2 spots up. So they overtake Reiter in the standings. They overtake Fury, who, if it was 2-3, a similar position to what the GT3 Pro standings were, it would have been on countback between the 2 teams, at which point XBD would have taken it, but it would have been on the finest of margins. As it stands, though, that mistake from Reiter Engineering puts them in between the 2 cars, and XBD now in a spot to take home 2nd place honours in the standings. And of course, we keep mentioning it because we don't want to draw up some drama somehow. Old Firm Racing still have to take the checkered flag to secure their championship win. Otherwise, I think XBD would be the ones that would inherit it.
Well, Jan Curbs has got to hope that Boris Brecher is going to give him some energy to close that 20-second gap as it stands. XPD still getting those tyres up to temperature, which is giving Curbs a little bit of free time on the road and makes his job just a little bit easier in terms of bringing that gap down. But that is a devastating late race incident that is going to make Reiter Engineering's job so much harder if they actually want to take home that race victory, which they do. Of course they do. Every team wants to win the race, and if they do end up doing it, well, actually, between XPD Racing and Reiter Engineering, whichever one of those 2 cars brings home the victory, they will be one of only 2 teams that have won twice in this championship.
Yeah, the only team that currently has 2 wins, Old Firm in GTP, and then of course Old Performance in GT3. I'm looking to make it a 3rd. GT3 Pro is our sole class where it's been 4 wins from 4 different teams. And guess what? RPM Racing, who currently lead the race and are looking to take home the championship win, they have not won yet this season. So it would be 5 wins for 5 different teams in GT3 Pro if things ended as they are right now. If Native Delta can get the move done, and they have gotten past Fast Repair Motorsport just in the last couple of laps, if they can charge down RPM, it would be their 2nd win of the season and the seal on their championship. And if Fast Repair can recover for it, that would be their 2nd win of the season. So only RPM able to create true balance in the GT3 Pro class.
I don't know if we mentioned it, but there has been a change of position in GT3 Pro. Vladislav Shopov has made his way up into 2nd place. So currently Negative Delta by Simgear are giving it their absolute all and doing everything they can to maximize their points scored. 33 seconds off RPM Racing at the front of the field. They are hoping and praying that they can have the pace to close in on RPM Racing and maybe bring home that championship as it gets tighter and tighter and tighter as things get deeper into the race. We are under 2 hours to go. We are approaching 2 hours and 40 minutes to go, which feels convenient considering we are at an IMSA road course staple as we approach an IMSA iRacing Endurance Series race distance left to go. That was very convoluted, but the point I was trying to make in my head made sense.
Well, it did, except for the fact that you've done the maths wrong. There's only an hour and 40-something minutes to go, which is fitting if you look at the real-life race that just concluded, which, of course, on the street circuits is 100 minutes. But we don't do that on iRacing.
But Liv, they used to do for 2 years, they did a qualifying race at Daytona, which I'm pretty sure was about an hour and 40 minutes long.
Oh, I think it was
2
2
remember?
hours. I think it was 2. I'm gonna have to look this up while you fill for time for a little bit longer.
Yeah, of course. Diana Perez now up in 2nd place after the Negative Delta by Simgear team did come down pit lane. They, again, are not on a fuel-saving strategy, as neither is Perez to a certain extent, as she's going for 31 lap stints for now. But Negative Delta by Simgear on that same sort of strategy, with all that fuel-saving done by Abel Salan earlier on in the race. It does mean they are putting a good 5 or so laps after negative delta by Sim Gear. So that Mercedes-AMG GT3 going to make its way back out onto the circuit, get those tires back up to temperature and up to pressure, and make sure they still have that gap over Fast Repair Motorsport for when they come down pit lane. The gap currently sits at 1 minute and 2 seconds, which is outside the margin for coming out in front of the car in front, because you do lose about 60 seconds when you make that trip down pit lane. So again, we'll see how this cycles out once Ivalo Boychev is up to speed. Had to take a second to make sure I'm saying that name right. But negative delta by Simgear looking to take that second position in the race, and just outside the window to make it happen when Diana Perez comes down pit lane.
And I've done the research, and it pains me greatly to admit that you are correct. It was the Motor Pole Award 100 that was run in 2021 and 2022, and as the name suggested, it was a 1 hour and 40-minute race. In 2021, it was won by Pipo Derani and Felipe Nasser in the number 31 Whelan Cadillac DPI. And in 2022, it was won by Ricky Taylor and Felipe Albuquerque in the Carmen Minolta Acura ARX 05.
None of those drivers driving for either of those teams anymore, I don't think, off the top of my head.
It was 3 or 4 years ago. Things change.
Yeah, Derani and Nasser, one now part of the Genesis program that will be running in WEC 2027? No, they're 2026. Goodness me, that's soon. And Nasser, of course, finding his way to the Porsche Penske GTP program. Who were the other drivers that won it the second year?
I've closed the tab now. Hang on, let me...
Sorry.
Pull it back up. It was Taylor and Albuquerque in the DPI class. It was Ben Keating and Mikkel Gansen who won it in the LMP2 class.
No, I don't care about LMP2, just the GTP class. So it was Ricky Taylor and Felipe Albuquerque, right?
Yeah, that was for the number 10. They ended up finishing second with the addition of Alexander Rossi and Will Stevens for the 24. Losing out by 3 seconds to Maya Shank Racing.
I want to say Ricky
Neves completing a fantastic 12 months of racing that he had with a win at Daytona.
I want to say Ricky Taylor isn't in the 10 anymore. I think he's gone into the 40, and his brother Jordan is in the 10. And for Felipe, it's okay, fair enough. And Felipe Albuquerque, God, where did he end up? Is he still rolling around in IMSA GTP?
Well, we're probably not right now because the race finished a couple hours ago.
You know what I mean, pedantic.
It does not seem like it has not run in... Oh, no, it's still running number 10, actually. Yeah, I take it back.
Albuquerque's in the 10 as well.
Yeah.
So there you go. One of the driver lineups stays with the team. I just lost track of them. I haven't really paid much attention to the Wayne Taylor Racing crew, to be honest with you, because they've just kind of not done a lot, except for, in fact, they didn't even win the race in Detroit today, because the 93 made an audacious move down the inside of turn 2 to take that victory. But speaking of our race, just to switch back focus, now that Curbs has got his tires up to temperature, he's actually starting to fall off the back of Pablo Alvarez. The gap is extended from 20 seconds to 23. So the Writer Engineering driver just not really able to close that gap down. But in theory, Liv, he might have to double stint these tires.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know, and that could be a big drama for... Right, we know the 77 crew was not very happy about these tire limits coming into today's race. I imagine the 76 crew also now feel a little bit of pain. I'm not sure if it was all 4 tires that got double swapped or whether it was just on a certain corner, which might bail them out slightly. But if they don't have another set of tires, they need to make sure they can get an hour and 50 minutes out of one set and with the pattern they've been running at, because if they can't and they get meatballed before the end of the race and don't have a tire set to swap onto, then that's race done. And as we've mentioned so many times today, that means they score 0 points in what would be a real shame of a finish for Writer, who have bounced back in season 7 after what was a torrid season 6. But they really need to hope that the season doesn't end on as sour of a note as it could. But it is the second time they've had this sort of tyre issue in a race, and I'm wondering what it could be in one of the INI files and whether it was the same handoff from Nicholas Deschner over to Jan Kurz. It happened last time over at, I believe it was Aragon.
Yeah, the championship curse really struck the Writer Engineering crew last season. They haven't been so cursed this time around in Season 7, having taken that 1-2 victory at the 8 Hours of the Nürburgring. A very wet event on that occasion, but no rain befalling them today. But it would be interesting to see if it was the same handover that caused that incident. And this is the one thing that, after doing a lot of endurance races, you take for granted the fact that the pit stop is set up, and it can be a little bit difficult to, not even a little bit difficult, you get a bit vacant about checking that because you take for granted the fact that it does automatically do it. But perhaps that's something that Writer need to build a process for, or maybe double check the INI files, but make sure it's something you double check when you come down pit lane as the driver, as the driver that's in the car, as the driver getting into the car, maybe a third pair of eyes as well, just to double, triple, quadruple check that the pit stop is set up correctly. It's certainly a vocal check that me and the rest of the team do when we're out there on track, and I'm sure we'll do a couple of those tomorrow, Liv, as you've seen a little bit of a change of position in GT3.
Yeah, I'm keeping a close eye on the battles in GT3 Fast Repair Motorsports, making their pit stop now. Native Delta are gonna fly through, and it looks like Boychev, in fact, might not
stop.
Pick up the position. They have short fuel. They are splitting this race up now. They are cutting into thirds to save those tyres and to make those slightly shorter pit stops. It is 5 seconds shorter on fuel for Perez in that most recent stop. Boychev hit 4 laps ago, and it looks like took full service, and it seems like that's been the difference. It seems like that is exactly how Perez has gotten back ahead in that 102, and it just gives that additional buffer to RPM Racing. They've got to try and they have to try and clear Diana once again to get towards RPM, who, as always, are extending that little bit longer in the lead of the race. They have 28 laps on their tank. We've seen teams go another 6 or 7 laps from there if they were want to. But I wouldn't be surprised if RPM actually start to realign themselves with the end of the race here.
Virtual drivers by Thrustmaster come down pit lane for one of the times that's closing in on their final trip down the Daytona Speedway pit lane. Anthony Demera will jump on board that car, I do believe. It's not actually a driver change for those. Anthony Demera will stay on board that car, taking a fresh set of tyres. Will make his way back out onto the circuit in what should be 10th position overall in GT3 and 9th position in GT3 Pro. He's got Mass Devils Esports Alex Mass coming up behind him very quickly as that gap starts to slowly tick down, and Mass may actually gain that position as Demera rolls off pit lane. He does. So Demera finds himself in 10th in GT3 Pro, and whilst waiting for this pit stop cycle, has got a little bit of work to do to get himself back into position.
Yeah, and we're focusing, of course, on Perez cutting through this battle. This is a couple of laps behind, but this is a 3-way fight on the racetrack for 3rd in GT3 and the final spot on the podium. Only one team is going to be able to take it, and Carbono are marginal on fuel, we think, to save a pit stop compared to IS Corsa Red and Smurf Racing Team either side. So this could be a little bit tactical for Sergio Esposito to save a little bit of fuel in this drag train. Now a full car train with Perez at the front of it. I'm just making sure we can save that stop because the transit time here is 30 seconds plus whatever additional fuel you might need for that slash and dash. It is crucial for Carbono to secure their 3rd place and maybe have a chance at overhauling Eagle Speed G for the silver medal today. That they can make their number, make it well past the 11-hour mark before making that next turn down pit lane and make sure it's going to be the last.
This is what Sergio Exposito has been threatening for a few laps at this point. He's been trying to hunt down IS Corsa Red for quite a while after having to take that drive-through penalty earlier on in the race that took them out of contention for the GT3 AM lead. I will say it's taken him quite a while to get back here, and I'm surprised it's taken him so long considering how much pace that Carbono Esports car had in it earlier on in the race. And it's now just a case of applying that pressure to Mauro Dragoni in front, but even then it doesn't look like he's trying to make that move stick, or even go for it at all. But he's got David Albon for company behind as well, the for Smurf Racing, that might be trying to will him on a little bit, because with how close this fight is, I feel like Albon wants a shot at this podium as well. Dragoni having to hold on and punch a hole in the air for both of the cars behind him. Just a little bit of patience perhaps required from Exposito, from Albon even, as he waits to see exactly what Exposito is trying to do. In front of the GTP field though, the gap has once again closed back down under 20 seconds. So Jan Kurbs starting to turn the wick up just a little bit. And again, the interesting question there is, are they going to have to double stint the set of tires? We'll find out in, call it 16 laps when they do come down pit lane after finishing off at this stint. If they take a fresh set of tires, I doubt they're going to have to go for a double stint. But Jan Kurbs has actually just set a purple sector 2, so that's the entry to turn 4 until the braking zone for turn 6. So a bit of a turn of pace in that number 76 car, but he's still got a 20-second gap to overhaul if he wants to get that car back in position to win this race.
Yeah, right engineering with a mistake, of course, in pit lane for the 76 has put them behind the 8 ball. The 77 car has just been handed a penalty by the stewards on the sheet. It's not quite been fully processed yet, but it's for something that I rarely see in a sim racing contest. It's an unsafe release for the 77 alongside the 246 car, and they've been deemed with a drive-through for it.
Yeah, I'm going to try and wind through and see if I can unpack exactly what happened there. Thankfully, they do have a timestamp with it that I can use on the replay to try and wind back, find out what happened. 10 hours, 19 minutes and 45 seconds for the Writer Engineering crew. I found it, so I'm just going to let that roll forward and see what happened. Of course, you can actually have contact with other cars on pit exit, and that's actually what happened. Let me quickly put it in a position where the rest of the broadcast booth can actually see what happened. But as he's come out of his pit box, he rejoins into the side of the Eagle Speed Academy, one of the McLarens actually, I think, and there is some contact right there, and the McLaren does choose to back out. And I'm not really sure what to make of that. I don't really know how serious that is.
I mean, I don't think it... I think it maybe is not the motorist thing, but it's also maybe a consideration of it being the last GTP car still running and not having the room to merge up into essentially the fast lane. And in racing rules, they would typically be told to yield, being sort of a bit of a nose behind and pressuring the other car into backing out to preserve, again, what for them is a pretty solid position. They're running 6th place, I think, in GT3 AM and have some pretty close fights. So if that turned into a spin or some damage for that car, it could have been quite significant indeed. It's an unusual one, I'm not going to deny that, but Right Engineering might need some new pit crew for season number 8.
I'm genuinely shocked that we've seen an unsafe pit release penalty in iRacing, because as you say, like, that's certainly not one we see very often, as more often than not the cars can just drive through each other. But of course, once they are in the fast lane, they do become solid yet again. And maybe it's a bit of inexperience on Jack James's part, just choosing not to back out of that one, being in this particular situation, which he probably should have. And it should have gone, I think, in the notes of the incident so that they can, you know, learn a lesson for next time. But that's a really silly incident to pick up towards the end of this race.
Yeah, and of course, I think it's the sort of thing that would not be really thought again in an official context, but things tend to be under a little bit more scrutiny in a league racing context, and in this case, I think that's where that has come through. But ultimately, it will drop them from 6th place to 6th place, with the other 3 GTP machines behind all retired from this one. So I'm not sure how much argument there'll be on that regard. They'll try to take it on the chin.
No.
And never mind, I see someone in the stewards room right now.
I think that's kind of insane to argue. I can't lie with you. Lie to you
Okay,
at all.
but how many incidents have you argued in stewards' rooms even when you thought that it was unlikely that it overturned?
2.
Well, there we go.
But that one's like, that is so slam dunk. You can't even. I don't know. I don't think you can.
Well, I've got
appeal
news
that
for
one.
you.
There's no way it's been overturned.
It's been overturned.
No. What? How?
Aiden must be very persuasive. It was very minor. Like, there wasn't actually an incident, I think, was probably the argument. The 246 did choose to back out.
The racer engineering car forced the GT3 to back out because they weren't doing it. Wow. I'm baffled. I'm genuinely baffled by that decision.
I'm not gonna lie, and I will admit this on broadcast, where only the absolute sickos are still listening 10.5 hours into the 12 hours of Daytona.
And also the stewards watch the broadcast the entire way.
Especially during the charity races that I broadcast. Sometimes you do just want the people who are in your ear to leave you alone. And especially in a situation where it isn't very consequential to the races in the end, I'm wondering if that might have been a part of it.
I think so.
It's maybe not what you know the best thing to do, but also after this long, I kind of get it.
Liv, it's honestly, it's giving lap 1 incidents are reviewed less harshly in Formula 1, I can't lie. But at the opposite end, final race, closing stages, incidents are judged less harshly.
Well, the other thing, and this might actually be the reason, and I was looking through, because I was saying how the Irish and Sporting Code, and like Irish and Stewarding in general, would likely not make a ruling on that. I went to see the PEC rulebook for the specifics about pit lane etiquette, and I couldn't find anything, so I think that may have been the actual reason that the appeal came through. It says the cars exiting the pit lane must save much fast cars on track for the first corner unless racing for class position.
But what does the Sporting Code say?
I don't think it specifies at all, and this is because different series that iRacing simulates have different rules for who has to yield. I know the IndyCar rules for who should yield in a pit exit race is very different to what you would expect, and so iRacing runs in the Sporting Code by not making the decision, and I think because it's not in the Sporting Code and because it's not been listed in the PEC rulebook, the 77 has gotten away with a technicality there.
Yeah, yeah, and looking at that, reviewing the evidence, that seems completely fair and reasonable.
Yeah, I think it actually does work out, and
maybe something to write in the rulebook for next season, eh?
Oh, I guarantee the draft of the season 8 rulebook is going to have a line about exactly how the pit exit works and who has priority when rejoining the fast lane.
I want to see it in big red writing as an amendment like the FIA do.
I mean, it's purple in the PEC rule, but we already have that for a rule that was added mid-season for driving at nighttime without headlights or taillights, and forcing essentially a meatball flag to fit that relevant bodywork. But I think particularly for the Season 8 rulebook, most likely, it won't do that. It'll just be a base rule in the... This is the thing about racing. It's both on the engineering side, but also on the racing side. And if you watch Formula 1, you unfortunately know this too well. people will try and find loopholes and nitpick every single detail of the rulebook and run to the very edge of what is listed in said rulebook. Sometimes they will just not do that. I couldn't possibly say what incidents from the last couple of weeks I could be referring to there. But, you know, there's also that little bit of arguing a technicality and getting away with something, and then that technicality very swiftly being shut down immediately after. Well done to Ada Wilkinson, because
Gotta give him credit there.
good way to defend your driver on that one, because that's gonna help team morale as well.
I'm kind of hoping he just kind of waltzed in there and went, "You don't have a rule for it."
So I know you would do the exact same thing.
If I'd have spotted that, I would have done exactly the same thing and gone, "You don't have a rule for it."
And so would I, to be fair.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a gorgeous bit of rule layering. Now that we've actually seen it and understand it, I feel like that should have gone in the comments though, because that's something I would have liked to know a lot sooner before I cast judgment. But unfortunately, commentating is a reactive job, and we kind of have to do it on the fly. But we're all adults here. We can change our opinions once more information is presented to us, because that is the right thing to do.
And every time you do try and predict something as a commentator, it ends up making you look like a fool.
Oh yeah, the amount of times that the commentator's curse is hit straight away is honestly, it's too many to count at this point, and I kind of hate the fact that I have that power. I don't want it.
So what big statement do you want to make about the state of the race right now, with that in mind?
Who do I want to curse? Okay,
Well, it's normally the 41 car, but they
let's try this.
have decided that's not.
Well, they're not here, so
Yeah, exactly.
let's try this instead. With an hour and 20 minutes to go, it looks pretty locked in that Old Firm Racing are going to take that championship victory, as all they need to do is tick off the next goodness knows how many laps. It certainly isn't many, but Randy Martin and Mateos and crew have done a fantastic job since that early incident, since picking up that penalty, to just turn laps, and I'm sure will have been a grueling 11.5 hours for them by the time we get to that checkered flag. But they have genuinely done absolutely everything they need to do to bring this one home, and up to this point they can be very proud of themselves.
You're playing such a dangerous game.
It's for the drama, Liv. It's for the drama.
And I'm now looking into it and going, if they want to avoid this curse, could they park the car now safely in pit lane, make sure that the engine is turned off, and then roll it out to finish out the race?
Do the max on it. No, don't do the max.
I think it's close if it's not already there. Should they do that? No, that's a silly way to win a championship.
I would love to see it though. It would be
with the fates now seemingly conspiring against them. It might be the safest option.
We love to sprinkle in a little bit of drama in places that we might actually be able to hold some power. I don't think we actually do, but yeah, commentators, you know how it is. You know how aggressive the commentator's curse can be. But either way, it's good. It's all in good fun.
I've just thought, I know the 41 was wearing an official today, and I think your presence in the booth might have cursed them a little bit. Now I'm worried about tomorrow.
What do you mean? Why are you worried about tomorrow?
Because the fact that you are just commentating on a PC race seems to curse 41, even when they are outside the bounds of the race.
Does it? Oh, yeah, no, I have just seen that message from Neil. No, but that's a skill issue. That's not a curse, that's just a skill issue. Not being able to brake for turn 3. Which is hilarious, considering I haven't locked up once into that corner in practice, and I brake a lot more aggressively than him.
I've been taking it so cautiously all week into that, and I'm going to continue that tomorrow.
It's fair, I don't blame you.
You see so many people end up in that tyre barrier just from trying to push it, and especially with how windy it's been there this week. That plays a factor. It's been remarkably calm on the winds here in Daytona Beach, Florida, well below 10 miles an hour throughout the entire day. If anything, there's a cool sea breeze now, cooling the track back down, temperature down to 43 Celsius in the air temp for anyone sat in the stands. 110 Fahrenheit, still remarkably warm, but down about 10 Celsius from the peak temperature a couple of hours ago. And this is where, if you are behind on the tyre strategy a little bit, you can take that splash and dash. Now is going to be the time to limp a set home to the end from maybe your next pit stop if it's 1.5 stints to go, and you can recover that. And if Writer Engineering are in that tricky spot, I think they would like to take a set of tyres next stop, their final set, which it might be, and then take fuel only with maybe 30 litres or so to bring it to the checker.
Well, we're going to have to see how it shakes out in the next round of pit stops. We are about 7 laps away from the opening of that pit window for Writer Engineering. Well, we'll see exactly what went down on pit lane and whether they do have to double stint this set of tyres. But just looking at the gaps as it stands, Curbs does appear started to turn that wick up a little bit as he's brought the gap down by a good couple of seconds to Pablo Alvarez and XPD Racing. And the question being, is it going to be enough? He's only on average about a 10th of a second faster right now, but he's got a good amount of clean air in front of him where we'll be able to get a nice comparison between both of the cars and see who has the pace advantage. 33 has just come across the start finish line to set a 35.745. Curbs running a little bit off the pace after having to deal with a bit of traffic, but what sort of lap time is it going to be this time by for the Writer Engineering driver? It is going to be a 1 minute 35.099, so 7/10 of a second is the gap that he's managed to chunk out of that race lead, as XPD have had to handle a bit of GT traffic in that first sector, which has slowed them down quite a lot. Actually, looking at the track map, if we can jump and follow XPD Racing, they are dealing with a good chunk of GT3 traffic, and it is all very close together, nose to tail, whereas Jan Curbs has the cleanest run through the infield, especially compared to your overall race leader. In fact, between the start of the lap and this point in the lap, Curbs has already gained 3 seconds on Pablo Alvarez, who has been really slowed down by all the GT3s he's had to deal with.
That is an outrageous amount of time gained. And sometimes that's how endurance racing goes, and the question now becomes, is Jan going to have that similar bad luck when he gets to the same pockets of traffic?
I think so.
We'll see. And we say that sometimes it'll come back to you, it giveth and it taketh, and that is definitely true over a large sample size, but we're at the point where we're getting towards sprint race territory. We're well within what IMSA would consider a sprint race in real life. We are approaching what a typical iRacing driver would consider a sprint race for these cars, and at that point, sometimes the luck will just fall your way, or it won't fall your way. There's not really anything you can do, as Jan Curbs ends up 3 wide with a couple of GT3s who are shuffling themselves into position. And handles it pretty well, honestly, to not get slowed down too much, but there is the 2 seconds gained. Jan could have lifted there and, you know, not risked maybe the couple of percentage chance that something were to go haywire, but he's a man on a mission and gained a big chunk of time last lap. The question is, will XPD be able to pick up the pace again? Right, by the way, a 34.
Yeah, that's fast
on that one. We've not seen many drivers in the 34s in these conditions. Pablo Alvarez has not seen a single one. In fact, when is the last time we saw a 34 out of XPD?
We're about to find out.
It's
live lap time check with Olivia Hayward.
I think it might have been at the start of the race when the track temp was still down. It looks like lap 200 potentially.
Wow. From
Alberto de Blasco to 10 from Muniz to 21. But that's a solid, 180 laps ago. That's a huge chunk of time since XBD have found a 36, and it's all down to those conditions. So the fact that Jan Curbs is able to find one while weaving 3 wide around traffic, and it's not even his first of the stint here, Jan is angry. Jan is upset that they've lost 50 seconds in the pit lane over something that should have been automatic. And Jan wants to get this race win back.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he certainly does. But all this traffic just seems to be in one spot, and it's always insane how after 10 hours and 45 minutes of racing, the GT3s seem to all find each other on track yet again, as they are very densely packed all through this first sector. Curbs now on the poor end of these GT3s. He's got Boychev just in front of him, slowing him down on the exit. Turn 4 is moving over to the other side of the track with the GTP that close behind you is not a smart decision, and Curbs has had to lift out of getting out of that corner. But fortunately for him, XPD Racing have had as equally a poor run through traffic as they made their way through turn 6, but it is a relatively clear run to the end of the lap for the 33 crew even, as Curbs is now going to deal with Danny Rodriguez just in front, and is 5.5 seconds back on Diana Perez, and he is keeping everything crossed that he is nowhere near that Ford Mustang when they get down to the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, and this is huge for Jan Curbs. This sequence of laps has not dipped out of the 35s in almost 20 laps while navigating through all of this traffic. That is incredible consistency that is so rare in an endurance race, just because the luck very rarely falls on your side. But it just shows the committal, the experience for the 76 to weave through the traffic like it's not even there. And this is going to become a battle before the end of this race. Lap 400 underway now for your overall race leaders, and with what we expect to be maybe 40 or 50 laps left in the competition, the gap is 12 seconds and it's closing fast.
Yeah, Curbs really starting to find his rhythm in the second half of the stint. Unfortunately for him, it is very close to coming to an end, as he's got about 3 laps left in his tank of fuel. He's going to have to lift big time for Miguel Gallardo coming through turn 5 and trying to find a way around the outside of 5 down the inside of turn 6, but has Killian Claes for company at the apex of that corner. 12 seconds is what the gap was when he entered that corner, and it will extend to about 13 by the time he gets out of it, as Pablo Alvarez has a relatively clean run right now, but he is coming up to the back of a bit of traffic that he's going to have to navigate coming into the bus stop. Curbs is much closer to the car. He's going to have to try and get by before they get through those 4 apexes, but I can see that Alvarez has had to lift out big time through the Le Mans chicane. To the inside goes Curbs on Tim DeHunt down into the bus stop, trying to carry the speed through those corners. Alvarez having absolutely no choice in how much speed he could carry down there. The gap now up to 14 seconds, but a bit of time in Curbs' favor. See what sort of lap time it is when the 33 comes across the start finish line. 35.2, so he's back down in the 35s after spending a couple of laps in the 36s navigating some of that traffic, but Curbs had a bit of a worse time of it this time by. Let's see what he can do as he cuts the beam for the 400 time at 35.512, so a little bit of time loss, 0.3 of a second, but he isn't going to be kicking himself over that, because overall he's gained about 5 seconds in this traffic cycle.
Yeah, if it's 1 step backwards but then 4 steps forwards, he's not really stressing too much about that 1 step back. This is going to be a little bit, and it's again the move where the GT3 gets to the outside line for the kink nice and early, but it's right as the GTP is going for the same piece of real estate. And that was one where I think even with the aggression that Curbs has been showing through this traffic, I'm guessing there was a crackle of throttle there just to make sure that he got through in one piece. And if you're already frustrated about the way that last hour of your race has gone, I can tell you that is not going to help one bit.
No, it's definitely not, and it's one of those things that piles up over the course of a stint as well, as it just feels like the traffic is in the exact opposite of your favor, and you are giving it your absolute all to try and close in some gaps or open up a gap where you want to do it. But when it feels like all of the traffic falls against your favor, you just feel so helpless. But that's all part of multi-class racing. You have to get over those difficulties. You have to still give it your absolute all and try and extract the most from the race that you can. And Curbs is doing that, but just a couple of moments not working for him. He should still gain some time on this lap, I think, but he does make that turn down pit lane. It's a 28-lap stint for the Writer Engineering esports driver. He's going to have to take a minute to get those tires up to temperature, and will be a good chunk slower than Pablo Alvarez, who should be out for another 2 laps.
Yeah, and I'm keeping an eye on the number 76 to see if they take a set of tyres, and crucially, whether they take just the one set of tyres. They're up on the jets here. Jan Kurbs, it looks like, is staying in the car. So they clearly had one more set available. And at this point, I'm less worried for them because we're getting towards the range where you'd be considering the splash and dash anyway from here to the end. Maybe they would have preferred to split it in two if they had the option, but I think Ryder Engineering should be able to manage this one to the end with just an hour and 7 minutes left in the race and the track temp falling quite quickly. The question is just, can XBD find a little bit more pace? Is this the moment maybe where Pablo Alvarez gets swapped out? Maybe they have a driver waiting in the wings. I'm thinking, oh, in fact, Alvarez needs to get his drive time done, so he can't get out at this next pit stop. He's got to stay in the car and keep working away for a second stint. I was wondering whether Blasco might hop back in to try and finish out the race, but I think Alvarez is going to be the driver that leads the XBD racing car to the checkered flag, whether it's in first or in second.
We'll see if Blasco does get in for that final stint. It depends how short that final splash and dash ends up being for the XBD racing crew, as they are going to click off another lap. They've been doing 28 lap stints for the last few, so Alvarez and crew absolutely pushing it to the limit. No fuel save. They are happy with the fuel number that they've hit. Clearly, as are XBD Racing, who are doing exactly the same thing. They were on those 29 lap stints, but switching to that 28 for the last one where they really had to get the lead out and start to push. It seems like both of your lead cars have abandoned the fuel save strategy, and it has finally become a proper sprint to the finish.
Yeah, an update on the minimum drive times for Pablo Alvarez. Needs to complete another 10 laps to confirm minimum stint time for the number 33 crew. He's the only driver who has not yet hit that requirement across the lobby. And so it's possible it could be a half stint here for XBD, but I'd imagine if they've thrown Alvarez in, they're trusting him to be the ace to bring the team home. And they just don't trust that experience plays in. I'm actually surprised that Alvarez is being the driver to bring it home, because Alvarez and Munoz are Iberian drivers listed on the soon-to-be removed iRacing Club information. Blasco, Hispano-America, so it's actually earlier in the day for Blasco. You'd think might be a little more switched on, as we are now past midnight in the UK. It's going to be 1 a.m. over in Spain for anyone who is over in that part of the Iberias. And as Alvarez does stay in here, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a short stint. Get him to the drive time, and then if it's getting a little bit late, a little bit of fatigue setting in, then you can put Blasco in to the end. But also, at this point, you kind of want the hot hand. I think with an hour to go, you need to be committed to one driver to go to the end.
28 laps completed for Pablo Alvarez. Then he has made his way down pit lane, and I think he's taken a fresh set of tires by this point. Yeah, about to get rolling as Jan Kurbs makes his way through the bus stop. Remember, he has had some very cold tires to get up to temperatures, so will have lost a good chunk of time to XBD Racing and the 33. And all that traffic Alvarez had to get through a couple of laps ago, he is going to have to navigate yet again. He has got a very long string of densely packed GT3s just in front of him, as another couple are storming up behind him as well, who are going to be on a hot set of slicks. As you can see, the negative delta by Simgear car sending it down the inside of turn 4, shuffling Alvarez to the outside of the circuit. This kink is going to be treacherous on cold tires for the Acura driver. He navigates it safely, but he is now on the reverse of the situation that Kurbs found himself in. But in all of that, Jan has actually gained time in the pit stop cycle, as he finds himself just about 11 seconds off the lead of this race.
Yeah, and of course, Negative Delta need to get a move on. We know that they're still on their chase down for an outside shot at the championship. So Pablo Alvarez just has to deal with the fact that that GT3 is on its own mission. But I want to say for Jan Kurbs, barring the in-lap and the out-lap, which of course extended quite significantly, that streak of 35s or better is still going.
Wow. Well, we are about to click off lap 404. Both the drivers at the front of the field certainly not hoping for any errors to creep in the dying phases of this race. The gap still sat at about 11 seconds, but the difficulty for Pablo Alvarez right now is that he has to get those cold tires back up to temperature and back up to pressure so he can start setting the lap times he needs to keep Jan Kurbs at bay. But he has been absolutely insatiable for the last stint and has just been chunking away at that gap. It wasn't really a big charge at the first half, but once he got through that half a tank of fuel, he seemed to just slip back into some sort of rhythm, some sort of zone that we've seen him in so many times before. And that's when the big time gains were made, because he fell back as far as 23 seconds. But just before that pit stop cycle came in 12 seconds off the lead, a little bit of a miscommunication between the ARX 06 Acura that's leading the way here and the 102 Ford Mustang. Diana Perez still on board that car, as Alvarez choosing to take to the grass to avoid any sort of contact with that second place car, but that got extraordinarily close for a moment there.
Yeah, and as that's happened, Jan Kurbs has had basically no dramas, is just behind a car coming through the oval entry, and for a brief moment was within 10 seconds of your race leader. That gap is just ebbed to 10.5 right now, but I feel like it's now a matter of when, not if. And the only real question mark is A, how does Jan Kurbs get around, and B, does he have to suffer on some old worn tires in the final laps of the race?
Thing, if there's any time to take that double stint, if he's having to be forced onto the double stint, I might have to try and message some of my contacts down at Ricer and see if they actually have anything for us on that. This is the best time to do it, because this is the coldest the track temp has been in a good couple of hours, and over the course of the stint it is going to get colder and colder and colder. We've had a touch of cloud cover start to creep in, but of course the biggest factor in the track temperature dropping is that sun isn't blazing down on the track surface anymore. 17 minutes past 4 in the afternoon is the time in sim, so that sun starting to make its way back towards the horizon. That's how long we've been going, that we are facing down the barrel of another change in lighting. 11 hours clicked off, then we are about to see the 11th hour draw to a close. In fact, as Pablo Alvarez leads the way for XPD Racing, but he is being hunted by Jan Kurbs for Reiter Engineering after an incident in the pit stoppers. There's a bit of contact between him and Miguel Gallardo down at turn 6 that could have ended in disaster. He did keep it clean, but with that out of the way, we are going to step aside for just a minute, and we are very excited to bring you the final hour of this 12-hour race. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship season finale from the 12 hours of Daytona. Whilst we were on a break, you will have seen a replay of this incident from Aiden Wilkinson, who went for a little bit of a spin through turn 5. Did get it all caught and gathered back up, but it did mean he had a trip over the grass in between turns 5 and 6. It was a pretty dodgy rejoin that required a couple of cars to move well off the racing line to make sure they didn't hit the racer engineering driver. And we'll keep an eye on the stewards report to see if there was anything of that as well. There's been a minor incident for Carbono Esports that I've seen as well. So they just found their way onto some danger marbles and off the gravel, off into the grass at turn 4, but recovered that one quite nicely as we rejoined Carbono Esports, as they look like they've just lost the spot to IS Corsa Red into the Le Mans chicane.
Yeah, but again, I think Carbono are trying to feel safe to the end here. I think that might be why they maybe facilitated that move. They are on track to pull the fuel safe, but they want to just make doubly sure that they can make it happen. They would leapfrog not just the 269, but the 291 further ahead with that pit stop, and wouldn't be that far off the Edel Speed Academy car in the 285. So I think this is a little bit strategic from Sergio Esposito to just continue to sit in that slipstream and make that number stretch to the end. I did want to mention, of course, that incident we saw for Aiden Wilkinson was on an outlap, because those cold tyres for the GTP are always going to be tricky. And I think, in hindsight, as much as the track temp might be hot, you might be burning up the tyres a little bit around here. I don't know if you want to be taking a cold set of tyres in the final 20 minutes when, as we've mentioned, it's the most dangerous time to have an incident, because a meatball that keeps you sidelined for the rest of the race will put you out of the points positions.
It's one of them where the extra pace is probably going to be worth it. I think if you give me the choice, I'm always taking the fresh tyres, because I'm going to have a lot more confidence on them once they're up to temperature. I think this is where there's a difference between you and me, because we both got different levels of experience on the cold tyres in GTP. Like, I've been rolling around with them week in, week out for the last 11 weeks, whereas you just kind of dip into sports cars here and now, so not quite used to them yet. But I think for me, and I think for a lot of the drivers out there in the field, they're going to be at a certain level of confidence with those cold tyres, especially the likes of Jan Curbs and Pablo Alvarez at the front of the field, where they know how to drive around the understeer and some of the oversteer that can creep in. And it's something we were talking about in the broadcast earlier on. It seems like the setup shops have found a way to make all of that cold tire instability sort of turn into understeer. Like, all that snap oversteer seems to have kind of faded away a little bit, as on cold tires these prototypes are much easier to handle now.
Yeah, it does seem like the cold tire window here is just the outlap in these conditions now, so you gotta be careful through that infield section and through the bus stop. But we were mentioning that Jan Curbs had that streak of 35s and better, and it included the first flying lap on this current set of tyres. It then got broken by a 36.0, and then immediately, as Pablo Alvarez set back-to-back 34s to try and ramp up the pressure on the 76, Jan Curbs responded by setting now 4 34s in the past 5 laps. The gap is hanging out at about 10 seconds, but it has very quickly become an absolute slugfest between Pablo Alvarez, who has found a huge chunk of pace since that last pit stop, and Jan Curbs, who just continues to unlock a little bit more and more out of that tank as he continues to charge down and try and retake the race lead.
The gap, at least on the overlays, down to single-digit seconds. Your timing tower showing you a little bit of a different story, of that gap hanging around 10.3 seconds. This is where things start to get interesting when you're hunting down a car in front of you. When Curbs was 20 seconds back, his traffic was wildly different by the time he got to the GT3s. But with a gap that is half that, he's tackling the slower traffic not long after Pablo Alvarez has hit it. So if Alvarez is meeting some traffic into turn 1, Curbs is going to get that run through down at turn 4, maybe even turn 5, and have to slow down in ways he wouldn't have had to otherwise. And this is like, when you're in the slipstream in an IndyCar at something like the Indy Oval, you get into that 1.7 second window, and that hardest gap to close is from 1.7 into that 1 second.
Yeah, and I think actually it's not quite as close as you're making it out, but it plays its own factor because the difference in speed between the GTPs and the GT3s here is about 10 seconds. What's the gap between Pablo Alvarez and Jan Curbs? It's about 10 seconds, and so if Alvarez catches his car awkwardly in turn 1 or into one of the horseshoes, Curbs is likely to catch that same car the next lap, and I'm wondering whether Alvarez got a little bit checked up last time by this very same GT3 that Jan Curbs has to sneak up the inside of. That is the Analyst Esports Sim Ultimate car, 5th place in GT3 Pro. And this is a situation where both cars are getting similar sort of traffic situations just on following laps.
Eyes on the number 33 of Pablo Alvarez as he is approaching a deep, dense bunch of traffic yet again. And this time it is all the way through that bus stop chicane. It's going to be really tricky for him to manage. Curb's going to have a relatively clean run through this section of track. And I wish we could see exactly what was going on down at the bus stop, because he's had to check up big time as to not hit the GT3s in front of him, whereas Curbs can go full send through those 4 apexes, and it's going to be a good amount of free time gained on your race leader.
I disagree. I think that was actually very clean from Pablo. He slotted in right into a gap between the 2 cars.
He still had to give up some time though. He wasn't pushing. 35.5 from Pablo Alvarez on the previous lap. Curb's about to break the beam yet again. We'll see what that time loss was, as it's going to be another 34. What's the number now? That's 6 and 7.
6 of the last 7 laps by Jan Curbs have been a 1:34, which is a time that we thought was almost impossible to get sneak into. You'd be lucky to find one of them in a stint, essentially. Pablo Alvarez went back-to-back with them, and now Jan Curbs has said that's not impressive. I'm going to do 4 in a row now, after 2 in a row just a moment before. And the gap is 8.8 seconds. But now, as we follow Jan Curbs, the question is, how does this same pocket of traffic treat the number 76 as we head onto the oval and towards the bus stop once again? And immediately Carbono causing a little bit of trouble there. Of course, not any intent, not any way for them to really avoid it, but just a little bit checked up was Jan Curbs through the oval entry. Here comes the 76. He's going to slice through, finds the pocket of air once again. And it really does seem like they are exactly 1 lap separated in terms of dealing with this traffic, and they're finding very similar moves through it as well.
Honestly, I would have loved if we could have got an onboard shot from Jan Curbs as he came down into the bus stop, because seeing the amount of traffic, watch him chop and chase and slice through all that traffic, because it's such a different perspective when you can see out of the front of the car. All these TV cameras follow from the front and swing to the back, and it doesn't give you a great view of exactly what's coming. So with another little bit of traffic just in front of him, he's going to have to navigate that in quite an awkward spot as he makes his way through turn 5 and turn 6. We've got a clean run out of 4, but it's really the next 2 corners where he's going to have to panic. You can see those 2 McLarens up the road, and he's got to nail the passing on these 2.
Yeah, the gap is closed in once again, but only marginally, and you say the reason it's closed in is probably because of these 2 cars right here. It's what Alvarez has already had to deal with, and what Jan Curbs now has to get around to get up towards. It was a little bit slow on the oval entry, but really not that significant. Gets around 1, is going to clear the second well before the bus stop, and so this playing very much into his hands. He's found another 34 for anyone keeping track, so that's 5 in a row. Is this going to be a 6th? If you know anything about Jan Curbs, the answer is probably.
Up through the bus stop he comes, then he's going to have Alex Mouse and Tom Chetto a little bit up the road that he'll have to deal with by the time he gets into that first sector, as Pablo Alvarez already clear of both of those cars. Cutting the timing beam. We'll have a peek at what his last lap time is. And it's 34.9 actually by the look of things, so a decent lap time for Alvarez, but that interval and that gap is actually dropped once again. It's 34.8, so only by a 10th for Jan Curbs on this occasion. But both of these drivers having to deal with a bit of traffic, as Curbs has actually had another bit almost come out in front of him on track. His line into 4 is going to be a bit compromised, having to go around Anthony DeMera, who's still on board that virtual drivers by Thrustmaster BMW. 2 more cars in front of him, both of them mid-engined, like last time by, that he's going to have to find a way through yet again, with Alvarez getting a relatively clean run through the second half of this first sector. I think the only concern for him is a lonely bit of GT3 traffic. It is Diana Perez on board that Fast Repair Motorsport Ford Mustang. I don't think he's going to get there anytime soon, to be fair, as it's Curbs who's getting the poor end of the traffic on this particular occasion.
Yeah, and we are, of course, watching these two drivers who are on very similar pit strategies, but the margins are looking like they could be so tight as we enter the final 40 minutes of the race that to keep everyone updated, Pablo Alvarez has 2 more laps of fuel on board that AOX 06 compared to Jan Curbs here. So that pit stop will be 2 laps shorter, which translates to probably about 3 seconds less of a hold time if both teams are equally aggressive on their refuel number. And you've got to imagine with this much on the line, they are going to push that to the absolute limit. They're going to have people in the background with their calculators out, with their spreadsheets out, making sure that they have exactly enough fuel to reach checker flag and no more.
Well, even then, you can do a little bit of underfueling if you feel the need to, and just do some fuel save, as long as you can hit that same sort of lap time as Curbs. Doesn't set a 34 last time by. It's a 35.2 that breaks the pattern, that matches Pablo Alvarez. But like I said, though, it's this last bit of getting up to the car in front of you that is the most difficult, as you are dealing with very similar traffic by the time you get to it, as Alvarez getting a bit checked up through turn 7 by the 102 that he finally gets onto the back of, as I'm not sure how close Curbs is going to be to that traffic coming to the bus stop, but it might be a case of hitting it through turn 7 like Alvarez has already done.
I think he's going to be nice and clear here, as we are set to finish up lap number 420 with just 38 minutes left on the clock. And another sort of bizarre incident, it's the sort of thing where it's at the end of the race, teams start to make little mental mistakes. It's down at the tail end of GT3 AM for MRRS Amethyst, who pulled off on the way onto the oval a lap or so ago. And if you ride on board, you hear exactly why. They missed the pit lane last time by. They were out of fuel, and they've had to have been towed around about 2 miles back to the pit lane to get another can into that car for their final stop. Not the way they would have wanted to make that one happen.
Yeah, everyone's starting to get tired out there on track, and these are the most difficult phases of a race. As you get into the final 40 minutes, you start to relax, breathe a little bit, especially if you've got no one around you, and start to forget about actually going through the motions. But MRS Amethyst making a mistake that's not really going to cost them much at the end of this one, as they will rejoin eventually with a full tank of fuel, but it will be last. Tom Schetter then coming down pit lane for what should be the final time. It will be a relatively short stint, short stop even, compared to the rest of them he's made all day long. He will get moving after being stationary for only 25 seconds and will rejoin the race still in the lead. Diana Perez not close enough to slot by in the pit stop cycle. Of course, that team taking a stop earlier on than Chichetto, but in championship position, out comes the RPM Racing Corvette, a car that hasn't won a race all season long. With 35 minutes to go, finds himself in the hot seat.
And that was a fuel-only stop. 25 seconds, I think, would have been time to take a set of tyres if they wanted them. So that tells me that they maybe saved one of their double stints for the end of the race in a little bit of colder conditions. I did not see the 110 go up on the jacks there, and so they didn't have to ride this out, and it could be a little bit sketchy by the end of the race. We'll have to see if that affects the pace of Tom Chichetto. But of course, Narrative Delta, their main competitor, are now behind by nearly a minute, or maybe actually even over a minute at this point. So They just need to manage that pace. They can take it easy for these remaining laps and just make sure they take it home to the checkered flag. About 20 laps left for our GT3 machines.
And GT3 Pro Tom Cheto is on a box ticking exercise to bring that car home. Just has to check off the next 25 minutes, lap by lap by lap. A similar case in GT3 AM as well. Your two class winners in GT3 as it stands will be your season champions. But one class where that is not the case is your GTP class, as XPD Racing lead the way but are not outscoring Old Firm Racing by the 30 points they need to usurp that red car that is down in what is now 5th place. Julian Harmond on board that car to bring it home. It was an early race incident and a penalty that shuffled that car way down the order, but due to an abbreviated GTP field has kept them in championship position, so they couldn't finish low enough, even with the full field of cars, that they could lose the championship. They have been ticking off the laps since the 30-minute mark, only gaining one position on track after getting into a bit of a scrap with Writer Engineering. That 77 car just not having the best of days, and now finding themselves 8 laps off the overall leader, their sister car. Sorry, the overall leader, the XPD Racing GTP. It must have been, Liv, an absolutely exhausting last 11 hours for Old Firm Racing, because they haven't actually had to race anyone.
Yeah, and to be fair, that could change here. They do have a rabbit to chase in the form of the MRRS Sapphire car, who's only about 6 seconds up the road. The one maybe complication is that separating them is your current race leader, and they are not going to care about this battle for 4th place in the slightest. But if you're Julian Harmon bringing this race to a close, I think that helps you. I think you need to stay locked in these final moments. You don't have the ability to take it easy, and I think if you are the driver of the 97, you are targeting the number 70 ahead and using that as your focus point so that you can bring the car home to checkered flag as cleanly as possible.
It's going to be something to do for Julian Harmon, and I'm sure he will appreciate having someone out there on track in front of him that he can keep an eye on. And again, having that rabbit to chase is such an important part of pulling some performances out in these cars. But us sim racers can do the superhuman feats if you give us something to chase and give us a little bit of a dopamine hit that we can hunt down. As God, Liv, you've watched me do that countless times at this point, as I've watched you do it countless times as well.
Thinking back to Nürburgring, probably.
Oh, I think more 6 hours last season was the one. Literally doing the race, the plan was just to get to the minimum distance so that Alex could get his minimum participation, but then I found the car to hunt down.
Yeah,
and then
that one was maybe a little bit
4.5 hours straight. No, it was fine. It was only 4.5 hours. It wasn't difficult.
Yeah. Focusing on this battle for the race lead, and Jan Kurbs has been relentless, has kept finding those 34s. There's been a couple of low 35s, which, you know, aren't actually that slow in the grand scheme of things. But Pablo Alvarez has met the challenge, has set 34s in 4 out of the last 6 laps to hold the gap steady at about 8-9 seconds for basically as long as we've been yapping for the past 20 minutes or so.
Yep.
And once again, with XPD expected to have a slightly shorter pit stop to finish out the race, it's starting to dwindle just a tiny bit for Jan Kurbs and Writer Engineering. They wanted to punch out this championship with a race win that would secure them 2nd place in the standings. But right now, it seems like XPD Racing are not going to be stopped. And unfortunately for Writer Engineering, Fury Simsport are 6 points ahead of them currently, which means that if it ends as they are right now, then Fury will also end up just 1 point ahead of 76 once all said and done.
Stands at the moment, XPD Racing just staying out of grasp of Writer Engineering. And I think another almost kick in the teeth for the 76 crew is that XPD Racing are going to have to take a slightly shorter stop at the end of the race. But something that will give them a bit of solace is the fact that they did gain time in the previous pit cycle, I think due to a bit of unfortunate traffic for Pablo Alvarez. So they will be keeping everything crossed as firmly as possible that might be what brings them a little bit of luck in the final stint. I just clocked Max Deladen dropping out due to upload packet. I just had a quick glance to see if he was in the car at the time. He's not. William Foyle on board that car, so breathing a sigh of relief in Fury Sim Sports' favour, as that would be an absolutely torrid way to end the final race of the season. 30 minutes to go then, with XPD Racing leading the way, being hunted down by Jan Curbs, and Fury Sim Sport with William Foyle on board are rounding out that podium. And after missing the pit box, MRS Racing Sapphire still up in 4th place, but very quickly being closed in on by Julien Hamon. That gap down to 1.5 seconds. This isn't a position that the Acura driver needs to get, but I'm sure it's one he's going to want to.
Yeah, it's now within a second, in fact, and it's the next car up as they slot past IS Corsa Red, currently 4th place in GT3 AM. Julien Harmon has to wait until after the King is going to try and slot in for the West Horseshoe. These cars are right behind your overall race leader, who I think has just made the move on MRS Sapphire. It's what slowed down that car so significantly last time by, and it's what gives Julien Harmon an opportunity to get the move done. And to be fair, at this point he doesn't have to do it on the racetrack because he is 7 laps heavier on fuel compared to Van Ackeren ahead. This could easily be done in the final pit cycle, but that's not quite so satisfying, is it?
I was going to say, what's cooler, making the overtaking the pit lane or making it out there on track? There is a reason. I
prefer doing.
Yeah, there's a reason they got rid of refueling in F1, and it's because all the overtaking was done in the pit lane, and that's the argument I always give when people are like, oh, bring back refueling. No, don't do that. It was terrible and awful. You just have nostalgia for V10s.
I like making overtakes in the pit lane, but that's because I'm maybe the lowest risk driver you've ever met, and that's the nice, easiest way to get it done. Julien Harmon, I'm not sure, is going to be quite so patient heavy. He might have to be out of turn number 1, an awkward spot to catch a GT3. He has to back off and wait for the exit of that little switchback section. But actually, that was a lockup from Pablo Alvarez, that tyre smoke ahead. Ooh. As he caught the brakes a little bit, got a little bit into the marbles, those death marbles that you talked about that caught out, what team was it? Negative Delta?
Carbono Esports in GT3.
It was Carbono. But that's not going to help the confidence for Pablo Alvarez. He was in so much of a groove, but sometimes that one mistake, you can start to doubt your execution, every little marker that you have. So Pablo's got to settle back and use this straight away to really take that deep breath and go, the gap's still 8 seconds, we still have this under control. We gained 7/10 last lap, which is pretty crucial for that race lead battle. And while Alvarez gets resettled just ahead of this camera shot, of course, we want to see one last on-track overtake here. Not to mention, Mass Devils Virtual Drives by Thrustmaster, 9th in GT3 Pro. They're also closing in on each other and might be going for another on-track overtake in the final half hour.
A little bit of traffic getting in the way of Curbs through the bus stop chicane on that particular occasion has just opened up the gap between him and XPD Racing to 9.5 seconds. We know that Ricer Engineering are going to lose some time on pit lane as they're going to have to put in 2 more laps of fuel than XPD Racing in this final stop. It's an interesting question to see if both cars, if either car goes for a fresh set of tires, as that will certainly change the complexion of this race. Ricer seeming a little bit stronger during the pit stop cycle, so we'll see if they can gain a little bit of free time on that, as it's a bit of a almost miscommunication with the Taro down at turn 4, just sliding wide of the apex. Did Curbs manage to get it gathered up with no issues, but we're still keeping one eye on this fight for P4.
I mean, we're one eye on it, but that eye felt a piece of scenery in turn number 1. And as they exited, Harmon had the position because Ackerman had a big lockup in that runoff, getting into those marbles toward the esports line, and the door was just wide open. And Julian Harmon said, "Thank you very much," picked the pocket, and it's now already nearly 2 seconds up the road.
That's the second time that Harmon has made that sort of overtake. The first one on Aidan Wilkinson for Writer Engineering Esports 2 that found his way off the road down at the bus stop a couple of hours ago when Old Firm Racing made their way up into 5th place. But a little bit of poor luck befalling LRS Racing Sapphire put them in a position to be overtaken by Harmon, who did it in exactly the same way as before. This is your overall race leader, Pablo Alvarez, coming around to complete lap 428 with 25 minutes left on the clock. Jan Kurbs makes that final left-hand turn down pit lane. Not liking the look of the traffic in front of him. It is going to be an early stop for the Writer Engineering Esports driver, who may just have to put in a little bit more fuel than before.
Yeah, and I'm keeping an eye on this as the broadcast follows Pablo Alvarez going for that overcut. Does Jan Kurbs have a set of tyres to take? They're going to go fuel only here. We'll see what XBD respond with for these final 24 minutes, whether they also choose to take just a splash of fuel or whether they are committed to 4 fresh tyres and getting through that warm-up phase that could be so tricky. MRS Sapphire have made their pit stop as well. They cycle out, of course, in P5. Jan Kurbs is actually going to be just a tiny bit behind them as they roll out of pit lane. So that's an overtake that he will have to make on a GTP to get back towards Alvarez as the 33 comes into the bus stop this time by. Will he cover off the position, or, I mean, he sees some good daylight ahead. I think Alvarez might take another lap and just enjoy the clean track all the way from the exit of the bus stop to the entry of turn 1. It's just 3 GT3s.
Well, we'll see how he has to tackle the 102 and the 178 by the time he gets to the back of him. He is going to choose to stay out and will have to pass those GT3s. But one thing to remember, with Jan Kurbs not taking a set of fresh tyres, he does avoid that tyre warm-up. The tyres will have cooled off during the pit stop cycle, but they won't have cooled off to the point where they normally do after you bolt a fresh set on and have to spend all that time getting it warmed up. Alvarez looking at the traffic that is just in front of him on the road. It may check him up through this section of track. How close is he by the time he gets down to turn 5? I think that's the Enosis Esports McLaren getting out of the way on the right side of the circuit. He's going to go 3 wide into turn 5, which is a risky move with this little time left in the race. But he knows to beat Writer Engineering, to beat Jan Kurbs, he has to be aggressive and he has to be quick. Alvarez giving it his absolute all to try and hang on to that win and be one of only 2 teams to bring home 2 wins this season.
My goodness. And that was the risk about having 2 cars ahead who were running right next to each other. The benefit of taking that call is that now there's plenty of clean racetrack, just 1 car in the next 30 seconds almost, so he can run out the tank here, use that light fuel, those nice warm tires, and set hopefully a couple of flyers. It was a 34 last time by. I'm not sure he'll be able to replicate that this time with that lift in the kink to navigate the 3 wide move. But there is a GT3, a similar sort of distance ahead. He might have the same trouble next time by, and I think, in fact, he's going to take that as a call to come down pit lane. There's another pocket of clean air that he might be able to slot out into, running right where William Foyle is right now. And now the question, does Pablo Alvarez go up on the jacks, or do they take another fuel-only stop? Find out just a moment.
This will definitely be fuel only, not upon the jacks for the 33 crew. XPD Racing choosing to keep that same set of tyres on the car for the sprint to the finish. It will be just over 20 minutes to get to the end for both of these drivers. Kurbs coming through the bus stop chicane now, behind a little bit of traffic that is on an outlap as well. Manages to navigate that cleanly, but his eyes firmly up the road on XPD Racing, who get rolling very quickly after being stationary for what is only 22.6 seconds, which surprisingly, Liv, only 0.3 of a second less than Jan Kurbs.
Yeah, I think XBD went a little bit more cautious on their fuel number. Jan Kurbs and Writer Engineering pushing it to the absolute limit maybe, whereas Alvarez wanting to make sure they at least get to the checkered flag and seeing the buffer that they formed with Jan Curbs having some awkward traffic. Gap is 10.5 seconds. So taking an additional second or two just to make sure you have the extra lap of fuel if you need it. Not necessarily a bad call. And Alvarez has slotted out into a tiny bit of clean air here, just behind William Foyle. But there is a string of 4 GT3s started by the narrative Delta car up the road that is going to be a little bit tricky to deal with. There's also the Auto Performance Blue car, your GT3 AM leader and champion-elect in that class. And then an Eagle Speed Academy duo, second place in AM and 12th place, unfortunately, in the Pro class.
We are on lap 431 of an estimated 444. It'll be a really nice round number that we end this final race of the season on. But that does mean for Curbs, he has to close the gap in at around close, as little as makes no difference, to 1 second per lap. And that is a very big task, considering that during that last stint, he was barely tenths of a second faster than Pablo Alvarez. Both of these drivers absolutely locked in, absolutely in touch with the conditions, in tune with their cars, and giving it their all. Across the line comes Pablo Alvarez for his, well, for the end of his outlap. It was a 2:12.6, which was comparable to Jan Curbs' outlap as well. A 35.1 will be the first flying lap for the Writer Engineering driver, as that gap just stays at about 10.4 seconds on our overlays, 11.2 in the standings. But look at this traffic that Alvarez is having to navigate. He will have to lift coming through turn 5 for that virtual drivers by Thrustmaster BMW. Down into 6 he goes with I think that's Alex Mas for company at the apex of 6. He'll stay over to the left and get to the inside of that car for turn 7. Let's see how Curbs navigates that traffic when he gets to it. It should be in roughly the same spot, unless he could pull off some sort of miracle pace now to get to it maybe a little bit sooner.
Yeah, but that's not even the worst of the traffic. That's a 3-car pack that we just cut through. William Foyle in the Fury Simsport car has just had that 4-car cluster we were talking about. Pablo Alvarez is just going to catch them on the exit of the bus stop. Can he get all 4 before we get into turn number 1? I'm sure that he is wheeling that car forward, leaning forward in the chair, trying to find a little bit of a run. There's one. That is the Narrative Delta by Simgear car. We've got Eagle Speed Academy here. Now we have Auto Performance Blue, and then we have the second Eagle Speed Academy car, and that must feel so satisfying for Pablo Alvarez. Clears all 4 of them into turn number 1, not held up even slightly, and now he knows that he's set a bunch of banana peels behind him that Jan Curbs has to navigate. How does the number 76 deal with these 2 packs?
Pablo Alvarez breathing a sigh of relief, not having to breathe off the throttle at all to navigate 4 pieces of traffic, as Jan Curbs now has to deal with all of the GTs that Alvarez just had to at roughly the same spot. He will clear Kiko Lasal relatively early compared to when Alvarez got to it. He will dive to the inside of 6 on Anthony Demera and will get held up at the apex of 6 again, just like Alvarez did on the previous lap, slotting down the inside of 7 on Alex Mas, taking the apex in a relatively tight entry that will slow him down on exit. He's got that same 4-car group just up in front of him that he will have to navigate quickly and cleanly, and he looks set to do it in exactly the same manner. Big push through turn 8, keeping that foot planted to the floor and letting the speed build and build and build. The bus stop is going to have to be perfect if he wants to get every single one of these cars. They are a little bit closer than they were when Alvarez made his way through. So let's see how difficult it is for Curbs to navigate this traffic.
And I think he's got them all lined up in a row, but they're going to be side by side. He's going to have to send this 3 wide to get around the 2 of them. He's not going to the middle, is he? He is, but they do stagger. There's a little bit more room to work with. So he clears as well, but the gap is still 10 seconds. But I want to quickly draw attention to Anthony Demera and Alex Mas, because they're fighting for a position here. That is a gap of 0.3 of a second. And if you're those drivers, you must have had an awful sense of deja vu those last 2 laps, because it happened the exact same way down into the West Horseshoe from a very aggressive GTP. And you're just sat there wondering, Why does it have to always be us?
I think that's the beauty of the gaps that we're seeing out there on track right now. As you said, Liv, we are getting these two GTPs meeting the traffic in exactly the same spot and having to deal with it in very similar ways. It's the same case for the MRS Racing Sapphire car that's just had to deal with the same three cars on the same bit of track, but just with the way everything's cycled out, this is why getting into those final 10 seconds and closing that gap down becomes so difficult, because you are getting identical traffic to the car that's out there in front of you, and the only difference is the pace in clean air, and Curbs just doesn't seem to have it at the moment. He has been comparable to Alvarez over the last two stints, and that 10-second gap just hasn't really shifted, and that's going to be so frustrating for the German, as the Spaniard in front is going to be breathing a huge sigh of relief.
Yeah, and I think it's less that Curbs doesn't have it, and it's more that Alvarez has well and truly found it. He is feeling this race right now. Actually, has just set another set of back-to-back 34s, which have been our benchmark for 10/10ths. Fantastic flying lap pace. And we are now in the final 15 minutes of the Platinum Endurance Championship Season 7. And there's still a close fight here. Both of these cars should be done on fuel to the end. And it's going to be to the outside for Anthony Demera in the 113. It's going to have to be a switchback move, you would imagine, for the BMW. It's going to try and set up Dodge, try and be cleaner than they were over in Detroit today. And Mass Devils and Alex Mass will hold on for the time being. But there's still a lot of pressure that's been put on the rear bumper of the 161. Got to break sooner rather than later, you'd think.
Well, it depends just how good Alex Mass thinks he is. All he needs to do at this point is keep hitting his marks and keep that McLaren out of any sort of incident. But Demera really putting that pressure on and is making Mass think about that BMW that is stuck underneath his rear wing. It is like Demera has a lasso around the rear wing of that McLaren that is towing him along the entire way, because the driver of that 720S GT3 just cannot seem to shake that inline 6 powered BMW M4 GT3 that is sat behind him. They will make their way onto the NASCAR banking yet again, and the speed will build in the slipstream for the Frenchman in the virtual drivers by Thrustmaster car. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough to get through into the bus stop, but it depends how good Demera thinks he is on the brakes. He'll peek to the inside, make Mass, well, throw a little bit of distraction at Mass's way to see if he will blink into those four corners. He chooses not to, but it's another very fast full throttle run on the way down to turn one. Demera had a peek to the outside of one on the previous lap, but he doesn't look like he's close enough to have another go this time. That McLaren GT3 has tremendous top end speed.
It sure does. Will he go to the outside again this time by? I want to give credit to the spotters in the Discord calls. Patrick Malaka in the BMW stall. It's Yastiel Hernandez in the McLaren. What have you seen, Taylor? Is it this battle or is it something else on the racetrack?
Really aggressive dive from Demera to the outside, and I thought he might have got it done, but he has managed to pinch that McLaren to the inside of the corner, has another peek to the outside of 4. Can't get the move done there. There's lots of marbles on the outside of the circuit that will limit his options in terms of lines to take. We're going to jump on board with the BMW as he is fighting for that 9th position in GT3 Pro. There's another peek to the outside as Mass goes defensive into 6 yet again, compromising his line through the infield, whereas Demera just sticks to the optimal racing line, carrying as much speed through the corner as that BMW M4 will let him.
And if you are on the spotter stand here, what are you saying to your driver, or are you just letting them fully lock in? Are you giving any advice saying where to try and get the move done, or is it in the hands of Demera on how to get it executed? And Alex Mass, who has been putting up a stout defense, covering every inside line when he's needed to. You see drifting in the middle of the racetrack on the way into the bus stop. There's nowhere for Demera to go this time by. We are within 11 minutes of the checkered flag. It's all about the exit, and it's a great run, great rotation through the second half of the bus stop for Alex Mass. And the gap extends back out to 1/4 of a second, and we know that once the slipstream closes back in, he's going to cover the inside once again.
I think Demera just getting a little bit out of rhythm through the Le Mans chicane on that particular occasion, which sacrificed his run through the other 3 apexes. But look at this as the speed builds through the trioval yet again. Demera will look to the outside. He's preferred that esports line all day long. He'll get a small amount of overlap with Alex Mas on entry, and it's a big setup for the exit of the corner as they make their way through turns 2 and 3 yet again. It is giving the impression that this move is going to have to be late, and it's going to have to be aggressive for Anthony Demera, who, as much as he doesn't need that 9th place finish, this is glory that's on the line as to who is the better driver out of the 2 that are in the car right now.
Yeah, and this is ultimately, this is what's left in the race for these drivers. There's nothing else at stake. They've got plenty of buffer behind if something were to go a little bit wrong. They're not in any prize money positions to try and have to drive cautiously for that. Why not go for a big move? But you can see Demera is being calculated. He's trying to set it up. He's trying to get that switchback move. And it's not happened yet, but every time that Alex Mas goes defensive, it gives away a little bit of information to Demera behind. And to be fair, every time Demera goes for a look, it gives that same information back to Alex Mas. It's a game of chess, and we are rapidly approaching the end game.
This is the beauty of GT3 racing. We have 2 completely different cars that make their lap times in completely different ways. You could not get 2 more different machines out there on the circuit. It is inline 6 turbo versus V8 twin turbo. It is front engine versus mid engine, rear wheel drive on both cars, but it is British precision versus German engineering as the speed building for Anthony Demera yet again, having a peak to the outside of turn 1, is going to draw alongside and will take it on that very wide line yet again, setting that BMW M4 GT3 up for the exit and the run through turns 2 and 3. But that McLaren is so strong in the mid corners. Again, that mid-engine format just making it so balanced down at the apexes that he can carry so much more speed through those corners than that German car behind, as Demera very tight on the entry to turn 4, maybe looking to try and scare Mas off that apex as they come through turn 5 yet again. Demera just cannot find a way through right now.
Yeah, and down at turn number 1, you saw Demera was setting up that crossover move, but had to check up again, got it back on the brake right at the apex. And I'm not sure whether it was a miscalculation from Demera just trying to cut across a bit early, or whether Mas paused for just a beat on the apex before getting back onto the power. It's such a sneaky but effective defensive tactic. You can just stay on the apex for a little bit longer. As long as you're the first one able to get back onto the power, there's nothing that the car behind can do. And now the desperation may be starting to set in. He's going for a look into the bus stop. He's trying to scare a mistake out of Alex Mas, but it might compromise the run through the bus stop. Never mind, it's one of the best runs that Demera has had in this battle. He's now 2/10 off, about 1/2 tenth closer, maybe 1 car length closer than he has been the last couple of times. Does that mean that now is the time to set the move up? And at what point do we start looking down towards the apron maybe to try and get the move secure?
Well, let's see if it's enough as they make their way through the trioval yet again. Demera choosing to just hang off the rear wing of Alex Mas on a slightly different line this time. Opens the corner up much, much later in the corner entry sequence and doesn't get as good an exit as he has done on the last few laps. Mas defending the inside yet again. Demera goes for a late dive to the inside and Mas leaves in the space as there's almost contact between Alex Mas and Anthony Demera down at the apex of turn 4. It was an aggressive move for the virtual drivers by Thrustmaster driver, and he could not make that one work.
And it's set up in that turn 1 spot again. He hung tight to the inside that time, almost daring Alex Mas. Go on, open up the corner, let me have a shot at the inside. That shot comes down at the international horseshoe, and Demera stits it really well and does a great job not overextending into the right rear tire of Alex Mas, but a great job, of course, from the 161 to see that aggression, to leave the corner open a little bit, but then to sort of diamond it and get that launch out. And once again, it's for Demera to get back on the power. So it's an aggressive move, it's a close move, but it's the same result as it's been every time so far. Less than 6 minutes now. As we come to the line, it's only a handful of laps. He's not quite as close this time, but he might try the same move again. It is something different. You've got to keep the driver ahead on their toes at a spot like this.
It's almost a sense of desperation for Anthony DiMera to send it in as late as he did. The speed will build in the slipstream another time as DiMera gets closer and closer and closer. He's peeking out of that slipstream early through the trial, takes it to the apron. There's almost contact as the Frenchman is going to force his way down the inside, but Mas closes the door and DiMera has to back out late on the entry to turn 1. And for now, Alex Mas will continue to hold that position, but he is coming under absolute assault from Anthony DiMera, who looks to the inside of 4 yet again.
And it really is now desperation. Remember, once you go down there, you have to make sure you don't merge back up into the car ahead, or it's a hefty penalty. And so really, as much as there was a move, there's another lunge, and this time he's there, and it's going to be contact. He's going to drift out, and he's going to get the move done, but there's a little bit of contact. And I mean, at this point, the rules of engagement have been set. Alex Mas goes for a similar move, and this time it's not quite the same way. It's into the wall for DiMera, and that could be wheel damage. Is he going to be able to bring that car back to the checker? He's got a black flag for incidents, in fact. He was cutting it rather close, given that was the margin he was working with. Hop on board really quick, and the wheel does not look very straight, but I think it'll be drivable. But I think DiMera pushed it a little bit, and then Mas unfortunately pushed it a little bit too far in response.
That's the danger with racing as aggressively as DiMera had been over the last couple of laps. He well and truly set the tone with that dive down into turn 6 that Alex Mas tried to answer into 7, but couldn't quite pull off the move in exactly the same way as DiMera. He did manage to door the Frenchman, but it did send the virtual drivers by Thrustmaster BMW into the tire barriers on the outside of 7. It secured the position for Alex Mas for now. Hopefully for DiMera, he gets to bring that car home with less than 4 minutes on the clock. As no, he's going to pull that car down pit lane.
That's a drive-through.
Drive-through penalty. And I'm sure the French team will be hoping for the same sort of penalty for Alex Mas. It won't be enough to make up for the time lost, but we'll see what happens in the dying moments.
No, it might actually take a little bit of service here. They will have that drive-through. They've taken it. For my overlays, it doesn't seem to be a meatball flag. They would have been able to drive it home, but maybe looking for a little bit of repair just to make sure they don't make a big mistake and put the car into the wall. We'll see how long they're stationary for and whether they do choose to roll it back out. Of course, it was a little bit of drama for the tail end of the field. It was a fantastic show that they put on. And unfortunately, it ends in tears, but that is the risk that's taken sometimes. And I mean, I'm glad that we got to see it, even if it did end the way that it did. Let me just confirm as I look towards the spreadsheet. It's not been posted yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if that ends up on there very shortly, because it was a desperation move from Alex Mas. It was in response to a couple of desperation moves from DiMera, of course, but those were moves that didn't end in a big incident, and unfortunately it was the last one that did. As that simmers down, and we hope that the 113 can get rolling back out for the checkered flag, but we are within the last 2 minutes of the race now. Pablo Alvarez will come to the line. This will not be the white flag. It'll be 2 laps to go in this race, and the gap is 8 seconds at the lead of the GTP field. Pablo Alvarez has weathered the storm, has held on to the pressure, and he just has to manage it for another 11 kilometers to bring home a race win, and it would be second in the championship.
Well, it's starting to look like an insurmountable task for Jan Kurbs to close in that 7.5 second gap. It will require a lot of poor luck in traffic for Pablo Alvarez, or maybe a mistake. He is coming up on the tail of Aidan Wilkinson, who hopefully will relatively quickly get out of the way of your overall race leader, because we wouldn't want any sort of that drama to happen in the closing phases of this race. We tick down to less than 60 seconds to go. The white flag has not flown yet. It will be the final lap next time by, as Pablo Alvarez makes his way down to the bus stop for what will be the second to last time.
And we got a couple cars taking splash and dashes. Carmen, in fact, could not make it. They've had a 4.8 second stationary time in the pit lane, so that could cost them 2 positions here, as the 291 Smurf Racing Team and the IS Corsa Red cars have taken their splash and dashes already. The lead towards Auto Performance Blue, leading by nearly a lap in the AM class. Great drive from them, all the way from flag to flag. And RPM Racing lead Fast Repair Motorsports by 42 seconds. Lead Native Delta by SimGear by a minute. And for both of those GT3 classes, it is going to be a championship crowning with that race victory. Incredible work from them, but the white flag is in the air, and it is Pablo Alvarez who leads by 6.5 seconds, and he has navigated that number 77 car into turn number 1 with quite an aggressive move, I've got to say. Did not want to chance that at all. Went all the way down onto the apron to clear, and almost forced into a mistake in turn number 1 with a lockup.
Aiden Wilkinson making absolutely no effort to get out of the way down into turn 1 and keeping that pressure on throughout the final lap. He knows his teammate is only 6.5 seconds behind the race leader that he is putting the pressure on right now. But Alvarez may only have a couple more bits of traffic to deal with as he makes his way down to the bus stop one final time. It has been a pretty flawless race from XPD Racing, who have just ticked the laps off all the way from hour 1 to the end of hour 12. Jan Kerb's team and Reiter Engineering had some great pace, but a late race incident down pit lane handed the lead over to XPD Racing and Pablo Alvarez, who took that chance and absolutely ran with it. So at the season finale of the Platinum Endurance Championship Season 7, taking their second win of the championship, it is XPD Racing who bring home the checkered flag.
And right behind, just seconds, it is Old Firm Racing. They do make the checkered flag, and they are about to burn this one down because it is a championship party for the number 97. Now coming through one final time, Orca Performance going to celebrate their championship down in that same runoff as well. And finally, behind them, just gonna filter through the bus stop. We see the donuts here from Max Fisher. Gotta hit the TC toggle. Gotta remember that in the GT3 machines. And then it'd be Tom Tichetto, the last car across the line, Taylor.
That is certainly one of the more shocking results from today, as Valkyrie X Type Green were out of position earlier on. But Tichetto and RPM Racing have made their way up 4 slots on the grid, and never having won a race so far in the season, in the dying deaths of the championship, will take the win in Daytona and will take the win of the GT3 Pro Championship. What an end to the season.
And it was really fantastic from those entire battles in the GT3 Pro class. Tom Tichetto was pushed all the way from the lights to the flag, and well earned in that Chevrolet Corvette another championship, and won at the very last moment.
Daytona is often a race that takes a while to set itself up for the dramatic finish, but once again, she throws up something that we could feast on. In the dire moments, having that great battle for P9 in GT3 Pro. The title in GT3 Pro changing hands 3 or 4 times throughout the distance of that race. It almost looked like there was a chance for the GTP Championship to do the same, but Old Firm Racing just being perfect all the way to the end of the race after that early incident was enough to bring home the GTP crown. It is another new PEC champion that isn't a repeat from the previous year. Julien Harmond and crew are going to be so proud of that, because they have done everything in their power to put themselves in a spot to win that championship, and they very much deserve to celebrate it, because I can tell you now, the last 11.5 hours of this race, where all they've had to do is drive the car, must have been some of the most almost mind-numbing bits of driving they've ever done, but one of the most important.
Yeah, endurance racing, it's not always pretty when you are in the sort of tail end of the field when you're on those recovery drives, but you've got to grind through. That is spirit of endurance racing. It's about all 52 hours, no matter what, in the Platinum Endurance Championship season. And as they give a little bit of celebration to Fury Simsport, third place in the GTP category, and I believe inheriting that second place or the third place in the championship as well. I think Fuller might be out of fuel. That might be why he's rolling so slowly. And so Hammond will fly off once again, take one final celebration up along with the fans.
Yeah, and what a spot to do it as well. You've got so many iconic places that you can do burnouts, get some really cool photos with the pit building there in the background and the World Center of Racing just to the right of Hammond's car as he points it in the direction of the racetrack, doing some donuts, doing a burnout on the Daytona sign in that grass. And what a spot to do it. And what a really difficult way to win the championship as well. Like, I can't highlight just how tough it must have been to bring that car home when there was literally no real way of losing the championship unless they ended up off the road with extensive damage that meant they couldn't make that 85% distance. But it has been a case of just doing what they needed to do all season long, winning the race in Spa to open the season, and then picking up another one. I think, oh no, it wasn't Algarve. No, it was Algarve, wasn't it? Winning the last race out to bring their win total to 2. And of course,
Aragon.
Aragon. I just get him.
And it was not that one. It was at Le Mans.
So it was. You see, so many races, so little time, such a small brain. So then XPD Racing did end up bringing home the checkered flag today to make it one of only 2 teams to bring home 2 race wins this season. Writer Engineering, after that late race pit stop incident, could only get within 7.5 seconds of the race leader, and they do finish down in P2. Fury Simsport, 2 laps down, will round out the podium with Old Firm Racing recovering all the way up to 4th place. MRS Racing Sapphire brought their car home in 5th, and Writer Engineering's second car all the way down in 6th place after having an absolutely torrid race. Connection Loss Racing was one of the last retirees from the race, and both DLR Sim, or 3 even DLR SimLab cars pulled their cars from the race after a bit of controversy from a driver swap that only came into effect for this race. But now onto the GT3s.
Yeah, and it is a very special race win for RPM Racing, their first of the season. But what a time to make it happen. Their 3rd podium is going to give them the championship by what is quite a narrow margin, but well earned from them. It is Fast Pair Motorsports coming home in 2nd place ahead of Negative Delta by SimGear. All 3 of those cars within a minute on the racetrack, just separated by your overall race leader. And then Auto Performance Racing Black finishing in P4 with Enosis Sim Ultimate finishing in P5. It's then Go Esports, DDKG, Enosis Emits, Mass Devils Esports finishing in 9th place after that late drama, and then Octopus Racing Team rounding out the top 10. And then the remainder of your GT3 Pro field will be Eagle Speed Academy S, I should say, in P11. And then 3 cars that could not take the checkered flag. In the end, it was Virtual Drivers by Thrustmaster, but then Top Tier Motorsport and Valkyrie X-Type Green.
Well, not quite going to get the chance to breathe yet, because we've got to bring you the results in GT3 as Orca Performance Racing Blue brought home the race win and the championship from Eagle Speed Academy G by a whole lap. That was their rival for that championship, but still, Eagle Speed weren't able to do enough to try and overhaul the advantage that Orca Performance had. Smurf Racing Team brought it home in 3rd place with IS Corsa Red rounding out that top 4, and a poor back end of the race for Carbono Esports after challenging for that class win means they could only bring it home in 5th. Squadra Veloce Alpha by Eagle RS, good enough for 6th place today. Local Auto Sports picking up a couple of incidents late on, and they brought their car home in 7th. The MRS Racing Amethyst Porsche, only good enough for 8th today, with DDK Racing Team S in that Mustang retiring early, and the DLR Simlab Green car being part of the DLR teams pulling their cars early on in the race. What a dramatic finish then to the 12 hours of Daytona. It is a race that took a hot minute to warm up before the action really started to kick off. And I think that's pretty much the deal of the day when it comes to the Daytona International Speedway, because all of those straights and all those big braking zones really give the chance for a bit of fuel save to knock off some laps at the end of the race.
Yeah, I mean, I used the chess analogy in that battle right at the end, and it's one of my favorites, so I'm going to use it again. It's all about the setup moves, the positional play early on, just to get yourself in the spot you want to be in, to then make the attack when the time is right. And it's in those final couple of hours where we really saw the chase down start, as everyone went into their full push mode, knowing what their fuel situation was. And what a dramatic ending to the race it was at the top of the tree. Pablo Alvarez doing a great job withstanding that pressure that was relentless from Jan Kurbs. So many 134s being traded between the two of them. It was in conditions as hot as 40-something Celsius track temperature sometimes. That's a really impressive lap time.
On then to a 7th season of Platinum Endurance Championship competition, as the organizers are set and the teams are set to do it all over again later in the year. I'm sure they'll have a lot of teams that they hope will be returning, and we hope to bring you the action yet again for season 8 of the Platinum Endurance Championship. But for now, what a pleasure it's been to bring you 5 rounds of endurance racing, 52 hours of flat out absolute battling out there on circuit on some of the world's most iconic racetracks. And we do look forward to doing it all over again next season. Congratulations to all of the class champions, All Firm Racing, RPM Racing, and Orca Performance Blue, and of course to the 2 race winners in GT3 Pro and Am, who were your season champions, and of course to XPD Racing, who took home the final checkered flag of the year. Thank you so much for joining us for season 7 of the PEC. Once again, it has been a pleasure to bring you all that action. I'm sure that sentiment is reflected by my co-commentators and my co-commentator producer that have helped bring the action all season long. But for one final time this season, it's going to be a very exhausted and a very satisfied thank you and good night.